Chapter 26 of the Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism by William Patten. Evangeline of Acadia by Henry W. Longfellow. More than 200 years ago, there lived in Acadia, as Nova Scotia was then called, a beautiful maiden named Evangeline. Benedict Bellefontaine, Evangeline's father, was the wealthiest farmer in the neighborhood. His goodly acres were somewhat apart from the little village of Grand Pré, but near enough for Evangeline not to feel lonely. The people of Grand Pré were simple and kindly, and dwelt together in the love of God and man. They had neither locks to their doors nor bars to their windows. Visitors were always welcome, and all gave of their best to whoever might come. The house of Benedict Bellefontaine, firmly builded with rafters of oak, was on a hill commanding the sea. The barns stood toward the north, shielding the house from storms. They were bursting with hay and corn, and were so numerous as to form almost a village by themselves. The horses, the cattle, the sheep, and the poultry were all well fed and well cared for. At Benedict Bellefontaine's there was comfort and plenty. The men and the maids never grumbled. All men were equal, all were brothers and sisters. In Acadia the richest man was poor, but the poorest lived in abundance. Evangeline was her father's housekeeper. Her mother was dead. Benedict was 70 years old, but he was hale and hearty, and managed his prosperous farm himself. His hair was as white as snow, and his face was as brown as oak leaves. Evangeline's hair was dark brown, and her eyes were black. She was the loveliest girl in Grand Pré, and many a lad was in love with her. Among all Evangeline's suitors only one was welcome, and he was Gabriel La Jeunesse, son of Basile the blacksmith. Gabriel and Evangeline had grown up together like brother and sister. The priest had taught them their letters out of the self-same book, and together they had learned their hymns and their verses. Together they had watched Basile at his forge, and with wondering eyes had seen him handle the hoof of a horse as easily as a plaything, taking it into his lap and nailing on the shoe. Together they had ridden on sleighs in the winter and hunted birds' nests in summer, seeking eagerly that marvelous stone which the swallow is said to bring from the shore of the sea to restore the sight of its fledglings. Lucky is he who finds that stone. And now they were man and woman. Benedict and Basile were old friends, and they desired the marriage of the children. They were ready to marry. The young men of the village had built them a house and a barn. The barn was filled with hay, and the house was stored with food enough to last a year. One beautiful evening in Indian summer, Evangeline and Gabriel were betrothed. Benedict was sitting indoors by the wide-mouthed fireplace, singing fragments of songs such as his fathers before him had sung in their orchards in sunny France, and Evangeline was close beside him at her wheel, industriously spinning flax for her loom. Upstairs there was a chest filled with strong white linen, which Evangeline would take to her new home. Every thread of it had been spun and woven by the maiden. As they sat by the fireside, footsteps were heard, and the wooden latch was suddenly lifted. Benedict knew by the hobnailed shoes that it was Basile the blacksmith, and Evangeline knew by her beating heart that Gabriel was with him. "Welcome," said Benedict the farmer. "Welcome, Basile, my friend. Come and take thy place on the settle close by the chimney side. Take thy pipe and the box of tobacco from the shelf overhead. Never art thou so much thyself, as when through the curling smoke of the pipe or the forge thy friendly and jovial face gleams as round and red as the harvest moon through the mist of the marshes. Benedict Bellefontaine, thou art always joking. Thou art cheerful, even when others are grave and anxious, answered Basil. He paused to take the pipe which Evangeline was handing him, and lighted it with a coal from the embers. For 4 days the English ships have ridden at their anchors in the Gaspereau's mouth, and their cannon are pointed against us. What they are here for we do not know, but we are all commanded to meet in church tomorrow to hear His Majesty's will proclaimed as law in the land. Alas, in the meantime the hearts of the people are full of fears of evil, continued the blacksmith. Perhaps some friendly purpose brings these ships to our shores, replied the farmer. Perhaps the harvests in England have been blighted, and they have come to buy our grain and hay. The people in the village do not think so, said Basil, gravely shaking his head. They remember that the English are our enemies. Some have fled already to the forest and lurk on its outskirts, waiting anxiously to hear tomorrow's news. If the news is not to be bad, why have our weapons been taken from us? Only the blacksmith's sledge and the scythes of the mowers have been left. We are safer unarmed, answered the cheerful farmer, who as usual made the best of everything. What can harm us here in the midst of our flocks and our cornfields? Fear no evil, my friend, and above all, may no shadow fall on this house and hearth tonight. It is the night of the contract. René Leblanc will be here presently with his papers and inkhorn. Shall we not be glad and rejoice in the happiness of our children? Evangeline and her lover were standing by the window. They heard the words of the farmer, and the maiden blushed. Hardly had he spoken when the worthy notary entered the room. René Leblanc was bent with age. His hair was yellow, his forehead was high, and he looked very wise with his great spectacles sitting astride on his nose. He was the father of 20 children, and more than 100 grandchildren rode on his knee. All children loved him, for he could tell them wonderful fairy tales and strange stories of the forest. He told them of the goblins that came at night to water the horses, of how the oxen talked in their stalls on Christmas Eve, of how a spider shut up in a nutshell could cure the fever, and of the marvelous powers possessed by horseshoes and four-leaved clover. He knew more strange things than 20 other men. As soon as Basil saw the notary, he asked him about the English ships. Father Leblanc, thou hast heard the talk of the village. Perhaps thou canst tell us something about these ships and their errand. I have heard enough talk, answered the notary, but I am none the wiser. Yet I am not one of those who think that the ships are here to do us evil. We are at peace, and why then should they harm us? Must we in all things look for the how and the why and wherefore? Shouted the hasty and somewhat excitable blacksmith. Injustice is often done, and might is the right of the strongest. Man is unjust, replied the notary, but God is just, and finally justice triumphs. I remember a story that has often consoled me when things have seemed to be going wrong. Once, in an ancient city whose name I have forgotten, there stood high on a marble column in the public square a brazen statue of Justice, holding her scales in her left hand with a sword in her right. This meant that justice reigned over the land and in the hearts and the homes of the people. Yet, in the course of time, the laws of the land were corrupted, and might took the place of right. The weak were oppressed, and the mighty ruled with a rod of iron. By and by, birds built their nests in the scales of justice. They were not afraid of the sword that flashed in the sunshine above them. It happened that in the palace of a wealthy nobleman a necklace of pearls disappeared. Suspicion fell on a poor orphan girl, who was arrested and sentenced to be hanged right at the foot of the statue of Justice. The girl was put to death, but as her innocent spirit ascended to heaven, a great storm arose and lightning struck the statue, angrily hurling the scales from the left hand of the figure of Justice. They fell to the pavement with a clatter, and in one of the shattered nests was found the pearl necklace. It had been stolen by a magpie, who had cunningly woven the string of pearls into the clay wall of her baby's cradle. So the poor girl was proved innocent, and the people of that city were taught to be more careful of justice. This story silenced the blacksmith, but did not drive away his forebodings of evil. Evangeline lighted the brazen lamp on the table, and filled the great pewter tankard with home-brewed nut-brown ale. The notary drew from his pocket his papers and his inkhorn, and began to write the contract of marriage. In spite of his age, his hand was steady. He set down the names and the ages of the parties, and the amount of Evangeline's dowry in flocks of sheep and in cattle. All was done in accordance with the law, and the paper was signed and sealed. Benedict took from his leathern pouch 3 times the notary's fee in solid pieces of silver. The old man arose and blessed the bride and the bridegroom, and then lifted aloft the tankard of ale and drank to their health. Then, wiping the foam from his lip, he bowed solemnly and went away. The others sat quietly by the fireside until Evangeline brought the draught board to her father and Basil and arranged the pieces for them. They were soon deep in the game, while Evangeline and her lover sat apart in the embrasure of a window, and whispered together as they watched the moon rise over the sea. Their hearts were full of happiness as they looked into the future, believing that they would be together. At 9 o'clock the guests rose to depart, but Gabriel lingered on the doorstep with many farewell words and sweet good nights. When he was gone, Evangeline carefully covered the fire and noiselessly followed her father upstairs. Out in the orchard, Gabriel waited and watched for the gleam of her lamp and her shadow as she moved about behind her snowy curtains. She did not know that he was so near, yet her thoughts were of him. The next day the betrothal feast was held in Benedict's house and the orchard. There were good Benedict and sturdy Basil the blacksmith, and there were the priest and the notary. Beautiful Evangeline welcomed the guests with a smiling face and words of gladness. Then Michael the fiddler took a seat under the trees, and he sang and played for the company to dance, sometimes beating to the music with his wooden shoes. Merrily, merrily whirled the dancers, old and young together, and the children among them. Fairest of all the maidens was Evangeline, and Gabriel was the noblest of all the youths. So the morning passed away. A loud summons sounded from the church tower and from the drums of the soldiers. The men thronged to the church, leaving the women outside in the churchyard. The church doors were closed, and the crowd silently awaited the will of the soldiers. Then the commander arose and spoke from the steps of the altar. How dreadful were the words spoken from that holy place! The lands and dwellings and the cattle of all kinds of the people were to be given up to the King of England, whom they had to obey, for he had conquered the French. They were to be driven from their homes, and Englishmen were to be allowed to take possession of Acadia. The commander declared the men prisoners, but overcome with sorrow and anger, they rushed to the doorway. Basil, the hot-headed blacksmith, cried out, "Down with the tyrants of England!" But a soldier struck him on the mouth and dragged him down to the pavement. Then Father Felician, the priest, spoke to his people and tried to quiet them. His words were few, but they sank deep in the hearts of his flock. "Oh, Father, forgive them!" they cried, as the crucified Christ had cried centuries before them. The evening service followed, and the people fell to their knees and were comforted. Evangeline waited for her father at his door. She had set the table, and his supper was ready for him. On the white cloth were the wheaten bread, the fragrant honey, the tankard of ale and fresh cheese, just brought from the dairy, but Benedict did not come. At last the girl went back to the church and called aloud the names of her father and Gabriel. There was no answer. Back to the empty house she went, feeling desolate. It began to rain. Then the lightning flashed, and it thundered. But Evangeline was not frightened, for she remembered that God was in heaven, and that he governs the world that he created. She thought of the story that she had heard the night before, of the justice of heaven, and, trusting in God, she went to bed and slept peacefully until morning. The men were kept prisoners in the church for 4 days and nights. On the 5th day the women and the children were bidden to take their household goods to the seashore, and there they were joined by the long imprisoned but patient Acadian farmers. When Evangeline saw Gabriel, she ran to him and whispered, "Gabriel, be of good cheer, for if we love each other nothing can harm us, whatever mischances may happen." Then she saw her father. He was sadly changed. The fire was gone from his eyes, and his footstep was heavy and slow. With a full heart she embraced him, feeling that words of comfort would do no good. The Acadians were hurried on board the ships, and in the confusion families were separated. Mothers were torn from their children and wives from their husbands. Basil was put on one ship and Gabriel on another, while Evangeline stood on the shore with her father. When night came, not half the work of embarking was done. The people on shore camped on the beach in the midst of their household goods and their wagons. None could escape, for the soldiers were watching them. The priest moved about in the moonlight, trying to comfort the people. He laid his hand on Evangeline's head and blessed her. Suddenly, columns of shining smoke arose, and flashes of flame were seen in the direction of Grand Pré. The village was on fire. The people felt that they could never return to their homes, and their hearts were swelled with anguish. Evangeline and the priest turned to Benedict. He was motionless. His soul had gone to heaven. There on the beach, with the light of the burning village for a torch, they buried the farmer of Grand Pré, and the priest repeated the burial service to the accompaniment of a roaring sea. In the morning the work of embarking was finished, and toward night the ships sailed out of the harbor, leaving the dead on the shore and the village in ruins. The Acadians were scattered all over the land, from north to south, and from the bleak shores of the ocean even to the banks of the Mississippi River. Evangeline wandered from place to place, looking for Gabriel Lajeunesse, and Gabriel sought Evangeline as earnestly. Sometimes they heard of one another, but through long years they never met. Evangeline was growing old, and her hair showed faint streaks of gray, when at last she made her home in Philadelphia. She became a sister of mercy, and by day and by night ministered to the sick and the dying. A pestilence fell on the city, carrying away rich and poor alike. Evangeline lovingly tended the very poorest, and each day she went to the almshouse on her errand of mercy. One morning she came to a pallet on which lay an old man, thin and gray. As she looked at him, his face seemed to assume the form of earlier manhood. With a cry she fell on her knees. "Gabriel, my beloved!" The old man heard the voice, and it carried him back to the home of his childhood, to happiness and Evangeline. He opened his eyes. Evangeline was kneeling beside him. At last they were together. End of Evangeline of Acadia by Henry W. Longfellow. This recording was made by Phil Chenevert.
Chapter 27 of the Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Laughlin. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism, by William Patten. Jabez Rockwell's Powderhorn, by Ralph D. Payne. Pooh! You're not tall enough to carry a musket. Go with the drums and tootle on that fife you blew at the Battle of Saratoga. Away with you, little Jabez, crying for a powder-horn when grown men like me have not a pouch amongst them for a single charge of powder. A tall, gaunt Vermonter, whose uniform was a woolen bed-cover draped to his knees, laughed loudly from the doorway of his log hut as he flung these taunts at the stripling soldier. A little way down the snowy street of these rude cabins, a group of ragged comrades was crowding at the heels of a man who hugged the leather apron to his chest with both arms. Jabez Rockwell was in hot haste to join the chase. Nevertheless, he halted to cry back at his critic. "It's a lie. I put my fife in my pocket at Saratoga, and I fought with a musket as long and ugly as yourself, and a redcoat shot me through the arm. If the camp butcher has powder horns to give away, I deserve one more than those raw militia recruits, so wait until you are a veteran of the Connecticut line before you laugh at us old soldiers." The youngster stooped to tighten the clumsy wrappings of rags which served him for shoes, and hurried on after the little shouting mob which had followed the butcher down to the steep hillside of Valley Forge, where he stood at bay with his back to the cliff. "There are 30 of you desperate villains," puffed the fat fugitive, "and I've only 10 horns, which have been saved from the choicest of all the cattle I've killed these 2 months gone. I would I had my maul and skinning knife here to defend myself. Take me to headquarters if there is no other way to end this riot. I want no pay for the horns. They are my gift to the troops, but heaven help me, who is to decide how to divide them amongst so many?" "Stand him on his bald head, and loose the horns from the apron. As they fall, he who finds keeps," roared one of the boisterous party. "Toss them all in the air, and let's fight for them," was another suggestion. The hapless butcher glared round him with growing dismay. At this rate half the American army would soon be clamoring round him, drawn by the chance to add to their poor equipment. By this time Jabez Rockwell had wriggled under the arms of the shouting soldiers, twisting like an uncommonly active eel, until he was close to the red-faced butcher. With ready wit the youngster piped up a plan for breaking the deadlock. "There are 30 of us, you say, that put you to rout, Master Ritter. Let us divide the 10 horns by lot. Then you can return to your cow pens with a whole skin and a clean conscience." "There is more sense in that little carcass of yours than all the big hulking troopers that could spit you on a bayonet like a sparrow," rumbled Master Ritter. "How shall the lots be drawn?" "Away with your lottery!" cried a burly rifleman, whose long hunting shirt whipped in the bitter wind. "The road up the valley is well beaten down. The old forge is half a mile away. Do you mark a line, old beef-killing Jack, and we will run for our lives. The first 10 to touch the stone wall of the smithy will take the 10 prizes." Some yelled approval. Others fiercely opposed, and the wrangling was louder than before. Master Ritter, who had plucked up heart, began to steal warily from the hillside, hoping to escape in the confusion. A dozen hands clutched his collar and leather apron, and jerked him headlong back into the argument. Young Jabez scrambled to the top of the nearest boulder, and ruffled with importance like a turkey cock as he waved his arms to command attention. "The guard will be turned out, and we shall end this fray by cooling our heels in the prison huts on the hill," he declaimed. "If we run a foot race, who is to say which of us first reaches the forge? Again, and I say I never served with such thick-witted troops when I fought under General Arnold at Saratoga. Those with shoes to their feet have the advantage over those that are bound up in bits of cloth and clumsy patches of hide. Draw lots, I say, before the picket is down upon us." The good-natured crowd cheered the boy orator, and hauled him from his perch with such hearty thumps that he feared they would break him in two. Suddenly the noise was hushed as if the wranglers had been stricken dumb. Fur-capped heads turned to face down a winding valley, and without need of an order, the company spread itself along the roadside in a rude, uneven line. Every man stood at attention, his head up, his shoulders thrown back, hands at his sides. Thus they stood while they watched a little group of horsemen trot toward them. In front rode a commanding figure in buff and blue. The tall, lithe frame sat the saddle with the graceful ease of the hard-riding Virginia fox-hunter. The stern, smooth-shaven face, reddened and roughened by exposure to all weathers, lighted with an amiable curiosity at sight of this motley and expectant party, the central figure of which was the butcher, Master Ritter, who had dropped to his knees as if praying for his life. General Washington turned to a sprightly-looking red-haired youth who rode at his side, as if calling his attention to this singular tableau. The Marquis de Lafayette shrugged his shoulders after the French manner, and said laughingly, "It is what you think. Will they make ready to kill him? What they do?" Just behind them pounded General Muhlenberg, the clergyman who had doffed his gown for the uniform of a brigadier, stalwart, swarthy laughter in his piercing eyes as he commented, To the rescue! The victim is a worthy member of my old Pennsylvania flock. This doth savor of a soldier's court-martial for honest Jacob Ritter." The cavalcade halted, and the soldiers saluted, tongue-tied and embarrassed, scuffling and prodding one another's ribs in an attempt to urge a spokesman forward, while General Washington gazed down at them as if demanding an explanation. The butcher was about to make a stammering attempt when the string of his apron parted, and the 10 cow horns were scattered in the snow. He dived in pursuit of them, and his speech was never made. Because Jabez Rockwell was too light and slender to make much resistance, he was first to be pushed into the foreground, and found himself nearest the commander-in-chief. He made the best of a bad matter, and his frank young face flushed hotly as he doffed his battered cap and bowed low. "May it please the General, we were in a good-natured dispute touching the matter of those 10 cow horns, which the butcher brought amongst us to his peril. There are more muskets than pouches in our street, and we are debating a fair way to divide them. It is exceedingly bold, sir, but dare we ask you to suggest a way out of the trouble which preys sorely on the butcher's mind and body?" A fleeting frown troubled the noble face of the chief, and his mouth twitched, not with anger but in pain, for the incident brought home to him anew that his soldiers, these brave, cheerful, half-clothed, freezing followers, were without even the simplest tools of warfare. The cloud cleared, and he smiled, such a proud, affectionate smile as a father shows to sons of his who have deemed no sacrifice too great for duty's sake. His eyes softened as he looked down at the straight stripling at his bridle rein, and replied, "You have asked my advice as a third party, and it is meet that I share in the distribution. Follow me to the nearest hut." His officers wheeled and rode after him, while the bewildered soldiers trailed behind, 2 and 2, down the narrow road, greatly wondering whether reward or punishment was to be their lot. As for Jabez Rockwell, he strode proudly in the van as guide to the log cabin, and felt his heart flutter as he jumped to the head of the charger, while the general dismounted with the agility of a boy. Turning to the soldiers who hung abashed in the road, Washington called, "Come in, as many of you as can find room." The company filled the hut, and made room for those behind by climbing into the tiers of bunks filled with boughs to soften the rough-hewn planks. In one corner a wood fire smoldered in a rough stone fireplace, whose smoke made even the general cough and sneeze. He stood behind a bench of barked logs, and took from his pocket a folded document. Then he picked up from the hearth a bit of charcoal, and announced, "I will write down a number between 1,500 and 2,000, and the 10 that guess nearest this number shall be declared the winners of the 10 horns." He carefully tore the document into strips, and then into small squares, which were passed along the delighted audience. There was a busy whispering and scratching of heads. Over in one corner, jammed against the wall until he gasped for breath, Jabez Rockwell said to himself, "I must guess shrewdly. Methinks he will choose a number halfway between 1,500 and 2,000. I will write down 1,750. But stay, 1776 may come first into his mind, the glorious year when the independence of the colonies was declared. But he will surely take it that we, too, are thinking of that number, wherefore I will pass it by." As if reading his thoughts, a comrade curled up in a bunk at Rockwell's elbow muttered, "1776. I haven't a doubt of it." Alas for the cunning surmise of Jabez. The chief did write down the independence year 1776, and when this verdict was read aloud the boy felt deep disappointment. This was turned to joy, however, when his guess of 1750 was found to be among the 10 nearest the fateful choice, and one of the powder horns fell to him. The soldiers pressed back to make way for General Washington as he went out of the hut, stooping low that his head might escape the roof beams. Before the party mounted, the boyish Lafayette swung his hat around his head and shouted, "A huzzah for the Vice General!" The soldiers cheered lustily, and General Muhlenberg followed with, "Now a cheer for the Declaration of Independence and for the soldier who wrote down 1776." General Washington bowed in his saddle, and the shouting followed his clattering train up the valley on his daily tour of inspection. He left behind him a new-fledged hero in the person of Jabez Rockwell, whose bold tactics had won him a powder horn and given his comrades the rarest hour of the dreary winter at Valley Forge. In his leisure time he scraped and polished the horn, fitted it with a wooden stopper and cord, and with greatest care and labor scratched upon its gleaming surface these words, "Jabez Rockwell, Ridgeway, Connecticut. His horn, made in camp at Valley Forge." Thin and pale, but with unbroken spirit, this 16-year-old veteran drilled and marched and braved picket duty in zero weather, often without a scrap of meat to brace his ration for a week on end. But he survived with no worse damage than sundry frostbites. In early spring he was assigned to duty as a sentinel of the company which guarded the path that led up the hill to the headquarters of the commander-in-chief. Here he learned much to make the condition of his comrades seem more hopeless and forlorn than ever. Hard-riding scouting parties came into camp with reports of forays as far as the suburbs of Philadelphia, 20 miles away. Spies, disguised as farmers, returned with stories of visits into the heart of the capital city held by the enemy. This gossip and information, which the young sentinel picked up bit by bit, he pieced together to make a picture of an invincible, veteran British army waiting to fall upon the huddled mob of rebels at Valley Forge and sweep them away like chaff. He heard it over and over again that the Hessians, with their tall and gleaming brass hats and fierce mustaches, were dreadful to look upon, that the British grenadiers, who tramped the Philadelphia streets in legions, were like moving ranks of stone wall. Then Jabez would look out across the valley and perhaps see an American regiment at drill, without uniforms, ranks half-filled, looking like an array of scarecrows. His heart would sink despite his memories of Saratoga, and in such dark hours he could not believe it possible for even General Washington to win a battle in the coming summer campaign. It was on a bright day of June that Captain Allen McLean, the leader of scouts, galloped past the huts of the sentinels and shouted as he rode, "The British have marched out of Philadelphia. I have just cut my way through their skirmishes over in New Jersey." A little later, orderlies were buzzing out of the old stone house at headquarters, like bees from a hive, with orders for the troops to be ready to march. As Jabez Rockwell hurried to rejoin his regiment, men were shouting the glad news along the Green Valley, with songs and cheers and laughter. They fell in as a fighting army, and left behind them the tragic story of their winter at Valley Forge, as the trailing columns swept beyond the Schuylkill into the wide and smiling farmlands of Pennsylvania. Summer heat now blistered the dusty faces that had been for so long blue and pinched with hunger and cold. A week of glad marching and full rations carried Washington's awakened army into New Jersey, by which time the troops knew their chief was leading them to block the British retreat from Philadelphia. Jabez Rockwell, marching with the Connecticut Brigade, had forgotten his fears of the brass-capped Hessians and the Stonewall Grenadiers. One night they camped near Monmouth Village, and scouts brought in the tidings that the British were within sight. In the long summer twilight, Jabez climbed a little knoll hard by, and caught a glimpse of the white tents of the Queen's hangars, hardly beyond musket shot. Before daybreak, a rattle of firing woke him, and he scrambled out to find that the pickets were already exchanging shots. He picked up his old musket, and chewing a hunk of dry bread for breakfast, joined his company drawn up in a pasture. Knapsacks were piled near Freehold Meeting House, and the troops marched ahead, not knowing where they were sent. Across the wooded fields, Jabez saw the lines of red splotches which gleamed in the early sunlight, and he knew these were British troops. The rattling musket fire became a grinding roar, and the deeper note of artillery boomed into the tumult. A battle had begun, yet the Connecticut Brigade was stewing in the heat hour after hour, impatient, troubled, wondering why they had no part to play. As the forenoon dragged along, the men became sullen and weary. When at last an order came, it was not to advance but to retreat. Falling back, they found themselves near their camping place. Valley Forge had not quenched the faith of Jabez Rockwell in General Washington's power to conquer any odds, but now he felt such dismay as brought hot tears to his eyes. On both sides of his regiment, American troops were streaming to the rear, their columns broken and straggling. It seemed as if the whole army was fleeing from the veterans of Clinton and Cornwallis. Jabez flung himself into a cornfield and hid his face in his arms. Round him his comrades were muttering their anger and despair. He fumbled for his canteen, and his fingers closed round his powder horn. "General Washington did not give you to me to run away with," he whispered, and then his parched lips moved in a little prayer. "Dear Lord, help us to beat the British this day, and give me a chance to empty my powder horn before night. Thou hast been with General Washington and me ever since last year. Please don't desert us now." Nor was he surprised when, as if in direct answer to his petition, he rose to see the chief riding through the troop lines, but such a chief as he had never known before. The kindly face was aflame with anger and streaked with dust and sweat. The powerful horse he rode was lathered, and its heaving flanks were scarred from hard-driven spurs. As the commander passed the regiment, his staff in a whirlwind at his heels, Jabez heard him shout in a great voice, vibrant with rage and grief, "I cannot believe the army is retreating. I ordered a general advance. Who dared to give such an order? Advance those lines." "It was General Lee's order to retreat," Jabez heard an officer stammer in reply. Washington vanished in a moment with a storm of cheers in his wake. Jabez was content to wait for orders now. He believed the Battle of Monmouth as good as won. His recollection of the next few hours was jumbled and hazy. He knew that the regiment went forward, and then the white smoke of musket fire closed down before him. Now and then the summer breeze made rifts in the stifling cloud, and he saw it streaked with spouting fire. He aimed his old musket at that other foggy line behind the rail fence, whose top was lined with men in coats of red and green and black. Suddenly his officers began running to and fro, and a shout ran down the thin line. "Stand steady, Connecticut! Save your fire! Aim low! Here comes a charge!" A tidal wave of red and brass broke through the gaps in the rail fence, and the sunlight rippled along a wavering line of British bayonets. They crept nearer, nearer, until Jabez could see the grim ferocity, the bared teeth, the staring eyes of the dreaded grenadiers. At the command to fire he pulled trigger, and the kick of his musket made him grunt with pain. Pulling the stopper from his powder horn with his teeth, Jabez poured in a charge, and was ramming the bullet home when he felt his right leg double under him and burn as if red-hot iron had seared it. Then the charging tide of grenadiers swept over him. He felt their hobnailed heels bite into his back. Then his head felt queer, and he closed his eyes. When he found himself trying to rise, he saw, as through a mist, his regiment falling back, driven from their ground by the first shock of the charge. He groaned in agony of spirit. What would General Washington say? Jabez was now behind the headlong British column, which heeded him not. He was in a little part of the field cleared of fighting for the moment, except for the wounded who dotted the trampled grass. The smoke had drifted away, for the swaying lines in front of him were locked in the frightful embrace of cold steel. The boy staggered to his feet with his musket as a crutch, and his wound was forgotten. He was given strength to his need by the spirit of a great purpose. Alone he stood and reeled, while he beckoned, passionately, imploringly, his arm outstretched toward his broken regiment. The lull in the firing made a moment of strange quiet, broken only by groans and the hard, gasping curses of men locked in the death grip. Therefore the shrill young voice carried far as he shouted, "Come back, Connecticut! I'm waiting for you!" His captain heard the boy and waved his sword with hoarse cries to his men. They caught sight of the lonely figure in the background, and his cry went to their hearts. And a great wave of rage and shame swept the line like a prairie fire. Like a landslide, the men of Connecticut swept forward to recapture the ground they had yielded. Back fell the British before a countercharge they could not withstand, back beyond the rail fence. Nor was there refuge even there, for shattered and spent, they were smashed to fragments in a flank attack driven home in the nick of time by the American reserves. From a low hill to the right of the action, General Washington had paused to view the charge just when the line gave way. He sent an officer in hot haste for reserves, and waited for them where he was. Thus it happened that his eye swept the littered field from which Jabez Rockwell rose, as one from the dead, to rally his comrades, alone, undaunted, pathetic beyond words. A little later 2 privates were carrying to the rear the wounded lad, who had been picked up alive and conscious. They halted to salute their commander-in-chief, and laid their burden down as the general drew rein and said, "Take this man to my quarters, and see to it that he has every possible attention. I saw him save a regiment and retake a position." The limp figure on the litter of boughs raised itself on elbow, and said very feebly, "I didn't want to see that powder horn disgraced, sir." With a smile of recognition, General Washington responded, "The powder horn? I remember. You were the lad who led the powder horn rebellion at Valley Forge, and I wrote down 1776. You have used it well, my boy. I will not forget." When Jabez Rockwell was able to rejoin his company, he scratched upon the powder horn this addition to the legend he had carved at Valley Forge. First used at Monmouth, June 28, 1778. 100 years later, the grandson of Jabez Rockwell hung the powder horn in the old stone house at Valley Forge, which had been General Washington's headquarters. And if you should chance to see it there, you will find that the young soldier added one more line to the rough inscription. Last used at Yorktown, 1781. End of Jabez Rockwell's Powder Horn by Ralph D. Payne.
Chapter 28 of The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. A Man Who Coveted Washington's Shoes by Frank E. Stockton. The person whose story we are now about to tell was not a Jerseyman, but, as most of the incidents which make him interesting to us occurred in this state, we will give him the benefit of a few years' residence here. This was General Charles Lee, who might well have been called a soldier of fortune. He was born in England, but the British Isles were entirely too small to satisfy his wild ambitions, and his roving disposition. There are few heroes of romance who have had such a wide and varied experience, and who have engaged in so many strange enterprises. He was a brave man, and very able, but he had a fault which prevented him from being a high-class soldier, and that fault was, that he could not bear restraint, and was always restive under command of another, and, while always ready to tell other people what they ought to do, was never willing to be told what he ought to do. He joined the British army when he was a young man, and he first came to this country in 1757, when General Abercrombie brought over an army to fight the French. For 3 years Lee was engaged in the wilds and forests, doing battle with the Indians and French, and no doubt he had all the adventures an ordinary person would desire. But this experience was far from satisfactory. When he left America, he went to Portugal with another British army, and there he fought the Spanish with as much impetuosity as he had fought the French and Indians. Life was absolutely tasteless to Lee without a very strong sprinkle of variety. Consequently, he now tried fighting in an entirely different field, and went into politics. He became a Liberal, and with his voice fought the government for whom he had been previously fighting with his sword. But a few years of this satisfied him, and then he went to Poland, where he became a member of the king's staff, and as a Polish officer disported himself for 2 years. It is very likely that in Turkey a high-spirited man would find more opportunities for lively adventure than even in Poland. At any rate, Charles Lee thought so, and to Turkey he went, and entered into the service of the Sultan. Here he distinguished himself in a company of Turks who were guarding a great treasure in its transportation from Moldavia to Constantinople. No doubt he wore a turban and baggy trousers, and carried a great scimitar, for a man of that sort is not likely to do things by halves, when he does them at all. Having had such peculiar experiences in various armies in various parts of the world, Lee thought himself qualified to occupy a position of rank in the British army, and, coming back to England, he endeavored to obtain military promotion. But the government there did not seem to think he had learned enough in Poland and Turkey to enable him to take precedence of English officers accustomed to command English troops, and it declined to put him above such officers, and to give him the place he desired. Lee was not a man of mild temper. He became very angry at the treatment he received, and, abandoning his native country again, he went to Russia, where the Tsar gave him command of a company of wild Cossacks. But he did not remain long with the Cossacks. Perhaps they were not wild and daring enough to suit his fancy, although there are very few fancies which would not be satisfied with the reckless and furious demeanor generally attributed to these savage horsemen. He threw up his command and went to Hungary, and there he did some fighting in an entirely different fashion. Not having any opportunity to distinguish himself upon a battlefield, he engaged in a duel, and of course, as he was acting the part of a hero of romance, he killed his man. Hungary was not a suitable residence for him after the duel, and he went back to England, and there he found the country in a state of excitement in regard to the American colonies. Now, if there was anything that Lee liked, it was a state of excitement, and in the midst of this political hubbub he felt as much at home as if he had been charging the ranks of an enemy. Of course he took part against the government, for, as far as we know, he had always been against it, and he became a violent supporter of the rights of the colonists. He was so much in earnest in this matter that in 1773 he came to America to see for himself how matters stood. When he got over here, he became more strongly in favor of the colonists than he had been at home, and everywhere proclaimed that the Americans were right in resisting the unjust taxation claims of Great Britain. As he had always been ready to lay aside his British birthright and become some sort of a foreigner, he now determined to become an American, and to show that he was in earnest, he went down to Virginia and bought a farm there. Lee soon became acquainted with people in high places in American politics, and when the first Congress assembled, he was ready to talk with its members, urging them to stand up for their rights, and draw their swords and load their guns in defense of independence. It was quite natural that, when the Revolution really began, a man who was so strongly in favor of the patriots and had had so much military experience in so many different lands, should be allowed to take part in the war, and Charles Lee was appointed Major General. This was a high military position, much higher, in fact, than he could ever have obtained in his own country, but it did not satisfy him. The position he wanted was that of Commander in Chief of the American army, and he was surprised and angry that it was not offered to him, and that a man of his ability should be passed over, and that high place given to a person like George Washington, who knew but little of war, and had no idea whatever how the thing was done in Portugal, Poland, Russia, and Turkey, and who was, in fact, no more than a country gentleman. All this showed that these Americans were fools, who did not understand their best interests. But as there was a good chance for a fight, and, in fact, a good many fights, and as a major generalship was not to be sneered at, he accepted it, and resigned the commission which he held in the English army. He was doubtless in earnest in his desire to assist the Americans to obtain their independence, for he was always in earnest when he was doing anything that he was inclined to do. But he did not propose to sacrifice his own interests to the cause he had undertaken, and as, by entering the American army, he risked the loss of his estate in England, he arranged with Congress for compensation for such loss. But although General Lee was now a very ardent American soldier, he could not forgive Mr. Washington for taking command above him. If that Virginia gentleman had had the courtesy and good sense which were generally attributed to him, he would have resigned the supreme command, and, modestly stepping aside, would have asked General Lee to accept it. At least, that was the opinion of General Charles Lee. As this high and mighty soldier was so unwilling to submit to the orders of incompetent people, he never liked to be under the direct command of Washington, and, if it were possible to do so, he managed to be concerned in operations not under the immediate eye of the commander in chief. In fact, he was very jealous indeed of Washington, and did not hesitate to express his opinion about him whenever he had a chance. The American army was not very successful in Long Island, and there was a time when it fared very badly in New Jersey, and Lee was not slow to declare that these misfortunes were owing entirely to the ignorance of the man who was in command. Moreover, if there was any one who wanted to know if there was another man in the colonies who could command the army better, and lead it more certainly and speedily to victory, General Lee was always ready to mention an experienced soldier who would be able to perform that duty most admirably. If it had not been for this unfortunate and jealous disposition, Charles Lee, a very different man from Light Horse Harry Lee, would have been one of the most useful officers in the American army. But he had such a jealousy of Washington, and hoped so continually that something would happen which would give him the place then occupied by the Virginia country gentleman, that, although he was at heart an honest patriot, he allowed himself to do things which were not at all patriotic. He wanted to see the Americans successful in the country, but he did not want to see all that happened under the leadership of Washington. And if he could put an obstacle in the way of that incompetent person, he would do it, and be glad to see him stumble over it. In the winter of 1776, when the American army was taking its way across New Jersey towards the Delaware River with Cornwallis in pursuit, Washington was anxiously looking for the troops under the command of General Lee, who had been ordered to come to his assistance, and if ever assistance was needed, it was needed then. But Lee liked to do his own ordering, and, instead of hurrying to help Washington, he thought it would be a great deal better to do something on his own account, and so he endeavored to get into the rear of Cornwallis's army, thinking that, if he should attack the enemy in that way, he might possibly win a startling victory, which would cover him with glory, and show how much better a soldier he was than that poor Washington, who was retreating across the country, instead of boldly turning and showing fight. If Lee had been a true soldier, and had conscientiously obeyed the commands of his superior, he would have joined Washington and his army without delay, and a short time afterward would have found an opportunity of taking part in the battle of Trenton, in which the Virginia country gentlemen defeated the British, and gained one of the most important victories of the war. Lee pressed slowly onward, ready to strike a great blow for himself, and unwilling to help anybody else strike a blow, until he came to Morristown, and, after staying there one night, he proceeded in the direction of Basking Ridge, a pretty village not far away. Lee left his army at Bernardsville, which was then known as Vealtown, and rode on to Basking Ridge, accompanied only by a small guard. There he took lodgings at an inn, and made himself comfortable. The next morning he did not go and put himself at the head of his army, and move on, because there were various affairs which occupied his attention. Several of his guard wished to speak to him, some of them being men from Connecticut, who appeared before him in full-bottomed wigs, showing plainly that they considered themselves people who were important enough to have their complaints attended to. One of them wanted his horse shod, another asked for some money on account of his pay, and a third had something to say about rations. But General Lee cut them all off very shortly with, "You want a great deal, but you have not mentioned what you want most. You want to go home, and I shall be glad to let you go, for you are no good here." Then his adjutant general asked to see him, and he had a visit from a Major Wilkinson, who arrived that morning with a letter from General Gates. All these things occupied him very much, and he did not sit down to breakfast till 10 o'clock. Shortly after they had finished their meal, and Lee was writing a letter to General Gates, in which he expressed a very contemptible opinion of General Washington, Major Wilkinson saw, at the end of the lane which led from the house down to the main road, a party of British cavalry who dashed round the corner toward the house. The major immediately called out to General Lee that the redcoats were coming, but Lee, who was a man not to be frightened by sudden reports, finished signing the letter, and then jumped up to see what was the matter. By this time the dragoons had surrounded the house, and when he perceived this, General Lee naturally wanted to know where the guards were, and why they did not fire on these fellows. But there was no firing, and apparently there were no guards, and when Wilkinson went to look for them, he found their arms in the room which had been their quarters, but the men were gone. These private soldiers had evidently been quite as free and easy, and as bent upon making themselves comfortable, as had been the general, and they had had no thought that such a thing as a British soldier was anywhere in the neighborhood. When Wilkinson looked out of the door, he saw the guards running in every direction, with dragoons chasing them. What all this meant nobody knew at first, and Wilkinson supposed that it was merely a band of marauders of the British army, who were making a raid into the country to get what they could in the way of plunder. It was not long before this was found to be a great mistake, for the officer in command of the dragoons called from the outside, and demanded that General Lee should surrender himself, and that, if he did not do so in 5 minutes, the house would be set on fire. Now, it was plain to everybody that the British had heard of the leisurely advance of this American general, and that he had left his command and come to Basking Ridge to take his ease at an inn, and so they had sent a detachment to capture him. Soon the women of the house came to General Lee, and urged him to hide himself under a feather bed. They declared that they would cover him up, so that nobody would suspect that he was in the bed. Then they would tell the soldiers that he was not there, and that they might come and search the house if they chose. But although Lee was a jealous man and a hasty man, he had a soul above such behavior as this, and would not hide himself in a feather bed. But, as there was no honorable way of escape, he boldly came forward and surrendered himself. The British gave him no time to make any preparations for departure. They did not know but that his army might be on the way to Basking Ridge, and the sooner they were off the better. So they made him jump on Major Wilkinson's horse, which was tied by the door, and in his slippers and dressing gown, and without a hat, this bold soldier of wide experience, who thought he should be commander-in-chief of the American army, was hurried away at full gallop. He was taken to New York, where he was put into prison. It is said that Lee plotted against America during his imprisonment, but General Washington did not know that, and used every exertion to have him exchanged, so that his aspiring rival soon again joined the American army. But his misfortune had no effect upon General Charles Lee, who came back to his command with as high an opinion of himself and as low an opinion of certain other people as he had had when he involuntarily left it. It was some time after this, at the battle of Monmouth Courthouse, that Charles Lee showed what sort of man he really was. He had now become so jealous that he positively determined that he would not obey orders, and would act as he thought best. He had command of a body of troops numbering 5,000, a good-sized army for those days, and he was ordered to advance to Monmouth Courthouse and attack the enemy who were there, while Washington, with another force, would hasten to his assistance as rapidly as possible. Washington carried out his part of the plan, but when he had nearly reached Monmouth, he found to his amazement that Lee had gone there, but had done no fighting at all, and was now actually retreating and coming in his direction. As it would be demoralizing in the highest degree to his own command if Lee's armed forces in full retreat should come upon them, Washington hurried forward to prevent anything of the sort, and soon met Lee. When the latter was asked what was the meaning of this strange proceedings, he could give no good reason, except that he thought it better not to risk an engagement at that time. Then the Virginia country gentleman blazed out at the soldier of fortune, and it is said that no one ever heard George Washington speak to any other man as he spoke to General Lee on that day. He was told to go back to his command and to obey orders, and together the American forces moved on. In the battle which followed, the enemy was repulsed, but the victory was not so complete as it should have been, for the British departed in the night and went where they intended to go, without being cut off by the American army, as would have been the case if Lee had obeyed the orders which were given him. General Lee was very angry at the charges which Washington had made against him, and demanded that he should be tried by court-martial. His wish was granted. He was tried, and found guilty of every charge made against him, and in consequence was suspended from the army for 1 year. But Charles Lee never went back into the American army. Perhaps he had had enough of it. In any event, it had had enough of him, and 7 years afterwards, when he died of a fever, his ambition to stand in Washington's shoes died with him. While he lived on his Virginia farm, he was as impetuous and eccentric as when he had been in the army, and he must have been a very unpleasant neighbor. In fact, the people there thought he was crazy. This opinion was not changed when his will was read, for in that document he said, "I desire most earnestly that I may not be buried in any church or churchyard, or within a mile of any Presbyterian or Anabaptist meeting house, for since I have resided in this country, I have kept so much bad company when living, that I do not choose to continue it when dead." End of A Man Who Coveted Washington's Shoes, by Frank E. Stockton. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida. Chapter 29 of The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism, by William Patten. A Famous Fight Between an English and a French Frigate, by Rev. W. H. Fitchett, LL.D. One of the most famous frigate fights in British history is that between the Arethusa and La Belle Poule, fought off Brest on June 17, 1778. Who is not familiar with the name and fame of the saucy Arethusa? Yet there is a curious absence of detail as to the fight. The combat, indeed, owes its enduring fame to two somewhat irrelevant circumstances. First, that it was fought when France and England were not actually at war, but were trembling on the verge of it. The sound of the Arethusa's guns, indeed, was the signal of war between the two nations. The other fact is that an ingenious rhymester, scarcely a poet, crystallized the fight into a set of verses in which there is something of the true smack of the sea, and an echo, if not of the cannon's roar, yet of the rough-voiced mirth of the forecastle; and the sea fight lies embalmed, so to speak, and made immortal in the sea song. The Arethusa was a stumpy little frigate, scanty in crew, light in guns, attached to the fleet of Admiral Keppel, then cruising off Brest. Keppel had as perplexed and delicate a charge as was ever entrusted to a British admiral. Great Britain was at war with her American colonies, and there was every sign that France intended to add herself to the fight. No fewer than 32 sail of the line and 12 frigates were gathered in Brest Roads, and another fleet of almost equal strength in Toulon, Spain, too, was slowly collecting a mighty armament. What would happen to England if the Toulon and Brest fleets united, were joined by a third fleet from Spain, and the mighty array of ships thus collected swept up the British Channel? On June 13th, 1778, Keppel, with 21 ships of the line and 3 frigates, was dispatched to keep watch over the Brest fleet. War had not been proclaimed, but Keppel was to prevent a junction of the Brest and Toulon fleets by persuasion if he could, but by gunpowder in the last resort. Keppel's force was much inferior to that of the Brest fleet, and as soon as the topsails of the British ships were visible from the French coast, 2 French frigates, the Licorne and the La Belle Poule, with 2 lighter craft, bore down upon them to reconnoitre. But Keppel could not afford to let the French admiral know his exact force, and signalled to his own outlying ships to bring the French frigates under his lee. At 9 o'clock at night the Licorne was overtaken by the Milford, and with some rough sailorly persuasion and a hint of broadsides, her head was turned towards the British fleet. The next morning, in the grey dawn, the Frenchmen, having meditated on affairs during the night, made a wild dash for freedom. The America, an English 64, double, that is, the Licorne's size, overtook her and fired a shot across her bow to bring her to. Longford, the captain of the America, stood on the gunwale of his own ship, politely urging the captain of the Licorne to return with him. With a burst of Celtic passion, the French captain fired his whole broadside into the big Englishman, and then instantly hauled down his flag so as to escape any answering broadside. Meanwhile, the Arethusa was in eager pursuit of the Belle Poule, a fox terrier chasing a mastiff. The Belle Poule was a splendid ship, with heavy metal, and a crew more than twice as numerous as that of the tiny Arethusa. But Marshall, its captain, was a singularly gallant sailor, and not the man to count odds. The song tells the story of the fight in an amusing fashion. Come, all ye jolly sailors, whose hearts are cast in honor's mould, while England's glory I unfold. Huzza to the Arethusa! She is a frigate tight and brave, as ever stemmed the dashing wave. Her men are staunch to their favorite launch, and when the foe shall meet our fire, sooner than strike will all expire on board the Arethusa. On deck 500 men did dance, the stoutest they could find in France. We with 200 did advance on board the Arethusa. Our captain hailed the Frenchman, ho! The Frenchman then cried out, hello! Bear down, d'ye see, to our admiral's lee. No, no, says the Frenchman, that can't be. That I must lug you along with me, says the saucy Arethusa. As a matter of fact, Marshall hung doggedly on the Frenchman's quarter for 2 long hours, fighting a ship twice as big as his own. The Belle Poule was eager to escape. Marshall was resolute that it should not escape, and, try as he might, the Frenchman, during that fierce 2 hours' wrestle, failed to shake off his tiny but dogged antagonist. The Arethusa's masts were shot away, its jib boom hung a tangled wreck over its bows, its bulwarks were shattered, half its guns were dismounted, and nearly every third man in its crew struck down. But still it hung, with quenchless and obstinate courage, on the Belle Poule's quarter, and by its perfect seamanship, and the quickness and the deadly precision with which its lighter guns worked, reduced its towering foe to a condition of wreck almost as complete as its own. The terrier, in fact, was proving too much for the mastiff. Suddenly the wind fell. With topmasts hanging over the side, and canvas torn to ribbons, the Arethusa lay shattered and moveless on the sea. The shot-torn but loftier sails of the Belle Poule, however, yet held wind enough to drift her out of the reach of the Arethusa's fire. Both ships were close under the French cliffs, but the Belle Poule, like a broken-winged bird, struggled into a tiny cove in the rocks, and nothing remained for the Arethusa but to cut away her wreckage, hoist what sail she could, and drag herself sullenly back under jury masts to the British fleet. But the story of that 2 hours' heroic fight maintained against such odds sent a thrill of grim exultation through Great Britain. Menaced by the combination of so many mighty states, while her sea dogs were of this fighting temper, what had Great Britain to fear? In the streets of many a British seaport, and in many a British forecastle, the story of how the Arethusa fought was sung in deep-throated chorus. The fight was off the Frenchmen's land, we forced them back upon their strand, for we fought till not a stick would stand of the gallant Heroital. End of A Famous Fight Between an English and a French Frigate, by Rev. W. H. Fitchett, LL.D. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Chapter 30 of the Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism, by William Patten. The Trick of an Indian Spy, by Arthur Quiller Couch. It was in 1779, when America was struggling with England for her independence, and a division of the English redcoats were encamped on the banks of the Potomac. So admirably fortified was their position by river and steep woods, that no ordinary textbook of warfare would admit the possibility of surprising it. But Washington and his men did not conduct their campaigns by the book. "If you fight with art," said that general once to his soldiery, "you are sure to be defeated. Acquire discipline enough for retreat and the uniformity of combined attack, and your country will prove the best of engineers." In fact, it was with a guerrilla warfare and little else that the British had to contend. The Americans had enrolled whole tribes of Indians in their ranks, and made full use of the Indian habits of warfare. The braves would steal like snakes about the pathless forests, and dashing unexpectedly on the outposted redcoats, kill a handful in one fierce charge, and then retreat pell-mell back into their shelter. Whither to follow them was to court certain death. The injuries thus inflicted were not overwhelming, but they were teasing for all that. Day by day the waste went on, loss of sentinels, of stragglers, sometimes of whole detachments, and all this was more galling from the impossibility of revenge. In order to limit the depredations, it was the custom of the British commanders to throw forward their outposts to a great distance from the main body, to station sentinels far into the woods, and cover the main body with a constant guard. One regiment was suffering from little less than a panic. Perpetually and day after day sentinels had been missing. Worse than this, They had been surprised, apparently, and carried off without giving any alarm or having time to utter a sound. It would happen that a sentinel went forward to his post with finger upon his trigger, while his comrades searched the woods around and found them empty. When the relief came, the man would just be missing. That was all. There was never a trace left to show the manner in which he had been conveyed away. Only, now and then, a few drops of blood splashed on the leaves where he had been standing. The men grew more and more uneasy. Most suspected treachery. It was unreasonable, they argued, to believe that man after man could be surprised without having time to even fire his musket. Others talked of magic, and grew gloomy with strange suspicions of the Indian medicine men. At any rate, here was a mystery. Time would clear it up, no doubt, but meanwhile the sentry dispatched to his post felt like a man marked out for death. It was worse. Many men who would have marched with firm step to death in any familiar shape would go with pale cheeks and bowed knees to this fate of which nothing was known except that nothing was left of the victim. Matters at length grew intolerable. One morning, the sentinels having been set as usual overnight, the guard went on soon as dawn began to break to relieve a post that extended far into the woods. The sentinel was gone. They searched about, found his footprints here and there on the trodden leaves, but no blood, no trace of struggle, no marks of surrounding enemies. It was the old story, however, and they had almost given up the problem by this time. They left another man at the post and went their way back, wishing him better luck. "No need to be afraid," he called after them. "I will not desert." They looked back. He was standing with his musket ready to fly up to his shoulder at the slightest sound, his eyes searching the glades before him. There was nothing faint about Tom, they determined, and returned to the guardhouse. The sentinels were replaced every 4 hours, and at the regular time the guards again marched to relieve the post. The man was gone. They rubbed their eyes and searched again, but this one had disappeared as mysteriously as his fellows. Again there was no single trace, but it was all the more necessary that the post should not remain unguarded. They were forced to leave a third man and return, promising him that the colonel should be told of his danger as soon as they got back. It was panic indeed that filled the regiment when they returned to the guardhouse and told the news. The colonel was informed at once. He promised to go in person to the spot where the man was relieved and search the woods round about. This gave them some confidence, but they went nevertheless with the gloomiest forebodings as to their comrade's fate. As they drew near the spot they advanced at a run. Their fears were justified. The post was vacant, the man gone without a sound. In the blank astonishment that followed, the colonel hesitated. Should he station a whole company at the post? This would doubtless prevent further loss, but then it was little likely to explain the mystery, for the hands that had carried off 3 sentinels would, it was reasonable to believe, make no attempt to spirit away a whole company of men. And for future action, as well as to put an end to the superstitious terror of the soldiery, the vital necessity was to clear up the mystery. He had no belief in the theory that these men deserted. He knew them too well. He prided himself that he was thoroughly acquainted with his own regiment, and had well-grounded reasons for pride in his men. For this reason he was the more chary of exposing a 4th brave man where 3 had already been lost. However, it had to be done. The poor fellow whose turn it was to take the post, though a soldier of proved courage and even recklessness in action, positively shook from head to foot. "I must do my duty," he said to the colonel. "I know that well enough, but for all that I should like to lose my life with a bit of credit." There was no higher bravery than facing an indefinite terror such as this, as the colonel was at pains to point out, but he added, "I will leave no man here against his will." Immediately a soldier stepped out of the ranks. "Give me the post," he said quietly. The colonel looked at the volunteer admiringly, and spoke some words in praise of his courage. "No," said the man. "I have an idea, that is all. What I promise you is that I will not be taken alive. I shall give you a good deal of trouble, "Because you will hear of me on the least alarm. If I am given this post, I propose to fire my piece if I hear the slightest noise. If a bird chatters or a leaf falls, my musket shall go off. Of course you may be alarmed when nothing is the matter, but that's my condition, and you must take the chance." "Take the chance!" said the colonel. "It's the very wisest thing you can do. You're a fellow of courage, and what's more, you're a fellow with a head." He shook hands with him, as did the rest of the soldiers, with faces full of foreboding. "Come," said the man, "don't look so glum. Cheer up, and I shall have a story to tell you when we meet again." They left him and went back to the guard room again. An hour passed away in suspense. It seems as though every ear in the regiment were on the rack for the discharge of that musket. Hardly a man spoke, but as the minutes dragged along, the conviction gained ground that already the brave man had followed the fate of the other three. The colonel paced up and down in the guard room, as anxious as any of the men. He looked at his watch for the 20th time. An hour and 20 minutes had gone. Suddenly, down in the woods, the report of a musket rang out. Colonel, officers, and men poured out of the guard room almost without a word, and advanced at a double through the woods. The mystery was going to be solved at last, until quite close to the spot they were forced by the thickness of the forest to remain in ignorance of what had happened, and whether their comrade was dead or alive. But they shouted, and an answering "Hallo!" at last came back. As they turned into the glade where the sentinel had been posted, they beheld him advancing toward them and dragging another man along the ground by the hair of the head. He flung the body down. It was an Indian, stone dead, with a musket wound in his side. "How did it happen?" panted the colonel, beside himself with joy. "Well," said the soldier, saluting, "I gave your honor notice that I should fire if I heard the least noise, and that's what I did, and it saved my life. And it just happened in this way. I hadn't been long standing here, peering round till my eyes ached, when I heard a rustling about 50 yards away. I looked, and saw an American hog, of the sort that are common enough in these parts, coming down the glade opposite, crawling along the ground and sniffing to right and left, just as if he'd had no business in life but to sniff about for nuts under the fallen leaves and all about the roots of the trees. Boars are common enough, so I gave him a glance and didn't take much notice for some minutes. But after a while, thinks I to myself, no doubt the others kept their eyes about them sharp enough, and was only took in by neglecting something that seemed of no account. So being on the alarm, and having no idea what was to be feared and what was not, I woke up after some minutes and determined to keep my eyes on it and watch how it passed in and out among the trees. For I thought, if it comes on an Indian skulking about yonder, I may be able to learn something from its movements. Indians are thick enough here and to spare, but they're not so thick as nuts, for all that. So I kept glancing at the hog, and then looking round and glancing again. Not another creature was in sight, not a leaf rustling. And then all of a sudden, I can't tell why, it struck me as queer that the animal was snuffling around among the trees and making off to the right, seemingly for the thick coppice just behind my post. I didn't want anything behind me, you may be sure, not even a hog, and as it was now only a few yards from my coppice, I kept my eye more constantly on it, and cast up in my mind whether I should fire or not. It seemed foolish enough to rouse you all up by shooting a pig. I fingered my trigger, and couldn't for the life of me make up my mind what to do. I looked and looked, and the more I looked, the bigger fool I thought myself for being alarmed at it. It would be a rare jest against me that I mistook a pig for an Indian, and this was a hog sure enough. You've all seen scores of them, and know how they move. Well, this one was for all the world like any other, and I was almost saying to myself that 'twas more like the average hog than any hog I ever seen, when just as it got close to the thicket, I fancied it gave an unusual spring. At any rate, fancy or no, I didn't hesitate. I took cool aim, and directly I did so, felt sure I was right. The beast stopped in a hesitating sort of way, and by that I knew it saw what I was about, though up to the moment it had never seemed to be noticing me. An Indian's trick for a sovereign, thought I, and pulled the trigger. It dropped over like a stone, and then as I stood there, still doubting if it were a trap, and that I should fall into by running to look, I heard a groan, and the groan of a man, too. I loaded my musket and ran up to it. I had shot an Indian, sure enough, and that groan was his last. He had wrapped himself in the hogskin so completely, and his hands and feet were so neatly hid, and he imitated the animal's walk and noise so cleverly, that I swear, if you saw the trick played again here before you, your honor would doubt your honor's eyes, and seeing him at a distance, in the shadow of the trees, no man who had not lost 3 comrades before him, as I had, would ever have guessed. Here's the knife and tomahawk the villain had about him. You see, once in the coppice, he had only to watch his moment for throwing off the skin and jumping on me from behind. A dig in the back before a man had time to fire his piece was easy work enough. After that, it's easier still to drag the body off and hide it under a heap of leaves. The rebels pay these devils by the scalp, and no doubt if your honor looks about, you'll find the collection our friend here has already made today. End of The Trick of an Indian Spy. Chapter 31 of the Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism, by William Patten. The Man in the Auger Hole, by Frank R. Stockton. When we consider the American Revolution, we're apt to think of it as a great war which all the inhabitants of the colonies rose up against Great Britain, determined, no matter what might be the hardships and privations, no matter what the cost in blood and money, to achieve their independence and the right to govern themselves. But this was not the case. A great majority of the people of the colonies were ardently in favor of independence, but there were also a great many people, and we have no right to say that some of them were not very good people, who were as well satisfied that their country should be a colony of Great Britain as the Canadians are now satisfied with that state of things, and who were earnestly and honestly opposed to any separation from the mother country. The difference of opinion was the cause of great trouble and bloodshed among the colonists themselves, and the contests between the Tories and the Whigs were nowhere more bitter than in New Jersey. In some parts of the colony, families were divided against themselves, and not only did this result in quarrels and separations, but fathers and sons and brothers fought against each other. At one time the Tories, or as they came to be called, refugees, were in such numbers that they took possession of the town of Freehold, and held it for more than a week. And when at last the town was retaken by the patriotic forces, most of them being neighbors and friends of the refugees, several prominent Tories were hanged, and many others sent to prison. The feeling between the Americans of the two different parties was more violent than that between the patriots and the British troops, and before long it became entirely unsafe for any Tory to remain in his own home in New Jersey. Many of them went to New York, where the patriotic feeling was not so strong at that time, and there they formed themselves into a regular military company called the Associated Loyalists. And this company was commanded by William Temple Franklin, son of the great Benjamin Franklin, who had been appointed governor of New Jersey by the British crown. He was now regarded with great hatred by the patriots of New Jersey because he was a strong Tory. This difference of opinion between William Franklin and his father was the most noted instance of this state of feeling which occurred in those days. It will be interesting to look upon this great contest from a different point of view than that from which we are accustomed to regard it, and some extracts from the journal of a New Jersey lady who was a decided Tory will give us an idea of the feeling and condition of the people who were opposed to the Revolution. This lady was Mrs. Margaret Hill Morris, who lived in Burlington. She was a Quaker lady, and must have been a person of considerable wealth, for she had purchased the house on Green Bank, one of the prettiest parts of Burlington, overlooking the river, in which Governor Franklin had formerly resided. This was a fine house, and contained the room which afterwards became celebrated under the name of the Auger Hole. This had been built, for what reason is not known, as a place of concealment. It was a small room, entirely dark, but said to be otherwise quite comfortable, which could be approached only through a linen closet. In order to get at it, the linen had to be taken from the shelves drawn out, and a small door opened at the back of the closet, quite low down, so that the dark room could only be entered by stooping. In this Auger Hole, Mrs. Morris, who was a strong Tory, but a very good woman, had concealed a refugee who at the time was sought for by the adherents of the patriotic side, and who probably would have had a hard time of it if he had been caught, for he was a person of considerable importance. The name of the refugee was Jonathan Odell, and he was rector of St. Mary's Church in Burlington. He was a learned man, being a doctor as well as a clergyman, and a very strong Tory. He had been of much service to the people of Burlington, for when the Hessians had attacked the town, he had come forward and interceded with their commander, and had done his work so well that the soldiers were forbidden to pillage the town. But when the Hessians left, the American authorities began a vigorous search for Tories, and Parson Odell was obliged to conceal himself in good Mrs. Morris's Auger Hole. Mrs. Morris was apparently a widow, who lived alone with her 2 boys, and having this refugee in her house, she was naturally very nervous about the movements of the American troops and the actions of her neighbors of the opposite party. She kept a journal of the things that happened about her in those eventful days, and from this we will give some extracts. It must be understood that in writing her journal, the people designated as the enemy were the soldiers under Washington, and that gondolas were American gunboats. From the 13th to the 16th we had various reports of the advancing and retiring of the enemy. Parties of armed men rudely entered the town, and diligent search was made for Tories. Some of the gondola gentry broke into and pillaged Red Smith's house on the bank. About noon this day, the 16th, a very terrible account of thousands coming into the town, and now actually to be seen on Gallows Hill. My incautious son caught up the spyglass, and was running towards the hill to look at them. I told him it would be liable to misconstruction. The journal states that the boy went out with the spyglass, but could get no good place from which he could see Gallows Hill or any troops upon it, and so went down to the river, and thought he would take a view of the boats in which were the American troops. He rested his spyglass on the low limb of a tree, and with a boyish curiosity inspected the various boats of the little fleet, not suspecting that any one would object to such a harmless proceeding. But the people on the boat saw him, and did object very much, and the consequence was that not long after he reached his mother's house, a small boat from one of the vessels came to shore. A party of men went to the front door of the house in which they had seen the boy enter, and began to loudly knock upon it. Poor Mrs. Morris was half frightened to death, and she made as much delay as possible in order to compose her features, and act as if she had never heard of a refugee who wished to hide himself from his pursuers. In the mild manner in which Quaker women are always supposed to speak, she asked them what they wanted. They quickly told her that they had heard that there was a refugee, to whom they applied some very strong language, who was hiding somewhere about here, and that they had seen him spying at them with a glass from behind a tree, and afterwards watched him as he entered this house. Mrs. Morris declared that they were entirely mistaken, that the person they had seen was no one but her son, who had gone out to look at them as any boy might do, and who was perfectly innocent of any designs against them. The men may have been satisfied with this explanation with regard to her son, but they asserted that they knew there was a refugee concealed somewhere in that neighborhood, and they believed that he was in an empty house near by, of which they were told she had the key. Mrs. Morris, who had given a signal previously agreed upon to the man in the auger hole to keep very quiet, wished to gain as much time as possible, and exclaimed, "Bless me, I hope you are not Hessians." "Do we look like Hessians?" asked one of them rudely. "Indeed, I don't know." "Did you ever see a Hessian?" "No, never in my life, but they are men, and you are men, and may be Hessians for anything I know. But I will go with you into Colonel Cox's house, though indeed it was my son at the mill. He is but a boy, and meant no harm. He wanted to see the troops." So she took the key of the empty house referred to, and went in ahead of the men, who searched the place thoroughly, and after finding no place where anybody could be, they searched one or two of the houses adjoining. But for some reason they did not think it worth while to go through Mrs. Morris's own house. Had they done so, it is not probable that the good lady could have retained her composure, especially if they had entered the room in which was the linen closet. For even had they been completely deceived by the piles of sheets and pillow-cases, there is no knowing but that the unfortunate man in the auger hole might have been inclined to sneeze. But although she was a brave woman and very humanely inclined, Mrs. Morris felt she could no longer take the risk of a refugee in her house, and so that night after dark she went up to the parson in the auger hole and made him come out, and she took him into the town, where he was concealed by some of the Tory citizens, who were better adapted to take care of the refugee than this lone Quaker woman with her 2 inquisitive boys. It is believed that soon after this he took refuge in New York, which was then in the hands of the British. Further on in the journal Mrs. Morris indulges in some moral reflections in regard to the war in which her countrymen were engaged, and no one of right feeling will object to her sentiments. January 14th. I hear General Howe sent a request to Washington, desiring 3 days' cessation of arms to take care of the wounded and bury the dead, which was refused. What a woeful tendency war has to harden the human heart against the tender feelings of humanity! Well may it be called a horrid art thus to change the nature of man. I thought that even barbarous nations had a sort of religious regard for their dead. After this the journal contains many references to warlike scenes on the river and warlike sounds from the country around. Numbers of gondolas filled with soldiers went up and down the river, at times cannon from distant points firing alarums, at other times the roaring of great guns from a distance, showing that a battle was going on, kept the people of Burlington in a continual excitement, and Mrs. Morris, who was entirely cut off from her relatives and friends, several of whom were living in Philadelphia, was naturally very anxious and disturbed in regard to events, of which she had heard but little and perhaps understood less. One day she saw a number of gunboats with flags flying and drums beating, that were going, she was told, to attend a court-martial at which a number of refugees, men of her party, were to be tried by General Putnam, and it was believed that if they were found guilty they would be executed. After a time Mrs. Morris found an opportunity of showing that although in principle she might be a Tory, she was at heart a good kind Quaker lady, ready to give help to suffering people, no matter whether they belonged to the side she favored or to that which she opposed. Some of the people who came up the river in the gunboats, and in many cases the soldiers, brought their wives with them, probably as cooks, were taken sick during that summer, and some of these invalids stopped at Burlington, being unable to proceed farther. Here, to their surprise, they found no doctors, for all the patriots of that profession had gone to the army, and the Tory physician had departed to the British lines. But, as is well known, the women in the early days of New Jersey were often obliged to be physicians, and among the good housewives of Burlington, who knew all about herb teas, homemade plasters, and potions, Mrs. Morris held a high position. The sick Continentals were told that she was just as good as a doctor, and besides was a very kind woman, always ready to help the sick and the suffering. So some of the sick soldiers came to her, and from what Mrs. Morris wrote, 1 or 2 of them must have been the same men who had previously come to her house and threatened the life of her boy, who had been looking at them with a spyglass. But now they very meekly and humbly asked her to come and attend their poor comrades who were unable to move. At first Mrs. Morris thought this was some sort of a trick, and that they wanted to get her on board of one of the gunboats and carry her away. But when she found that the sick people were in a house in the town, she consented to go and do what she could. And so she took her bottles with her, and her boxes, and her herbs, and visited the sick people, several of whom she found were women. They were all afflicted with some sort of a fever, probably of a malarial kind, contracted from living day and night on board of boats without proper protection, and knowing just what to do with such cases, she, to use her own expression, treated them according to art, and it was not long before they all recovered. What happened in consequence of this hospital work for those whom she considered her enemies is thus related by Mrs. Morris. I thought I had received all my pay when they thankfully acknowledged all my kindness, but lo! in a short time afterwards a very rough, ill-looking man came to the door and asked for me. When I went to him, he drew me aside and asked me if I had any friends in Philadelphia. The question alarmed me, supposing that there was some mischief meditated against that poor city. However, I calmly said, I have an ancient father-in-law, some sisters, and other near friends there. Well, said the man, do you wish to hear from them, or send anything by way of refreshment to them? If you do, I will take charge of it, and bring you back anything you may send for. I was very much surprised, to be sure, and thought he only wanted to get provisions to take to the gondolas. When he told me his wife was one I had given medicine to, and this was the only thing he could do to pay me for my kindness, my heart leaped for joy, and I set about preparing something for my dear absent friends. A quarter of beef, some veal, fowls, and flour were soon put up, and about midnight the man came and took them away in his boat. Mrs. Morris was not mistaken in trusting to the good intentions of this grateful continental soldier, for, as she says, 2 nights later there came a loud knocking at the door. Opening the chamber window, we heard a man's voice saying, "Come down softly, and open the door, but bring no light." There was something mysterious in such a call, and we concluded to go down and set the candle in the kitchen. When we got to the front door, we asked, "Who are you?" The man replied, "A friend. Open quickly." So the door was opened, and who should it be but our honest gondola man, with a letter, a bushel of salt, a jug of molasses, a bag of rice, some tea, coffee, and sugar, and some cloth for a coat for my poor boys, all sent by my kind sisters. How did our hearts and eyes overflow with love to them, and thanks to our Heavenly Father for such seasonable supplies! May we never forget it. Being now so rich, we thought it our duty to hand out a little to the poor around us, who were mourning for want of salt. So we divided the bushel, and gave a pint to every poor person who came for it, and had a great plenty for our own use. As the war drew to its close, and it became plain to every one that the cause of the patriots must triumph, the feeling between the two parties of Americans became less bitter, and the Tories in many cases saw that it would be wise for them to accept the situation and become loyal citizens of the United States of America, as before they had been loyal subjects of Great Britain. When peace was at last proclaimed, those Tories who were prisoners were released, and almost all of them who had owned farms or estates had them returned to them, and Mrs. Morris could visit her ancient father-in-law and her sisters in Philadelphia, or they could come up the river and visit her in her house on the beautiful green bank at Burlington, without fear or thought of those fellow countrymen who had been their bitter enemies. End of The Man in the Auger Hole. Chapter 32 of the Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism by William Patten. The Remarkable Voyage of the Bounty by Anonymous. This is the story of a man who, when in command of his ships, and when everything went prosperously with him, was so overbearing and cruel that some of his men, in desperation at the treatment they received, mutinied against him. But the story shows another side of his character in adversity, which it is impossible not to admire. In 1787 Captain Bligh was sent from England to Otaheite in charge of the Bounty, a ship which had been especially fitted out to carry young plants of the breadfruit tree for transplantation in the West Indies. The breadfruit grows on a spreading tree about the size of a large apple tree. The fruit is round and has a thick, tough rind. It is gathered when it is full grown, and while it is still green and hard. It is then baked in an oven until the rind is black and scorched. This is scraped off, and the inside is soft and white like the crumb of a penny loaf. The Otaheitans use no other bread but the fruit kind. It is therefore little wonder that the West Indian planters were anxious to grow this valuable fruit in their own islands, as, if it flourished there, food would be provided with little trouble for their servants and slaves. In the passage to Otaheite, Captain Bligh had several disturbances with his men. He had an extremely irritable temper, and would often fly into a passion and make the most terrible accusations, and use most terrible language to his officers and sailors. On one occasion he ordered the crew to eat some decayed pumpkins instead of their allowance of cheese, which he said they had stolen from the ship's stores. The pumpkin was to be given to the men at the rate of 1 pound of pumpkin to 2 pounds of biscuits. The men did not like accepting the substitute on these terms, and when the captain heard this he was infuriated, and ordered the first man of each mess to be called by name, at the same time saying to them, "I'll see who will dare refuse the pumpkin, or anything else I may order to be served out." Then, after swearing at them in a shocking way, he ended by saying, "I'll make you eat grass, or anything else you can catch, before I have done with you," and threatened to flog the first man who dared to complain again. While they were at Otaheite, several of the sailors were flogged for small offenses or without reason, and on the other hand, during the 7 months they stayed at the island, both officers and men were allowed to spend a great deal of time on shore, and were given the greatest possible liberty. Therefore, when the breadfruit plants were collected, and they weighed anchor on April 4th in 1787, it is not unlikely they were loath to return to the strict discipline of the ship, and to leave an island so lovely, and where it was possible to live in the greatest luxury without any kind of labor. From the time they sailed until April 27, Christian, the third officer, had been in constant hot water with Captain Bligh. On the afternoon of that day, when the captain came on deck, he missed some cocoanuts that had been heaped up between the guns. He said at once they had been stolen, and that it could not have happened without the officers knowing of it. And when they told him they had not seen any of the crew touch them, he cried, "Then you must have taken them yourselves." After this he questioned them separately. When he came to Christian, the latter answered, "I do not know, sir, but I hope you do not think me so mean as to be guilty of stealing yours." The captain swore terribly, and said, "You must have stolen them from me, or you would be able to give a better account of them." He turned to the others with much more abuse, saying, "You scoundrels, you're all thieves alike, and combine with the men to rob me. I suppose you'll steal my yams next, but I'll sweat you for it, you rascals. I'll make half of you jump overboard before you get through Endeavour Straits." And then he turned to the clerk, giving the order to give them but half a pound of yams to-morrow. If they steal them, I'll reduce them to a quarter. That night Christian, who was hardly less passionate and resentful than the captain, told 2 of the midshipmen, Stewart and Hayward, that he intended to leave the ship on a raft, as he could no longer endure the captain's suspicion and insults. He was very angry and excited, and made some preparations for carrying out his plan, though these had to be done with the greatest secrecy and care. It was his duty to take the morning watch, which is from 4 to 8 o'clock, and this time he thought would be a good opportunity to make his escape. He had only just fallen into a restless slumber when he was called to take his turn. He got up with his brain still alert with a sense of injury and wrong, and most curiously alive to seize any opportunity which might lead to an escape from so galling a service. On reaching the deck, he found the mate of the watch had fallen asleep, and that the other midshipman was not to be seen. Then he made a sudden determination to seize the ship, and rushing down the gangway ladder, whispered his intention to Matthew Quintal and Isaac Martin, seamen, both of whom had been flogged. They readily agreed to join him, and several others of the watch were found to be quite as willing. Someone went to the armorer for the keys of the arm chest, telling him they wanted to fire at a shark alongside. Christian then armed those men whom he thought he could trust, and putting a guard at the officers' cabins, went himself with 3 other men to the captain's cabin. It was just before sunrise when they dragged him from his bed, and tying his hands behind his back, threatened him with instant death if he should call for help or offer any kind of resistance. He was taken up to the quarter-deck in his night clothes, and made to stand against the mizzen-mast with 4 men to guard him. Christian then gave orders to lower the boat in which he intended to cast them adrift, and one by one the men were allowed to come up the hatchways and made to go over the side of the ship into it. Meanwhile no heed was given to the remonstrances, reasoning, and prayers of the captain, saving threats of death unless he was quiet. Some twine, canvas, sails, a small cask of water, and a quadrant and compass were put into the boat, also some bread and a small quantity of rum and wines. When this was done, the officers were brought up one by one and forced over the side. There was a great deal of rough joking at the captain's expense, who was still made to stand by the mizzen-mast, and much bad language was used by everybody. When all the officers were out of the ship, Christian said, "Come, Captain Bligh, your officers and men are now in the boat, and you must go with them. If you make the least resistance, you will be instantly put to death." He was lowered over the side with his hands still fastened behind his back, and directly after the boat was veered astern with a rope. Someone, with a little pity for them, threw in some pieces of pork and some clothes, as well as 2 or 3 cutlasses, and these were the only arms given. There were altogether 19 men in this pitiful strait. Although much of the conduct of the mutineers is easily understood with regard to the captain, the wholesale crime of thrusting so many innocent persons out to the mercy of the winds and waves, or to the death from hunger and thirst, which they must have believed would inevitably overtake them, is incomprehensible. As the Bounty sailed away, leaving them to their fate, those in the boat cast anxious looks to the captain, wondering what should be done. At a time when his mind must have been full of the injury he had received and the loss of his ship, at a moment when his plans were so flourishing, and he had every reason to congratulate himself as to the ultimate success of the undertaking, it is much in his favor that he seems to have realized their unfortunate position, and to have been determined to make the best of it. His first care was to see how much food they had. On examining it, they found there was 150 pounds of bread, 32 pounds of pork, 6 quarts of rum, 6 bottles of wine, and 28 gallons of water. As they were so near Tofoa, they determined to put in there for a supply of breadfruit and water, so that they might keep their other provisions. But after rowing along the coast for some time, they only discovered some cocoanut trees on the top of a stony cliff, against which the sea beat furiously. After several attempts they succeeded in getting about 20 nuts. The second day they failed to get anything at all. However, some natives came down to the boat and made inquiries about the ship, but the captain unfortunately told the men to say she had been lost, and that only they were saved. This proved most disastrous, for the treacherous natives, finding they were defenseless, at first brought them presents of breadfruit, plantains, and cocoanuts, rendering them all more hopeful and cheerful by their kindness. But toward night their numbers increased in a most alarming manner, and soon the whole beach was lined with them. Presently they began knocking stones together, by which the men knew they intended to make an attack upon them. They made haste to get all the things into the boat, and all but one, named John Norton, succeeded in reaching it. The natives rushed upon this poor man and stoned him to death. Those in the boat put to sea with all haste, but were again terribly alarmed to find themselves followed by natives in canoes, from which they renewed the attack. Many of the sailors were a good deal hurt by stones, and they had no means at all with which to protect themselves. At last they threw some clothes overboard. These tempted the enemy to stop to pick them up, and as soon as night came on they gave up the chase and returned to the shore. All the men now begged Captain Bligh take them towards England, but he told them there could be no hope of relief until they reached Timor, a distance of a full 1,200 leagues, and that if they wished to reach it, they would have to content themselves with 1 ounce of bread and 1/4 of a pint of water a day. They all readily agreed to this allowance of food, and made a most solemn oath not to depart from their promise to be satisfied with that small quantity. This was about May 2nd. After the compact was made, the boat was put in order. The men divided into watches, and they bore away under a reefed lug foresail. A fierce sun rose on the 3rd, which is commonly a sign of rough weather, and filled the almost hopeless derelicts with a new terror. In an hour or two it blew very hard, and the sea ran so high that their sail was becalmed between the waves, and they did not dare to set it when on the top of the sea, for the water rushed in over the stern of the boat, and they were obliged to bail with all their might. The bread was in bags, and in the greatest danger of being spoiled by the wet. They were obliged to throw some rope and the spare sails overboard, as well as all the clothes but what they wore, to lighten the boat, and then the carpenter's tool chest was cleared, and the bread put into it. They were all very wet and cold, and a teaspoonful of rum was served to each man, with 1/4 of a breadfruit, which was so bad that it could hardly be eaten. But the captain was determined, at all risks, to keep to the compact they had entered into, and to make their provisions last 8 weeks. In the afternoon the sea ran even higher, and at night it became very cold. But still they did not dare to leave off bailing for an instant, although their legs and arms were numb with fatigue and wet. In the morning a teaspoonful of rum was served to all, and 5 small cocoanuts divided for their dinner, and every one was satisfied. When the gale had subsided, they examined the bread, and found a great deal of it had become mouldy and rotten, but even this was carefully kept and used. The boat was now near some islands, but they were afraid to go on shore, as the natives might attack them. While being in sight of land, where they might replenish their poor stock of provisions and rest themselves, added to their misery. One morning they hooked a fish, and were overjoyed at their good fortune. But in trying to get it into the boat it was lost, and again they had to content themselves with the damaged bread and small allowance of water for their supper. They were dreadfully cramped for room, and were obliged to manage so that half their number should lie down in the bottom of the boat or upon a chest, while the others sat up and kept watch. Their limbs became so stiff from being constantly wet, and from want of space to stretch them in, that after a few hours' sleep they were hardly able to move. About May 7th they passed what the captain supposed must be the Fiji Islands, and 2 large canoes put off and followed them for some time, but in the afternoon they gave up the chase. It rained heavily that day, and every one in the boat did his best to catch some water, and they succeeded in increasing their stock to 34 gallons, besides having had enough to drink for the first time since they had been cast adrift. But the rain made them very cold and miserable, as they had no dry clothes. The next morning they had 1.5 ounces of pork, a teaspoonful of rum, half a pint of cocoanut milk, and 1 ounce of bread for breakfast, which was quite a large meal for them. Through 15 weary days and nights of ceaseless rain they toiled, sometimes through fierce storms of thunder and lightning, and before terrific seas lashed into foam and fury by swift and sudden squalls, with only their miserable pittance of bread and water to keep body and soul together. In this rain and storm the little sleep they got only added to their discomfort, save for the brief forgetfulness it brought, for they had to lie down in water in the bottom of the boat, and with no covering but the streaming clouds above them. The captain then advised them to wring their clothes through sea water, which they found made them feel much warmer for a time. On May 17th every one was ill and complaining of great pain, and begging for more food, but the captain refused to increase their allowance, though he gave them all a small quantity of rum. Until the 24th they flew before the wild seas that swept over stem and stern of their boat, and kept them constantly bailing. Some of them now looked more than half dead from starvation, but no one suffered from thirst, as they had absorbed so much water through their skin. A fine morning dawned on the 25th, when they saw the sun for the first time for 15 days, and were able to eat their scanty allowance in more comfort and warmth. In the afternoon there were numbers of birds called boobies and noddies near, which are never seen far from land. The captain took this opportunity to look at the state of their bread, and found that if they did not exceed their allowance, there was enough to last for 29 days, when they hoped to reach Timor. That afternoon some noddies came so near the boat that one was caught. These birds are about the size of a small pigeon. It was divided into 18 parts and given by lot. The men were much amused when they saw the beak and claws fall to the lot of the captain. The bird was eaten, bones and all, with bread and water for dinner. Now they were in calmer seas. They were overtaken by a new trouble. The heat of the sun became so great that many of them were overcome by faintness, and lay in the bottom of the boat in an apathetic state all day, only rousing themselves towards evening, when the catching of birds was attempted. On the morning of the 28th the sound of breakers could be heard plainly. They had reached the Great Barrier Reef, which runs up much of the east coast of Australia. After some little time a passage nearly a quarter of a mile in width was discovered through the reef, and they were carried by a strong current into the peaceful waters which lie within the barrier. For a little time they were so overjoyed that their past troubles were forgotten. The dull blue-gray lines of the mainland, with its white patches of glaring sandhills, could be seen in the distance, and that afternoon they landed on an island. They found the rocks around it were covered with oysters and huge clams, which could easily be got at low tide. Some of their party, sent out to reconnoitre, returned greatly pleased at having found plenty of fresh water. A fire was made by help of a small magnifying glass. Among the things thrown into the boat from the ship was a small copper pot, and thus, with a mixture of oysters, bread, and pork, a stew was made, and every one had plenty to eat. The day after they landed was the 29th of May, the anniversary of the restoration of King Charles II, and as the captain thought it applied to their own renewed health and strength, he named it Restoration Island. After a few days' rest, which did much to revive the men, and when they had filled all their vessels with water and had gathered a large supply of oysters, they were ready to go on again. As they were about to start, everybody was ordered to attend prayers, and as they were embarking, about 20 naked savages came running and shouting toward them, each carrying a long barbed spear, but the English made all haste to put to sea. For several days they sailed over the lake-like stillness of the barrier reef-bound waters, and past the bold desolations of the Queensland coast, every headland and bay there bearing the names Cook gave them only a few years before, and which still tell us by that nomenclature each its own story of disappointment and hope. Still making way to the north, they passed many more islands and keys, the onward passage growing hot and hotter, until June 3rd, when they doubled Cape York, the peninsula which is all but unique in its northward bend. They were again in the open sea. By this time many of them were ill with malaria, and then for the first time some of the wine which they had with them was used. But the little boat still bravely made its way with its crew, whose faces were so hollow and ghastly that they looked like a crew of spectres, sailing beneath the scorching sun that beat down from the pale blue of the cloudless sky, upon a sea hardly less blue in its greater depths. Only the hope that they would soon reach Timor seemed to rouse them from a state of babbling delirium or fitful slumber. On the 11th the captain told them they had passed the meridian of the east of Timor, and at 3 o'clock on the next morning they sighted the land. It was on Sunday, June 14th, when they arrived at Company Bay and were received with every kindness by the people. And thus ended one of the most remarkable voyages that have ever been made. They had been sent out with provisions only sufficient for their number for 5 days, and Captain Bligh had, by his careful calculation and determination to give each man only that equal portion they had agreed to accept, made it last for 50 days, during which time they had come 3,618 nautical miles. There had been days when the men were so hunger-driven that they had besought him with pitiful prayers for more to eat, and when it was his painful duty to refuse it; and times, as they passed those islands where plentiful food could be got, when he had to turn a deaf ear to their longings to land. He had to endure the need of food, the cramped position, the uneasy slumber, as did his men, as well as the more perfect knowledge of their dangers. There had been days and nights, while he worked out their bearings, when he had to be propped up as he took the stars or sun. It was therefore Captain Bligh's good seamanship, his strict discipline and fairness in the method of giving food and wine to those who were sick, that enabled them to land at Timor with the whole of their number alive, with the exception of the one man who was stoned to death by the savages at Tofoa. End of the remarkable voyage of the Bounty. Chapter 33 of the Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism, by William Patten. The Two Boy Hostages at the Siege of Seringapatam, by Anonymous. In the year 1791, Lord Cornwallis, then Governor-General of India, made preparations for a final and decisive campaign against Tippoo. He had not proved himself a successful commander in America, where he was compelled to surrender himself and army to Washington. But this time fortune was to follow his arms. His great object was to capture the principal stronghold of the tyrant, Seringapatam. With this in view, he proceeded to reduce all the intermediate fortresses, and in February of 1792 appeared in sight of the famous city, in the dungeons of which many a British soldier had suffered both a weary imprisonment and a cruel death. The army gazed with admiration and wonder on this magnificent Oriental city, its vast extent of embattled walls bristling with cannon, on the domes of its mosques which rose above them, on the cupolas of its splendid palaces, and the lofty facades of the great square pagodas. It was garrisoned by no less than 45,000 men, while beneath its walls were encamped the troops of the Sultan. To attempt the capture of so strong a place seemed an impossibility. Great indeed would be the issue of the contest between the two hostile armies. Should the British and their allies be defeated, there was nothing before them but a disastrous retreat over hundreds of miles of country already laid waste by sword and fire; while if Tippoo suffered a reverse, nothing remained for him but a humiliating surrender. The ardor of Cornwallis's troops had been kindled by the stories of the frightful tortures which the despot had practised upon his helpless prisoners, and they were passionately desirous of avenging them. Although his forces were far inferior in number, Lord Cornwallis decided upon an immediate attack on the enemy's camp in 3 divisions. The evening was calm and beautiful, the moon just rising to shed her silvery light over the scene, as the troops moved on in silence, but with hearts beating high with courage and hopes of success. Lord Cornwallis himself led the center division, sword in hand, and headed several bayonet charges, during which he received a wound in the hand. The attack took Tippoo by complete surprise. On the first alarm he rushed from his gorgeous tent and sprang on to his horse, and as he did so a mass of fugitives thronged past him, conveying the intelligence that his center had been penetrated, and a column was marching to cut off his retreat from the great ford leading across the river Cauvery to Seringapatam. He had only just time to make good his escape. All night the fighting raged, and by morning Tippoo reckoned he had lost in killed, wounded, and missing no less than 23,000 men. Being unable to recapture his largest, the Sultan's redoubt, he abandoned all the others, and in a fit of despair withdrew his forces to the island and fortresses of Seringapatam, there to make a last stand. The besiegers pressed forward with vigor, and on its two principal sides the city was completely invested. The pioneers and working parties were actively at work, and soon turned Tippoo's wonderful garden into a scene of desolation. The Sultan saw that his situation was becoming desperate, and made an attempt to negotiate, but at the same time thought to paralyze the efforts of the English and end the war by procuring the assassination of their chief. A number of horsemen, drugged and maddened by bhang, vowed to bring to the Sultan the head of his foe, and lay it at his feet as an offering. They made a dash into the British camp, but before they could secure their trophy were routed and most of them slain. It is impossible to enumerate all the deeds of heroism performed during the battle and the progress of the siege. The bravery of Captain Hugh Sibbald, who with 100 Highlanders captured and defended the Sultan's redoubt against innumerable odds; of the courage of Major Dalrymple, with his Highlanders and Bengal infantry, who, to draw attention from the working parties, crossed the Cauvery and fell furiously upon Tippoo's cavalry camp. Every British soldier seemed animated with a dauntless courage. Meantime a trench had been opened within 800 yards of the walls, and the advances carried on with spirit and energy. The anger of the Oriental despot manifested itself by a continual discharge of cannon. 18 days after the battle, everything was ready for a grand attack upon the citadel of Seringapatam. The British soldiers, flushed with success, and burning to avenge the cruel sufferings and murders of their countrymen, were eager to commence the assault. The besieged, crushed, despairing, expected every minute to hear the roar of the breaching batteries and to see their stately mosques in flames. At this moment, so full of anticipation, orders were issued to cease all acts of hostility. Tippoo had sued for peace, but at the very instant the order for cessation of firing was issued, every gun that could be brought to bear upon the trenches and the musketry from all available points were ordered by the Sultan to be fired. In the treaty which was now drawn up, Tippoo not only agreed to release all his prisoners, but to pay the equivalent of $16,500,000, yield up half his possessions, and to place into the hands of the British his 2 eldest sons, to be retained as hostages till the due performance of his pledges. Never before had Indian history presented so touching a spectacle as that scene on the day when the young princes were delivered into the hands of their father's conquerors. On the morning of the 26th of February, 20 days only after the appearance of the British before the walls, the 2 youthful hostages, each mounted on a richly caparisoned elephant, left the fort. Soldiers and citizens, stirred by deep sympathy, thronged the ramparts to take one last look at the 2 boys. Even the stern and cruel Tippoo himself was moved, and found it difficult to repress his emotion, as standing on the bastion above the great entrance he watched the procession. When the youthful hostages issued from the fortress, the guns of Seringapatam thundered forth a salute, and as they approached the British lines they were received with similar honors. Accompanied by the English negotiator of the terms of peace and a guard of honor, they were met at the outposts and conveyed to the camp. Each was seated in a howdah of chased silver. They were arrayed in robes of white, with red turbans in which a spray of pearls was fastened, while jewels and diamonds of great value were around and suspended from their necks. Arkaras, or Brahmin messengers of trust, headed the procession, and 7 standard bearers, each carrying a small green banner displayed on a rocket pole. After these marched 100 pikemen, whose weapons were inlaid with silver. Their escort was a squadron of cavalry with 200 sepoy soldiers. They were received by the troops in line, with presented arms, drums beating, and officers in front saluting. Being conducted to the tent of Lord Cornwallis, who stood at the entrance surrounded by his staff and the various colonels of the regiments, they descended from their howdahs and approached him. Embracing them both, he took them by the hand and led them inside. Although of the respective ages of 10 and 12 years, the children appeared to possess all the politeness and reserve of manhood. The principal officer of Tippoo, after having formally surrendered them to the general, said, "These children were this morning the sons of my master, the Sultan. Their situation is now changed. They must look up to your lordship as their father." Early in the year 1794, Tippoo having fulfilled all the terms of the treaty, the 2 youthful hostages were restored to their father. They were conducted by an officer to Dianhali, on a plain near which the Sultan had pitched his tent. The 2 boys knelt to their father, placing their heads at his feet. He received them apparently unmoved, touched their necks, and when they arose, pointed to their seats. And this was all the welcome they publicly received. End of the 2 boy hostages at the siege of Seringapatam.
Chapter 34 of The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism, by William Patten. The Man Who Spoiled Napoleon's Destiny, by Rev. W. H. Fitchett, LL.D. From March 18th to May 20th, 1799, for more than 60 days and nights, that is, a little half-forgotten and more than half-ruined Syrian town was the scene of one of the fiercest and most dramatic sieges recorded in military history, and rarely has there been a struggle so apparently one-sided. A handful of British sailors and Turkish irregulars were holding Acre, a town without regular defenses, against Napoleon, the most brilliant military genius of his generation, with an army of 10,000 war-hardened veterans, the army of Italy, soldiers who had dared the snows of the Alps and conquered Italy, and to whom victory was a familiar experience. In their ranks military daring had reached perhaps its very highest point. And yet the sailors inside that ring of crumbling wall won. At Acre Napoleon experienced his first defeat, and years after, at St. Helena, he said of Sir Sidney Smith, the gallant sailor who baffled him, "That man made me miss my destiny." It is a curious fact that one Englishman thwarted Napoleon's career in the East, and another ended his career in the West, and it may be doubted which of the 2 Napoleon hated most, Wellington, who finally overthrew him at Waterloo, or Sidney Smith, who, to use Napoleon's own words, made him miss his destiny, and exchange the empire of the East for a lonely pinnacle of rock in the Atlantic. Sidney Smith was a sailor of the school of Nelson and of Dundonald, a man, that is, with a spark of that warlike genius which begins where mechanical rules end. He was a man of singular physical beauty, with a certain magnetism and fire about him which made men willing to die for him. He became a middy at the tender age of 11 years, went through fierce sea fights, and was actually mate of the watch when 14 years old. He was a fellow middy with William IV in the fight off Cape St. Vincent, became commander when he was 18 years of age, and captain before he was quite 19. But the British Marine, even in those tumultuous days, scarcely yielded enough of the rapture of fighting to this post-captain in his teens. He took service under the Swedish flag, saw hard fighting against the Russians, became the close personal friend of the king, and was knighted by him. One of the feats at this period of his life with which tradition, with more or less of plausibility, credits Sidney Smith, is that of swimming by night through the Russian fleet, a distance of 2 miles, carrying a letter enclosed in a bladder to the Swedish admiral. Sidney Smith afterwards entered the Turkish service. When war broke out betwixt France and England in 1790, he purchased a tiny craft at Smyrna, picked up in that port a mixed crew, and hurried to join Lord Hood, who was then holding Toulon. When the British abandoned the port, and it is curious to recollect that the duel between Sidney Smith and Napoleon, which reached its climax at Acre, began here, Sidney Smith volunteered to burn the French fleet, a task which he performed with an audacity and skill worthy of Nelson, and for which the French never forgave him. Sidney Smith was given the command of an English frigate, and fought a dozen brilliant fights in the Channel. He carried with his boats a famous French privateer off Havre de Grace, but during the fight on the deck of the captured ship, it drifted into the mouth of the Seine above the forts. The wind dropped, the tide was too strong to be stemmed, and Sidney Smith himself was captured. He had so harried the French coast that the French refused to treat him as an ordinary prisoner of war, and threw him into that forbidding prison, the Temple, from whose iron-barred windows the unfortunate sailor watched for 2 years the horrors of the Reign of Terror in its last stages. The tossing crowds, the tumbrils rolling past, crowded with victims for the guillotine. Sidney Smith escaped at last by a singularly audacious trick. 2 Confederates, dressed in dashing uniform, one wearing the dress of an adjutant, and the other that of an officer of still higher rank, presented themselves at the Temple with forged orders for the transfer of Sidney Smith. The governor surrendered his prisoner, but insisted on sending a guard of 6 men with him. The sham adjutant cheerfully acquiesced, but after a moment's pause, turned to Sidney Smith and said, if he would give his parole as an officer, not to attempt to escape, they would dispense with the escort. Sidney Smith, with due gravity, replied to his confederate, "Sir, I swear on the faith of an officer to accompany you wherever you choose to conduct me." The governor was satisfied, and the 2 sham officers proceeded to conduct their friend with the utmost possible dispatch to the French coast. Another English officer who had escaped, Captain Wright, joined Sidney Smith outside Rouen, and the problem was how to get through the barriers without a passport. Sidney sent Wright on first, and he was duly challenged for his passport by the sentinel, whereupon Sidney Smith, with a majestic air of official authority, marched up and said in faultless Parisian French, "I answer for this citizen, I know him." Whereupon the deluded sentinel saluted and allowed them both to pass. Sidney Smith's escape from the Temple made him a popular hero in England. He was known to have great influence with the Turkish authorities, and he was sent to the East in the double office of envoy extraordinary to the Porte and commander of the squadron at Alexandria. By one of the curious coincidences which marked Sidney Smith's career, he became acquainted, while in the Temple, with a French royalist officer named Philippot, an engineer of signal ability, and who had been a schoolfellow and close chum of Napoleon himself at Brienne. Smith took his French friend with him to the East, and he played a great part in the defense of Acre. Napoleon had swept north through the desert to Syria, had captured Gaza and Jaffa, and was about to attack Acre, which lay between him and his ultimate goal, Constantinople. Here Sidney Smith resolved to bar his way, and in his flagship the Tiger, with the Theseus under Captain Miller, and 2 gunboats, he sailed to Acre to assist in its defense. Filippo took charge of the fortifications, and thus in the breaches of a remote Syrian town, the former prisoner of the Temple and the ancient school friend of Napoleon joined hands to wreck that dream of a great Eastern Empire which lurked in the cells of Napoleon's masterful intellect. Acre looks like a blunted arrowhead jutting out from a point in the Syrian coast. Napoleon could only attack, so to speak, the neck of the arrow, which was protected by a ditch and a weak wall, and flanked by towers. But Sidney Smith, having command of the sea, could sweep the 4 faces of the town with the fire of his guns, as well as command all the sea roads in its vicinity. He guessed, from the delay of the French in opening fire, that they were waiting for their siege train to arrive by sea. He kept vigilant watch, pounced on the French flotilla as it rounded the promontory of Mount Carmel, captured 9 of the vessels, carried them with their guns and warlike material to Acre, and mounted his 34 captured pieces on the batteries of the town. Thus the disgusted French saw the very guns which were intended to batter down the defenses of Acre, and which were glorious with the memories of a dozen victories in Italy, frowning at them, loaded with English powder and shot, and manned by English sailors. It is needless to say that a siege directed by Napoleon, the siege of what he looked upon as a contemptible and almost defenseless town, the single barrier betwixt his ambition and its goal, was urged with amazing fire and vehemence. The wall was battered day and night, a breach 50 feet wide made, and more than 12 assaults delivered, with all the fire and daring of which French soldiers, gallantly led, are capable. So sustained was the fighting, that on one occasion the combat raged in the ditch and on the breach for 25 successive hours. So close and fierce was it, that one half-ruined tower was held by both besiegers and besieged for 12 hours in succession, and neither would yield. At the breach, again, the 2 lines of desperately fighting men on repeated occasions clashed bayonets together, and wrestled and stabbed and died, till the survivors were parted by the barrier of the dead which grew beneath their feet. Sidney Smith, however, fought like a sailor, and with all the cool ingenuity and resourcefulness of a sailor. His ships, drawn up on 2 faces of the town, smote the French stormers on either flank, till they learned to build up a dreadful screen, made up partly of stones plucked from the breach, and partly of the dead bodies of their comrades. Smith, too, perched guns in all sorts of unexpected positions. A 24-pounder in the lighthouse, under the command of an exultant middy. 2 68-pounders under the charge of Old Bray, the carpenter of the Tiger, and, as Sidney Smith himself reports, one of the bravest and most intelligent men I ever served with. And yet a 3rd gun, a French brass 18-pounder, in one of the ravelins, under a master's mate. Bray dropped his shells with the nicest accuracy in the center of the French columns as they swept up the breach, and the middy perched aloft, and the master's mate from the ravelin smote them on either flank with case shot, while the Theseus and the Tiger added to the tumult the thunder of their broadsides, and the captured French gunboats contributed the yelp of their lighter pieces. The great feature of the siege, however, was the fierceness and the number of the sorties. Sidney Smith's sorties actually exceeded in number and vehemence Napoleon's assaults. He broke the strength of Napoleon's attacks, that is, by anticipating them. A crowd of Turkish irregulars, with a few naval officers leading them, and a solid mass of Jactars in the center, would break from a sally port, or rush vehemently down through the gap in the wall, and scour the French trenches, overturn the gabions, spike the guns, and slay the guards. The French reserves hurried fiercely up, always scourged, however, by the flank fire of the ships, and drove back the sortie. But the process was renewed the same night, or the next day, with unlessened fire and daring. The French engineers, despairing of success on the surface, betook themselves to mining, whereupon the besieged made a desperate sortie and reached the mouth of the mine. Lieutenant Wright, who led them, and who had already received 2 shots in his sword arm, leaped down the mine followed by his sailors, slew the miners, destroyed their work, and safely regained the town. The British sustained one startling disaster. Captain Miller of the Theseus, whose ammunition ran short, carefully collected such French shells as fell into the town without exploding, and duly returned them, alight, and supplied with better fuses, to their original senders. He had collected some 70 shells on the Theseus, and was preparing them for use against the French. The carpenter of the ship was endeavoring to get the fuses out of the loaded shells with an auger, and a middy undertook to assist him in characteristic middy fashion with a mallet and a spike nail. A huge shell under his treatment suddenly exploded on the quarterdeck of the Theseus, and the other 69 shells followed suit. The too ingenious middy disappeared into space. 40 seamen with Captain Miller himself were killed, and 47, including the 2 lieutenants of the ship, the chaplain and the surgeon, were seriously wounded. The whole of the poop was blown to pieces, and the ship was left a wreck, with fire breaking out at half a dozen points. The fire was subdued, and the Theseus survived in a half-gutted condition, but the disaster was a severe blow to Sir Sidney's resources. As evening fell on May 7th, the white sails of a fleet became visible, and all firing ceased while besiegers and besieged watched the approaching ships. Was it a French fleet or a Turkish? Did it bring succor to the besieged or a triumph to the besiegers? The approaching ships flew the crescent. It was the Turkish fleet from Rhodes bringing reinforcements. But the wind was sinking, and Napoleon, who had watched the approach of the hostile ships with feelings which may be guessed, calculated that there remained 6 hours before they could cast anchor in the bay. 11 assaults had been already made, in which 8 French generals and the best officers in every branch of the service had perished. There remained time for a 12th assault. He might yet pluck victory from the very edge of defeat. At 10 o'clock that night, the French artillery was brought up close to the counterscarp to batter down the curtain, and a new breach was made. Lannes led his division against the shot-wrecked tower, and General Rimbaud took his grenadiers with a resistless rush through the new breach. All night the combat raged, the men fighting desperately hand to hand. When the rays of the level morning sun broke through the pall of smoke which hung sullenly over the combatants, the tricolor flew on the outer angle of the tower, and still the ships bringing reinforcements had not reached the harbor. Sidney Smith, at this crisis, landed every man from the English ships and led them pike in hand to the breach, and the shouting and madness of the conflict awoke once more. To use Sidney Smith's own words, the muzzles of the muskets touched each other, the spearheads were locked together. But Sidney Smith's sailors, with the brave Turks who rallied to their help, were not to be denied. Lannes' grenadiers were tumbled headlong from the tower, Lannes himself being wounded, while Rimbaud's brave men, who were actually past the breach, were swept into ruin, their general killed, and the French soldiers within the breach all captured or slain. One of the dramatic incidents of the siege was the assault made by Kleber's troops. They had not taken part in the siege hitherto, but had won a brilliant victory over the Arabs at Mount Tabor. On reaching the camp, flushed with their triumph, and seeing how slight were the apparent defenses of the town, they demanded clamorously to be led to the assault. Napoleon consented. Kleber, who was of gigantic stature, with a head of hair worthy of a German music master or of a Soudan dervish, led his grenadiers to the edge of the breach, and stood there, while with gesture and voice, a voice audible even above the fierce and sustained crackle of the musketry, he urged his men on. Napoleon, standing on a gun in the nearest French battery, watched the sight with eager eyes. The French grenadiers, running furiously up the breach, the grim line of levelled muskets that barred it, the sudden roar of the English guns as from every side they smote the staggering French column. Vainly single officers struggled out of the torn mass, ran gesticulating up the breach, and died at the muzzles of the British muskets. The men could not follow, or only died as they leaped forward. The French grenadiers, still fighting, swearing, and screaming, were swept back past the point where Kleber stood, hoarse with shouting, black with gunpowder, furious with rage. The last assault on Acre had failed. The French sick, field artillery, and baggage silently defiled that night to the rear. The heavy guns were buried in the sand, and after 60 days of open trenches, Napoleon, for the first time in his life, though not for the last, ordered a retreat. Napoleon buried in the breaches of Acre not merely 3,000 of his bravest troops, but the golden dream of his life. In that miserable fort, as he said, lay the fate of the East. Napoleon expected to find in it the Pasha's treasures, and arms for 300,000 men. "When I have captured it," he said to Bourrienne, "I shall march upon Damascus and Aleppo. I shall arm the tribes. I shall reach Constantinople. I shall overturn the Turkish Empire. I shall found in the East a new and grand empire. Perhaps I shall return to Paris by Adrianople and Vienna." Napoleon was cheerfully willing to pay the price of what religion he had to accomplish this dream. He was willing, that is, to turn Turk. "Had I but captured Acre," Napoleon added, "I would have reached Constantinople and the Indies. I would have changed the face of the world. But that man made me miss my destiny." End of The Man Who Spoiled Napoleon's Destiny, by Rev. W. H. Fitchett.
Chapter 35 of the Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Casper. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism, by William Patten. A Firefighter's Rescue from the Flames, by Arthur Quiller Couch. About 100 years ago, long before James Braidwood had arisen to organize the fire brigades of Edinburgh and London, and set the example which has since been followed by every town in the civilized world, late on a dark afternoon, a young stableman, John Eliot by name, was sauntering carelessly homewards down Piccadilly, London, when a glare in the sky, the confused murmurs of a large crowd, and the hurrying footsteps of pedestrians who passed him, told of a not distant fire. Following the footsteps of the passers by, he found himself in one of the side streets leading off Piccadilly, and there at the end of the street a large house was blazing furiously. He worked his way vigorously through the spectators, now so densely gathered as to form a living wedge in the narrow street, and block it against all traffic, and at length found himself in a position to see clearly the ruin that had already been wrought on the burning pile. As a matter of fact, all was pretty well over with the house. How far the upper stories were intact he had little means of judging, but he saw that the ceilings of the first and second floors had given way, and also that the fire was running along the rafters of the floor above. Flames were pouring from half a dozen windows. He turned to a man who stood next to him in the concourse. "The house is nearly done for," he remarked. "Quite," replied the man. "You see it is burned through, and it is only a question of minutes before the roof must tumble in. The firemen do not dare to make any further attempt. It is a dreadful business." "What?" "Why, don't you know? This is Lady Dover's house, poor old soul, and she is still there, in the top room. No one can save her now, but it is a hideous death all the same." Elliot looked about him, and now understood the pallor on the upturned faces of the crowd. He looked at the house again. The whole street was wrapped in a crimson mist. The falling streams of water, which the firemen still continued to direct on the blaze, were hissing impotently, and seemed only to feed the fire. In the crowd that watched there was hardly a sound. One could almost hear men's hearts beating, as they waited for the conclusion of the tragedy which they knew to be inevitable. But further down the street, where it was not understood that human life was at stake in the midst of this spectacle, rose the sounds of girls laughing, men quarreling and fighting, whistling, oaths, and merriment. Caps were flying about, and the mass was jostling and swaying to and fro, as before Newgate on a Monday morning. "Do you mean to say," asked Elliot, after a moment, "that the poor old lady is up there, and nobody is going to save her?" "What's the use?" answered the man. "If you think it is possible, try for yourself." But this reply was not heard, for the young stableman had already begun to push his way forward to the group of firemen that stood watching the conflagration in despair. He was a man of extraordinary strength, and now, with a set purpose to inspire him still further, he scattered the crowd to right and left, elbowing, pushing, and thrusting, until he stood before the firemen and repeated his question. He met with the same answer. It was impossible, they said. Everything had been done that could be, and now there was nothing but to wait for the end. "But it is a question of human life," he objected. In reply they merely pointed to the flame points now running along every yard of woodwork still left in the building. Elliot caught a ladder from their hands, and running forward with it, planted it firmly against the house. He had to choose his place carefully, as almost every one of the windows above was belching out an angry blaze. "Which is the window where they were last seen?" he asked. The fireman pointed. The crowd, at length, finding that a brave man was going to risk his life, raised a cheer as they caught sight of him, and standing on tiptoe, peered over each other's shoulders to get a better view of the work that was forward. "Now then," said Elliot, "don't try to stop the flames, for that is useless, but keep the water playing on the ladder all the time." He slipped off his shoes, and amid another cheer from the crowd, dashed up it as quick as thought. The window to which the fireman had pointed was clear of flames. On gaining it, Elliot sprang onto the sill, and jumped down into the room. It was lighted brilliantly enough by the glow from the street, and through the dense smoke that was already beginning to fill it, he saw two figures. Both were women, and for a moment the gallant man doubted that he had come in time, for so still and motionless were they that it seemed as if the smoke must have already stifled them, and left them in these startling attitudes. One, a very old lady, was kneeling by the bedside, her head bent forward in despair, her hands flung out over the counterpane. The other, a tall, heavy looking woman, was standing bolt upright by the window. Neither spoke nor stirred, and the kneeling woman did not even raise her head at the noise of his entrance. The other, with eyes utterly expressionless and awful, supported herself with one hand against the wall, and gazed at him speechlessly. Awestruck by this sight, Elliot had to pause a moment before he found his speech. "Which is Lady Dover?" he cried at last. The kneeling woman lifted her head, saw him, and with a cry, or rather a smothered exclamation of hope, got upon her feet and ran forward to him. He hurried her to the window. She obeyed him in silence, for it was clear that terror had robbed her tongue of all articulate speech. He clambered out, turned on the topmost rung, and flinging an arm round her waist, was lifting her out, when the other figure stepped forward and set a hand on his shoulder. The look on this woman's face was now terrible. Something seemed working in her throat and the muscles of her face. It was her despair, struggling with her paralyzed senses for speech. "Me too," she at length managed to mutter hoarsely. But the sound, when it came, was, as Elliot afterwards declared, like nothing in heaven or earth. "If life is left in me, I will come back for you," he cried. But his heart failed him when he saw the distance he should have to go, and still more when he noted her size. For the ladder was slippery from the water which the firemen kept throwing upon it, and which alone saved it from catching on fire. Moreover, the clouds of smoke in the room had thickened considerably since his entrance, and it could not be many minutes now before the floor gave way or the roof crashed in, or both. He had felt his feet scorched through his stockings when he set foot on the boards. Down in the street the crowd had increased enormously. Gentlemen from the clubs, waiters and loungers from a distance, had all gathered to look. As Elliot descended the ladder with his burden, a frantic storm of cheering broke forth, for every soul present understood the splendid action that had just been performed, and the crush around the foot of the ladder of those who pressed forward to express their admiration was terrific. But they knew, of course, nothing of the stout lady still left in the bedroom, and when Elliot, heedless of the cheers and handshakes that met him, flung Lady Dover into the arms of the nearest bystander and turned again towards the ladder, they were utterly at a loss to understand what he could be about. But he kept his word. A dead hush fell again upon the spectators, as once more the brave man dashed up the ladder, upon which the firemen had ceased now to play. Halfway up he turned. "Keep on at the pumps!" he called, and then again was up to the window and looked in. The lady had still preserved her former attitude, though leaning now further back against the wall and panting for breath in the stifling smoke. He put his hand out to her. "Catch hold of my neck and hold tightly round it," he said. But again she was speechless and helpless. Her eyes lit up as she saw him, but beyond this she hardly seemed to understand his words. Elliot groaned, and finding, after another trial, that she did not comprehend, boldly reached in and grasped her round the waist. She was heavier even than he had imagined, and for one fearful moment, as he stood poised on the topmost rung, he thought that all was over. It seemed impossible that they should ever reach the ground except by tumbling off the ladder. By a superhuman effort, however, he managed to drag her out, and then, clasping her waist with one arm, whilst with the other he held on like grim death, he hung breathless for a moment, and then began slowly to descend. Up to this point there had been no sound in the street below, but now, as the watchers saw his feet moving down the ladder, their enthusiasm broke out in one deep sigh, followed by yells and shouts of admiration. As the young stableman slowly descended, and finally, by God's mercy, reached the ground with his burden, these feelings broke all bounds. Men rushed round him, guineas were poured by the handful into his pockets, and when these and his hands were full, the gold was even stuffed into his mouth. But in the midst of this excitement, a sudden crash caused the spectators to look upwards again. It was the roof of the house that had fallen in, only a minute after Elliot had set his foot upon the ground. The lady whom he had saved by this second brave ascent was a relative of Lady Dover, by name Mademoiselle von Hompesch. It is pleasant to hear that her preserver was rewarded by the family of Lady Dover, who bestowed a pension upon him. At a later period he was in the service of the first Lord Braybrooke, and this narrative was preserved by a member of the family, who had often heard Elliot relate it. Like all brave men, he never spoke vaingloriously of his exploit, but always professed great gratitude for his reward, which seemed to him considerably higher than his deserts. End of A Firefighter's Rescue from the Flames, by Arthur Quiller Couch.
Chapter 36 of The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism, by William Patten. How Napoleon Rewarded His Men, by Lieutenant General Baron de Marbeau. After crossing the Traun, burning the bridge at Mauthausen, and passing the Enns, Napoleon's army advanced to Molk, without knowing what had become of General Hiller. Some spies assured us that the Archduke had crossed the Danube and joined him, and that we should on the morrow meet the whole Austrian army, strongly posted in front of Sankt Pölten. In that case, we must make ready to fight a great battle. But if it were otherwise, we had to march quickly on Vienna in order to get there before the enemy could reach it by the other bank. For want of positive information, the Emperor was very undecided. The question to be solved was, had General Hiller crossed the Danube, or was he still in front of us, masked by a swarm of light cavalry, which, always flying, never let us get near enough to take a prisoner from whom one might get some enlightenment? Still, knowing nothing for certain, we reached on May 7th the pretty little town of Molk, standing on the bank of the Danube, and overhung by an immense rock, on the summit of which rises a Benedictine convent, said to be the finest and richest in Christendom. From the rooms of the monastery a wide view is obtained over both banks of the Danube. There the Emperor and many marshals, including Lannes, took up their quarters, while our staff lodged with the parish priest. Much rain had fallen during the week, and it had not ceased for 24 hours, and was still falling, so that the Danube and its tributaries were over their banks. That night, as my comrades and I, delighted at being sheltered from the bad weather, were having a merry supper with the parson, a jolly fellow, who gave us an excellent meal, the aide-de-camp on duty with the marshal came to tell me that I was wanted, and must go up to the convent that moment. I was so comfortable where I was that I found it annoying to have to leave a good supper and good quarters to go and get wet again, but I had to obey. All the passages and lower rooms of the monastery were full of soldiers. On reaching the dwelling rooms, I saw that I had been sent for about some serious matter, for generals, chamberlains, orderly officers said to me repeatedly, "The Emperor has sent for you." Some added, "It is probably to give you your commission as major." This I did not believe, for I did not think I was yet of sufficient importance to the sovereign for him to send for me at such an hour to give me my commission with his own hands. I was shown into a vast and handsome gallery with a balcony looking over the Danube. There I found the Emperor at dinner with several marshals and the abbot of the convent, who has the title of bishop. On seeing me, the emperor left the table and went toward the balcony, followed by Lannes. I heard him say in a low tone, "The execution of this plan is almost impossible. It would be sending a brave officer for no purpose to almost certain death." "He will go, sir," replied the marshal. "I am certain he will go. At any rate, we can but propose it to him." Then, taking me by the hand, the marshal opened the window of the balcony over the Danube. The river at this moment, trebled in volume by the strong flood, was nearly a league wide. It was lashed by a fierce wind, and we could hear the waves roaring. It was pitch dark, and the rain fell in torrents, but we could see on the other side a long line of bivouac fires. Napoleon, Marshal Lannes, and I being alone on the balcony, the marshal said, "On the other side of the river you see an Austrian camp. Now the emperor is keenly desirous to know whether General Hiller's corps is there, or still on this bank. In order to make sure, he wants a stout-hearted man, bold enough to cross the Danube and bring away some soldier of the enemy's, and I have assured him that you will go." Then Napoleon said to me, "Take notice that I am not giving you an order. I am only expressing a wish. I am aware that the enterprise is as dangerous as it can be, and you can decline it without any fear of displeasing me. Go and think it over for a few moments in the next room. Come back and tell us frankly your decision." I admit that when I heard Marshal Lannes's proposal, I had broken out all over in a cold sweat, but at the same moment a feeling which I cannot define, but in which a love of glory and of my country was mingled perhaps with a noble pride, raised my ardor to the highest point, and I said to myself, "The emperor has here an army of 150,000 devoted warriors, besides 25,000 men of his guard, all selected from the bravest. He is surrounded with aides de camp and orderly officers, and yet when an expedition is on foot, requiring intelligence no less than boldness, it is I whom the emperor and Marshal Lannes choose." "I will go, sir," I cried without hesitation. "I will go, and if I perish, I leave my mother to your Majesty's care." The emperor pulled my ear to mark his satisfaction. The marshal shook my hand. "I was quite right to tell your Majesty that he would go. There's what you may call a brave soldier." My expedition being thus decided on, I had to think about the means of executing it. The emperor called General Bertrand, his aide de camp, General d'Orsenne of the Guard, and the commandant of the imperial headquarters, and ordered them to put at my disposal whatever I might require. At my request, an infantry picket went into the town to find the burgomaster, the leader of the boatmen, and 5 of his best hands. A corporal and 5 grenadiers of the old guard, who could all speak German, and had still to earn their decoration, were also summoned, and voluntarily agreed to go with me. The emperor had them brought in first, and promised that on their return they should receive the cross at once. The brave men replied by a "Vive l'Empereur," and went to get ready. As for the 5 boatmen, on its being explained to them through the interpreter that they had to take a boat across the Danube, they fell on their knees and began to weep. The leader declared that they might just as well be shot at once as sent to certain death. The expedition was absolutely impossible, not only from the strength of the current, but because the tributaries had brought into the Danube a great quantity of fir trees recently cut down in the mountains, which could not be avoided in the dark, and would certainly come against the boat and sink it. Besides, how could one land on the opposite bank among willows which would scuttle the boat, and with a flood of unknown extent? The leader concluded then that the operation was physically impossible. In vain did the emperor tempt them with an offer of 6,000 francs per man. Even this could not persuade them, though, as they said, they were poor boatmen with families, and this sum would be a fortune to them. But, as I have already said, some lives must be sacrificed to save those of the greater number, and the knowledge of this makes commanders sometimes pitiless. The emperor was inflexible, and the grenadiers received orders to take the poor men whether they would or not, and we went down to the town. The corporal who had been assigned to me was an intelligent man. Taking him for my interpreter, I charged him as we went along to tell the leader of the boatmen that as he had to come along with us, he had better in his own interest show us his best boat, and point out everything that we should require for her fitting. The poor man obeyed, so we got an excellent vessel, and we took all that we wanted from the others. We had 2 anchors, but as I did not think we should be able to make use of them, I had sewn to the end of each cable a piece of canvas with a large stone wrapped in it. I had seen in the south of France the fishermen use an apparatus of this kind to hold their boats by throwing the cord over the willows at the water's edge. I put on a cap, the grenadiers took their forage caps, we had provisions, ropes, axes, saws, a ladder, everything, in short, which I could think of to take. Our preparations ended, I was going to give the signal to start, when the 5 boatmen implored me with tears to let the soldiers escort them to their houses, to take perhaps the last farewell of their wives and children. But fearing that a tender scene of this kind would further reduce their small stock of courage, I refused. Then the leader said, "Well, as we have only a short time to live, allow us 5 minutes to commend our souls to God, and do you do the same, for you are also going to your death." They all fell on their knees, the grenadiers and I following their example, which seemed to please the worthy people much. When their prayer was over, I gave each man a glass of wine, and we pushed out into the stream. I had bidden the grenadiers follow in silence all the orders of the syndic, or leader, who was steering. The current was too strong for us to cross over straight from Mulk. We went up, therefore, along the bank under sail for more than a league, and although the wind and the waves made the boat jump, this part was accomplished without accident. But when the time came to take to our oars and row out from the land, the mast, on being lowered, fell over to one side, and the sail, dragging in the water, offered a strong resistance to the current and nearly capsized us. The master ordered the ropes to be cut, and the masts to be sent overboard. But the boatmen, losing their heads, began to pray without stirring. Then the corporal, drawing his sword, said, "You can pray and work too. Obey at once, or I will kill you." Compelled to choose between possible and certain death, the poor fellows took up their hatchets, and with the help of the grenadiers, the mast was promptly cut away and sent floating. It was high time, for hardly were we free from this dangerous burden when we felt a fearful shock. A pine stem borne down by the stream had struck the boat. We all shuddered, but luckily the planks were not driven in this time. Would the boat, however, resist more shocks of this kind? We could not see the stems, and only knew that they were near by the heavier tumble of the waves. Several touched us, but no serious accident resulted. Meantime the current bore us along, and as our oars could make very little way against it to give us the necessary slant, I feared for a moment that it would sweep us below the enemy's camp, and that my expedition would fail. By dint of hard rowing, however, we had got 3/4 of the way over when I saw an immense black mass looming over the water. Then a sharp scratching was heard, branches caught us in the face, and the boat stopped. To our questions the owner replied that we were on an island covered with willows, and had succeeded in passing the obstacle. We found the stream much less furious than in the middle of the river, and finally reached the left bank in front of the Austrian camp. This shore was bordered with very thick trees, which, overhanging the bank like a dome, made the approach difficult, no doubt, but at the same time concealed our boat from the camp. The whole shore was lighted up by the bivouac fires, while we remained in the shadow thrown by the branches of the willows. I let the boat float downward, looking for a suitable landing place. Presently I perceived that a sloping path had been made down the bank by the enemy to allow the men and horses to get to the water. The corporal adroitly threw into the willows one of the stones that I had made ready, the cord caught in a tree, and the boat brought up against the land a foot or two from the slope. It must have been just about midnight. The Austrians, having the swollen Danube between them and the French, felt themselves so secure that, except the sentry, the whole camp was asleep. It is usual in war for the guns and the sentinels always to face toward the enemy, however far off he may be. A battery placed in advance of the camp was therefore turned toward the river, and sentries were walking on the top of the bank. The trees prevented them from seeing the extreme edge, while from the boat I could see through the branches a great part of the bivouac. So far my mission had been more successful than I had ventured to hope. But in order to make the success complete, I had to bring away a prisoner, and to execute such an operation 50 paces away from several thousand enemies, whom a single cry would rouse, seemed very difficult. Still, I had to do something. I made the 5 sailors lie down at the bottom of the boat under guard of 2 grenadiers. Another grenadier I posted at the bow of the boat, which was close to the bank, and I myself disembarked, sword in hand, followed by the corporal and 2 grenadiers. The boat was a few feet from dry land. We had to walk in the water, but at last we were on the slope. We went up, and I was making ready to rush on the nearest sentry, disarm him, gag him, and drag him off to the boat, when the ring of metal and the sound of singing in a low voice fell on my ears. A man, carrying a great tin pail, was coming to draw water, humming a song as he went. We quickly went down again to the river to hide under the branches, and as the Austrian stooped to fill his pail, my grenadiers seized him by the throat, put a handkerchief full of wet sand over his mouth, and placing their sword points against his body, threatened him with death if he resisted or uttered a sound. Utterly bewildered, the man obeyed, and let us take him to the boat. We hoisted him into the hands of the grenadiers posted there, who made him lie down beside the sailors. While this Austrian was lying captured, I saw by his clothes that he was not, strictly speaking, a soldier, but an officer's servant. I should have preferred to catch a combatant who could have given me more precise information, but I was going to content myself with this capture for want of a better, when I saw at the top of the slope 2 soldiers carrying a cauldron between them on a pole. They were only a few paces off. It was impossible for us to re-embark without being seen. I therefore signed to my grenadiers to hide themselves again, and as soon as the 2 Austrians stooped to fill their vessel, powerful arms seized them from behind and plunged their heads under water. We had to stupefy them a little, since they had their swords, and I feared that they might resist. Then they were picked up in turn, their mouths covered with a handkerchief full of sand, and sword points against their breasts constrained them to follow us. They were shipped as the servant had been, and my men and I got on board again. So far, all had gone well. I made the sailors get up and take their oars, and order the corporal to cast loose the rope which held us to the bank. It was, however, so wet, and the knot had been drawn so tight by the force of the stream, that it was impossible to unfasten. We had to saw the rope, which took us some minutes. Meanwhile the rope, shaking with our efforts, imparted its movement to the branches of the willow round which it was wrapped, and the rustling became loud enough to attract the notice of the sentry. He drew near, unable to see the boat, but perceiving that the agitation of the branches increased, he called out, "Who goes there?" No answer. Further challenge from the sentry. We held our tongues and worked away. I was in deadly fear. After facing so many dangers, it would have been too cruel if we were wrecked in sight of port. At last the rope was cut, and the boat pushed off. But hardly was it clear of the overhanging willows than the light of the bivouac fires made it visible to the sentry, who, shouting, "To arms!" fired at us. No one was hit, but at the sound the whole camp was astir in a moment, and the gunners, whose pieces were ready loaded and trained on the river, honored my boat with some cannon shots. At the report my heart leaped for joy, for I knew that the emperor and marshal would hear it. I turned my eyes toward the convent with its lighted windows, of which I had, in spite of the distance, never lost sight. Probably all were open at this moment, but in one only could I perceive any increase of brilliancy. It was the great balcony window, which was as large as the doorway of a church, and sent from afar a flood of light over the stream. Evidently it had just been opened at the thunder of the cannon, and I said to myself, "The emperor and the marshals are doubtless on the balcony. They know that I have reached the enemy's camp, and are making vows for my safe return." This thought raised my courage, and I heeded the cannon balls not a bit. Indeed, they were not very dangerous, for the stream swept us along at such a pace that the gunners could not aim with any accuracy, and we must have been very unlucky to get hit. One shot would have done for us, but all fell harmless into the Danube. Soon I was out of range and could reckon a successful issue to my enterprise. Still, all danger was not yet at an end. We had still to cross among the floating pine stems, and more than once we struck unsubmerged islands, and were delayed by the branches of the poplars. At last we reached the right bank, more than 2 leagues below Mulk, and a new terror assailed me. I could see bivouac fires, and had no means of learning whether they belonged to a French regiment. The enemy had troops on both banks, and I knew that on the right bank Marshal Lannes's outposts were not far from Mulk, facing an Austrian corps posted at St. Polten. Our army would doubtless go forward at daybreak, but was it already occupying this place? And were the fires that I saw those of friends or enemies? I was afraid that the current had taken me too far down, but the problem was solved by French cavalry trumpets sounding the reveille. Our uncertainty being at an end, we rowed with all our strength to the shore, where in the dawning light we could see a village. As we drew near, the report of a carbine was heard, and a bullet whistled by our ears. It was evident that the French sentries took us for a hostile crew. I had not foreseen this possibility, and hardly knew how we were to succeed in getting recognized, till the happy thought struck me of making my 6 grenadiers shout, "Vive l'Empereur Napoleon!" This was, of course, no certain evidence that we were French, but it would attract the attention of the officers, who would have no fear of our small numbers, and would no doubt prevent the men from firing on us before they knew whether we were French or Austrians. A few moments later I came ashore, and I was received by Colonel Gautrin and the 9th Hussars, forming part of Lannes's division. If we had landed half a league lower down, we should have tumbled into the enemy's pickets. The colonel lent me a horse, and gave me several wagons, in which I placed the grenadiers, the boatmen, and the prisoners, and the little cavalcade went off toward Mulk. As we went along, the corporal, at my orders, questioned the 3 Austrians, and I learned with satisfaction that the camp whence I had brought them away belonged to the very division, General Hiller's, the position of which the Emperor was so anxious to learn. There was, therefore, no further doubt that that general had joined the Archduke on the other side of the Danube. There was no longer any question of a battle on the road which we held, and Napoleon, having only the enemy's cavalry in front of him, could in perfect safety push his troops forward toward Vienna, from which we were but 3 easy marches distant. With this information I galloped forward in order to bring it to the emperor with the least possible delay. When I reached the gate of the monastery, it was broad day. I found the approach blocked by the whole population of the little town of Mulk, and heard among the crowd the cries of the wives, children, and friends of the sailors whom I had carried off. In a moment I was surrounded by them, and was able to calm their anxiety by saying, in very bad German, "Your friends are alive, and you will see them in a few moments." A great cry of joy went up from the crowd, bringing out the officer in command of the guard at the gate. On seeing me, he ran off in pursuance of orders to warn the aides de camp to let the emperor know of my return. In an instant the whole palace was up. The good Marshal Lannes came to me, embraced me cordially, and carried me straight off to the emperor, crying out, "Here he is, sir. I knew he would come back. He has brought 3 prisoners from General Hiller's division." Napoleon received me warmly, and though I was wet and muddy all over, he laid his hand on my shoulder, and did not forget to give his greatest sign of satisfaction by pinching my ear. I leave you to imagine how I was questioned. The emperor wanted to know every incident of the adventure in detail, and when I had finished my story, said, "I am very well pleased with you, Major Marbot." These words were equivalent to a commission, and my joy was full. At that moment a chamberlain announced that breakfast was served, and as I was calculating on having to wait in the gallery until the emperor had finished, he pointed with his finger toward the dining room and said, "You will breakfast with me." As this honor had never been paid to any officer of my rank, I was the more flattered. During breakfast I learned that the emperor and the marshal had not been to bed all night, and that when they heard the cannon on the opposite bank, they had all rushed on to the balcony. The emperor made me tell again the way in which I had surprised the 3 prisoners, and laughed much at the fright and surprise which they must have felt. At last the arrival of the wagons was announced, but they had much difficulty in making their way through the crowd, so eager were the people to see the boatmen. Napoleon, thinking this very natural, gave orders to open the gates, and let everybody come into the court. Soon after, the grenadiers, the boatmen, and the prisoners were led into the gallery. The emperor, through his interpreter, first questioned the 3 Austrian soldiers, and learning with satisfaction that not only General Hiller's corps, but the whole of the Archduke's army were on the other bank, he told Berthier to give the order for the troops to march at once on St. Polten. Then, calling up the corporal and the 5 soldiers, he fastened the cross on their breast, appointed them knights of the Empire, and gave them an annuity of 1,200 francs apiece. All the veterans wept for joy. Next came the boatmen's turn. The emperor told them that, as the danger they had run was a good deal more than he had expected, it was only fair that he should increase their reward. So instead of the 6,000 francs promised, 12,000 in gold were given to them on the spot. Nothing could express their delight. They kissed the hands of the emperor and all present, crying, "Now we are rich!" Napoleon laughingly asked the leader if he would go the same journey for the same price the next night. But the man answered that, having escaped by miracle what seemed certain death, he would not undertake such a journey again, even if his lordship, the abbot of Mulk, would give him the monastery and all its possessions. The boatmen withdrew, blessing the generosity of the French emperor, and the grenadiers, eager to show off their decoration before their comrades, were about to go off with their 3 prisoners, when Napoleon perceived that the Austrian servant was weeping bitterly. He reassured him as to his safety, but the poor lad replied, sobbing, that he knew the French treated their prisoners well, but that, as he had on him a belt containing nearly all his captain's money, he was afraid that the officer would accuse him of deserting in order to rob him, and he was heartbroken at the thought. Touched by the worthy fellow's distress, the emperor told him that he was free, and as soon as we were before Vienna he would be passed through the outposts and be able to return to his master. Then, taking a rouleau of 1,000 francs, he put it in the man's hand, saying, "One must honor goodness wherever it is shown." Lastly, the emperor gave some pieces of gold to each of the other 2 prisoners, and ordered that they too should be sent back to the Austrian outposts, so that they might forget the fright which we had caused them. End of How Napoleon Rewarded His Men, by Lieutenant General Baron de Marbeau.
Chapter 37 of The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism, by William Patten. A Rescue from Shipwreck, by Arthur Quiller Couch. On the 13th of October, 1811, we were cruising in the Englishman off the north of Ireland, in a fine clear day, succeeding one in which it had almost blown a hurricane. The master had just taken his meridian observation. The officer of the watch had reported the latitude. The captain had ordered it to be made 12 o'clock, and the boatswain, catching a word from the lieutenant, was in the full swing of his "pipe to dinner," when the captain called out, "Stop, stop! I meant to go about first." "Pipe belay, Mr. King!" smartly ejaculated the officer of the watch, addressing the boatswain, which words, being heard over the decks, caused a sudden cessation of the sounds peculiar to that hungry season. The cook stood with a huge 6-pound piece of pork uplifted on his tormentors. His mate ceased to bail out the pea soup, and the whole ship seemed paralyzed. The boatswain, having checked himself in the middle of his long-winded dinner tune, drew a fresh inspiration, and dashed off into the opposite sharp, abrupt, cutting sound of the "pipe belay," the essence of which peculiar note is that its sounds should be understood and acted on with the utmost degree of promptitude. There was now a dead pause of perfect silence all over the ship, in expectation of what was to come next. All eyes were turned to the chief. "No, never mind, we'll wait," cried the good-natured captain, unwilling to interfere with the comforts of the men. "Let them go to dinner. We shall tack at 1 o'clock. It will do just as well." The boatswain, at a nod from the lieutenant of the watch, at once recommenced his merry pipe-to-dinner notes, upon which a loud, joyous laugh rang from one end of the ship to the other. This hearty burst was not in the slightest degree disrespectful. On the contrary, it sounded like a grateful expression of glee at the prospect of the approaching good things which, by this time, were finding their speedy course down the hatchways. Nothing was now heard but the cheerful chuckle of a well-fed company, the clatter of plates and knives, and the chit-chat of light hearts under the influence of temperate excitement. When 1 o'clock came, the hands were called "about ship," but as the helm was in the very act of going down, the lookout man at the fore-topmast head called out, "I see something a little on the lee bow, sir." "Something? What do you mean by 'something'?" cried the first lieutenant, making a motion to the quartermaster at the con to right the helm again. "I don't know what it is, sir," cried the man. "It is black, however." "Black? Is it like a whale?" asked the officer, playing a little with his duty. "Yes, sir," cried the lookout man, unconscious that Shakespeare had been before him. "Very like a whale." The captain and the officer exchanged glances at the poor fellow aloft, having fallen into the trap laid for him, and the temptation must have been great to have inquired whether we're not like a weasel. But this might have been stretching the jest too far, so the lieutenant merely called to the signal midshipman, and desired him to scull up to the masthead with his glass, to see what he made of the lookout man's whale. "It looks like a small rock," cried young Skylark, as soon as he reached the top gallant yard, and had taken the glass from his shoulders, across which he had slung it with a 3-yarn fox. "Stuff and nonsense," replied the officers. "There are no rocks hereabouts. We can but just see the top of Muckish behind Tory Island. Take another spy at your object, youngster. The masthead man and you will make it out to be something by and by, between you, I dare say." "It's a boat, sir," roared out the boy. "It's a boat adrift, 2 or 3 points on the lee bow." "Oh-ho!" said the officer. "That may be, sir," turning with an interrogative air to the captain, who gave orders to keep the frigate away a little that this strange-looking affair might be investigated. Meanwhile, as the ship was not to be tacked, the watch was called, and one half only of the people remained on deck. The rest strolled, sleepy, below, or disposed themselves in the sun on the lee gangway, mending their clothes or telling long yarns. A couple of fathoms of the fore and main sheets, and a slight touch of the weather topsail and top gallant braces, with a check on the bow lines, made the swift-footed Endymion spring forward like a greyhound slipped from the leash. In a short time we made out that the object we were in chase of was, in fact, a boat. On approaching a little nearer, some heads of people became visible, and then several figures stood up, waving their hats to us. We brought to, just to windward of them, and sent a boat to see what was the matter. It turned out as we supposed. They had belonged to a ship which had foundered in the recent gale. Although their vessel had become water-logged, they had contrived to hoist their long boat out, and to stow in her 21 persons, some of them seamen and some passengers. Of these, 2 were women and 3 children. Their vessel, it appeared, had sprung a leak in middle of the gale, and, in spite of all their pumping, the water gained so fast upon them that they took to bailing as a more effectual method. After a time, when this resource failed, the men, totally worn out and quite dispirited, gave it up as a bad job, abandoned their pumps, and actually lay down to sleep. In the morning the gale broke, but the ship had filled in the meantime, and was falling fast over her broadside. With some difficulty they disentangled the long boat from the wreck, and thought themselves fortunate in being able to catch hold of a couple of small oars, with a studding sail boom for a mast, on which they hoisted a fragment of their main hatchway tarpaulin for a sail. 1 ham and 3 gallons of water were all the provisions they were able to secure, and in this fashion they were set adrift on the wide sea. The master of the ship, with 2 gentlemen who were passengers, preferred to stick by the vessel while there was any part of her above water. This, at least, was the story told us by the people we picked up. The wind had been fair for the shore when the long boat left the wreck, and though their ragged sail scarcely drove them along, their oars were only just sufficient to keep the boat's head the right way. Of course they made but slow progress, so that when they rose on the top of a swell, which was still very long and high in consequence of the gale, they could only just discover the distant land, Muckish, a remarkable flat-topped mountain on the northwest coast of Ireland, not very far from the promontory called the Bloody Foreland. There appeared to have been little discipline among this forlorn crew, even when the breeze was in their favor, but when the wind chopped round and blew off shore, they gave themselves up to despair, laid in their oars, let the sail flap to pieces, gobbled up all their provisions, and drank out their whole stock of water. Meanwhile the boat, which had been partially stove, in the confusion of clearing the ship, began to fill with water, and, as they all admitted afterwards, if it had not been for the courage and patience of the women under this sharp trial, they must have gone to the bottom. As it was both cold and rainy, the poor children, who were too young to understand the nature of their situation, or the inutility of complaining, incessantly cried out for water, and begged that more clothes might be wrapped round them. Even after they came to us, the little things were still crying, "Oh, do give us some water!" words which long sounded in our ears. None of these women were by any means strong. On the contrary, one of them seemed to be very delicate. Yet they managed to rouse the men to a sense of their duty by a mixture of reproaches and entreaties, combined with the example of that singular fortitude which often gives more than masculine vigor to female minds in seasons of danger. How long this might have lasted I cannot say, but probably the strength of the men, however stimulated, must have given way before night, especially as the wind freshened, and the boat was driving further to sea. Had it not been for the accident of the officer of the forenoon watch on board the Endymion being unaware of the captain's intention to tack before dinner, these poor people, most probably, would all have perished. The women, dripping wet, and scarcely capable of moving hand or foot, were lifted up the side, in a state almost of stupor, for they were confused by the hurry of the scene, and their fortitude had given way the moment all high motive to exertion was over. One of them, on reaching the quarter-deck, slipped through our hands, and falling on her knees, wept violently as she returned thanks for such a wonderful deliverance. But her thoughts were bewildered, and, fancying that her child was lost, she struck her hands together, and leaping again on her feet, screamed out, "Oh, where's my bairn, my wee bairn?" At this instant a huge quartermaster, whose real name, or nickname, I forget which, was Billy Magnus, appeared over the gangway hammocks, holding the missing urchin in his immense paw, where it squealed and twisted itself about, like Gulliver between the finger and thumb of the Brobdingnag farmer. The mother had just strength enough left to snatch her offspring from Billy, when she sank down flat on the deck, completely exhausted. By means of a fine blazing fire, and plenty of hot tea, toast, and eggs, it was easy to remedy one class of these poor people's wants. But how to rig them out in dry clothes was a puzzle, till the captain bethought him of a resource which answered very well. He sent to several of the officers for their dressing gowns, and these, together with supplies from his own wardrobe, made capital gowns and petticoats, at least till the more fitting drapery of the ladies was dried. The children were tumbled into bed in the same compartment, close to the fire, and it would have done any one's heart good to have witnessed the style in which the provisions vanished from the board, while the women wept, prayed, and laughed by turns. The rugged seamen, when taken out of the boat, showed none of these symptoms of emotion, but running instinctively to the scuttle-butt, asked eagerly for a drop of water. As the most expeditious method of feeding and dressing them, they were distributed among the different messes, one to each, as far as they went. Thus they were all soon provided with dry clothing, and with as much to eat as they could stow away, for the doctor, when consulted, said they had not fasted so long as to make it dangerous to give them as much food as they were disposed to swallow. With the exception of the ham devoured in the boat, and which, after all, was but a mouthful apiece, they had tasted nothing for more than 30 hours; so that, I suppose, better justice was never done to his Majesty's beef, pork, bread, and other good things, with which our fellows insisted on stuffing the newcomers, till they fairly cried out for mercy, and begged to be allowed a little sleep. Possibly some of us were more disposed to sympathize with the distress of these people when adrift in their open boat on the wide sea, from having ourselves, about a month before, been pretty much in the same predicament. It always adds, as any one knows, greatly to our consideration for the difficulties and dangers of others, to have recently felt some touch of similar distress in our own persons. This maxim, though it is familiar enough, makes so little impression on our ordinary thoughts, that when circumstances occur to fix our attention closely upon it, we are apt to arrive as suddenly at the perception of its truth as if it were a new discovery. End of A Rescue from Shipwreck by Arthur Quiller Couch. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Chapter 38 of the Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Casper. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism, by William Patten. Rebecca the Drummer, by Charles Barnard. It was about 9 o'clock in the morning when the ship first appeared. At once there was the greatest excitement in the village. It was a British warship. What would she do? Would she tack about in the bay to pick up stray coasters as prizes, or would she land soldiers to burn the town? In either case there would be trouble enough. Those were sad days, those old war times in 1812. The sight of a British warship in Boston Bay was not pleasant. We were poor then, and had no monitors to go out and sink the enemy or drive him off. Our navy was small, and though we afterwards had the victory and sent the troublesome ships away, never to return, at that time they often came near enough, and the good people in the little village of Scituate Harbor were in great distress over the strange ship that had appeared at the mouth of the harbor. It was a fishing place in those days, and the harbor was full of smacks and boats of all kinds. The soldiers could easily enter the harbor and burn up everything, and no one could prevent them. There were men enough to make a good fight, but they were poorly armed, and had nothing but fowling pieces and shotguns, while the soldiers had muskets and cannon. The tide was down during the morning, so that there was no danger for a few hours, and all the people went out on the cliffs or beaches to watch the ship and see what would happen next. On the end of the low sandy spit that makes one side of the harbor stood the little white tower known as Scituate Light. In the house behind the light lived the keeper's family, consisting of himself, wife, and several boys and girls. At the time the ship appeared, the keeper was away, and there was no one at home save Mrs. Bates, the eldest daughter Rebecca, about 14 years old, 2 of the little boys, and a young girl named Sarah Windsor, who was visiting Rebecca. Rebecca had been the first to discover the ship while she was up in the lighthouse tower polishing the reflector. She at once descended the steep stairs and sent off the boys to the village to give the alarm. For an hour or two the ship tacked and stood off to sea, then tacked again and made for the shore. Men, women, and children watched her with anxious interest. Then the tide turned and began to flow into the harbor. The boats aground on the flats floated, and those in deep water swung round at their moorings. Now the soldiers would probably land. If the people meant to save anything, it was time to be stirring. Boats were hastily put out from the wharf, and such clothing, nets, and other valuables as could be handled were brought ashore, loaded into hay carts, and carried away. It was of no use to resist. The soldiers, of course, were well armed, and if the people made a stand among the houses, that would not prevent the enemy from destroying the shipping. As the tide spread out over the sandy flats, it filled the harbor, so that, instead of a small channel, it became a wide and beautiful bay. The day was fine, and there was a gentle breeze rippling the water and making it sparkle in the sun. What a splendid day for fishing or sailing! Not much use to think of either, while that warship crossed and recrossed before the harbor mouth. About 2 o'clock the tide reached high water mark, and, to the dismay of the people, the ship let go her anchor, swung her yards round, and lay quiet about a half-mile from the first cliff. They were going to land, to burn the town. With their spyglass the people could see the boats lowered to take the soldiers ashore. Ah, then there was confusion and uproar. Every horse in the village was put into some kind of team, and the women and children were hurried off to the woods behind the town. The men would stay and offer as brave a resistance as possible. Their guns were light and poor, but they could use the old fish houses as a fort, and perhaps make a brave fight of it. If worse came to worse, they could at least retreat and take to the shelter of the woods. It was a splendid sight. 5 large boats, manned by sailors and filled with soldiers in gay red coats. How their guns glittered in the sun! The oars all moved together in regular order, and the officers in their fine uniforms stood up to direct the expedition. It was a courageous company, come with a warship and cannon to fight helpless fishermen. So Rebecca Bates and Sarah Windsor thought, as they sat up in the lighthouse tower looking down on the procession of boats as it went past the point and entered the harbor. "Oh, if only I were a man!" cried Rebecca. "What could you do? See what a lot of them, and look at their guns." "I don't care. I'd fight. I'd use father's old shotgun, anything. Think of uncle's new boat, and the sloop." "Yes, and all the boats." "It's too bad, isn't it?" "Yes, and to think we must sit here and see it all, and not lift a finger to help." "Do you think there will be a fight?" "I don't know. Uncle and father are in the village, and they will do all they can." "See how still it is in town. There's not a man to be seen." "Oh, they are hiding till the soldiers get nearer. Then we'll hear the shots and the drum." "The drum? How can they? It's here. Father brought it home to mend it last night." "Did he? Oh, then let's see, the first boat has reached the sloop. Oh, oh, they are going to burn her! Isn't it mean? It's too bad, too. Where is that drum?" "It's in the kitchen." "I've got a great mind to go down and beat it." "What good would that do?" "Scare 'em." "They'd see it was only 2 girls, and they would laugh and go on burning just the same." "No, we could hide behind the sand hills and the bushes. Come, let's." "Oh, look, look, the sloop's afire." "Come, I can't stay and see it any more. The cowardly Britishers to burn the boats! Why don't they go up to the town and fight like—" "Come, let's get the drum. It'll do no harm, and perhaps—" "Well, let's. There's the fife, too. We might take that with us." "Yes, and we'll—" No time for further talk. Down the steep stairs of the tower rushed these 2 young patriots, bent on doing what they could for their country. They burst into the kitchen like a whirlwind, with rosy cheeks and flying hair. Mrs. Bates sat sorrowfully gazing out of the window at the scene of destruction going on in the harbor, and praying for her country, and that the dreadful war might soon be over. She could not help. Son and husband were shouldering their poor old guns in the town, and there was nothing to do but to watch and wait and pray. Not so the 2 girls. They meant to do something, and in a fever of excitement they got the drum and took the cracked fife from the bureau drawer. Mrs. Bates, intent on the scene outside, did not heed them, and they slipped out by the back door unnoticed. They must be careful, or the soldiers would see them. They went round back of the house to the north and towards the outside beach, and then turned and plowed through the deep sand just above high water mark. They must keep out of sight of the boats, and of the ship also. Luckily she was anchored to the south of the light, and as the beach curved to the west, they soon left her out of sight. Then they took to the water side, and with the drum between them, ran as fast as they could towards the mainland. Presently they reached the low heaps of sand that showed where the spit joined the fields and woods. Panting and excited, they tightened up the drum and tried the fife softly. "You take the fife, Sarah, and I'll drum." "All right, but we mustn't stand still. We must march along the shore towards the light." "Won't they see us?" "No, we'll walk next the water on the outside beach." "Oh, yes, and they'll think it's soldiers going down to the point to head 'em off." Just so. Come, begin. 1, 2, 1, 2. Drum, drum, drum. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Forward, march. Ha ha! The fife stopped. Don't laugh. You'll spoil everything, and I can't pucker my lips. Drum, drum, drum. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The men in town heard it, and were amazed beyond measure. Had the soldiers arrived from Boston? What did it mean? Who was coming? Louder and louder on the breeze came the roll of a sturdy drum and the sound of a brave fife. The soldiers in the boats heard the noise, and paused in their work of destruction. The officers ordered everybody into the boats in the greatest haste. The people were rising. They were coming down the point with cannons to head them off. They would all be captured, and perhaps hung by the dreadful Americans. How the drum rolled! The fife changed its tune. It played Yankee Doodle, that horrid tune. Hark! The men were cheering in the town. There were thousands of them in the woods along the shore. In grim silence marched the two girls, plodding over the sharp stones, splashing through the puddles, Rebecca beating the old drum with might and main, Sarah blowing the fife with shrill determination. How the Britishers scrambled into their boats! One of the brave officers was nearly left behind on the burning sloop. Another fell overboard and wet his good clothes in his haste to escape from the American army marching down the beach, 1,000 strong. How the sailors pulled! No fancy rowing now, but desperate haste to get out of the place and escape to the ship. How the people yelled and cheered on the shore! 50 men or more jumped into the boats to prepare for the chase. Ringing shots began to crack over the water. Louder and louder rolled the terrible drum. Sharp and clear rang out the cruel fife. Nearly exhausted, half dead with fatigue, the girls toiled on, tearful, laughing, ready to drop on the wet sand, and still beating and blowing with fiery courage. The boats swept swiftly out of the harbor on the outgoing tide. The fishermen came up with the burning boats. Part stopped to put out the fires, and the rest pursued the flying enemy with such shots as they could get at them. In the midst of it all, the sun went down. The redcoats did not return a shot. They expected every minute to see 1,000 men open on them at short range from the beach, and they reserved their powder. Out of the harbor they went in confusion and dismay. The ship weighed anchor and ran out her big guns, but did not fire a shot. Darkness fell down on the scene as the boats reached the ship. Then she sent a round shot towards the light. It fell short, and threw a great fountain of white water into the air. The girls saw it, and dropping their drum and fife, sat down on the beach and laughed till they cried. That night the ship sailed away. The great American army of 2 had arrived, and she thought it wise to retreat in time. Rebecca lived until old and feeble in body, but ever brave in spirit and strong in patriotism. She told this story herself to the writer, and it is true. End of Rebecca the Drummer, by Charles Barnard.
Chapter 39 of the Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrea Coffey. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism, by William Patten. The Messenger, by M.E.M. Davis. Those reptiles of Americans, I say to you, Marcel, mark my words, that they have it in their heads to betray Louisiana to the Spaniards. They are traitors. Old Galmiche rolled the word viciously on his French tongue. Yes, assented his young companion absently. He quite agreed with Galmiche. The Americans were traitors, oh, and of the blackest black. but the sky overhead was so blue, the wind blowing in from the gulf and lifting the dark curls on his bared forehead was so moist and sweet, the scene under his eyes, although familiar, was so enchanting. He rose, the better to see it all once again. Grande-Terre, the low-lying strip of an island upon which he stood, was at that time, September 1814, the stronghold of Jean Lafitte, the famous freebooter, or, as he chose rather to call himself, privateer, and his band of smugglers and buccaneers. The island, which lies across the mouth of Barataria Bay, with a narrow pass at each end opening into the Gulf of Mexico, had been well fortified. Lafitte's own bungalow-like house was protected on the Gulf side by an enclosing wall surmounted by small cannon. The rich furniture within the house, the pictures, books, oriental draperies, silver and gold plate, and rare crystal, attested equally, so declared his enemies, to the fastidious taste of the Lord of Barataria and to his lawlessness. The landlocked bay holds in its arms many small islands. These served Lafitte as places of deposit for smuggled or pirated goods. Watercraft of every description, more than one sloop or lugger decorated with gay lengths of silk or woolen cloth, rode at ease in the secure harbor. In a curve of the mainland a camp had been established for the negroes imported in defiance of United States law from Africa, to be sold in Louisiana and elsewhere. The buccaneers themselves were quartered on the main island. Marcel Lefort, the slender, dark-eyed Creole voyager, drew a deep sigh of delight as he resumed his seat on the grassy sward beside Galmiche. But he sprang again to his feet, for the tranquil morning air was suddenly disturbed by the reverberating boom of a cannon. Island, bay, and mainland were instantly in commotion. Lafitte himself appeared on the east end of his veranda, spyglass in hand. The noted outlaw was a tall, sinewy, graceful man, then a little past 30, singularly handsome, with clear-cut features, dark hair, and fierce gray eyes which could, upon occasion, soften to tenderness. The hands which lifted the spyglass were white and delicate. He lowered the glass. "A British sloop of war on the offing," he remarked to his lieutenant, Dominique You, standing beside him. "She has sent off her pennants with a flag of truce. I go to meet it. Order an answering salute." A moment later he had stepped into his four-oared barge and was skimming lightly down the great pass toward the Gulf. When he returned, 2 officers in the British uniform were seated in the barge with him. The freebooters, a formidable array of French, Italians, Portuguese, and West Indians, with here and there a sunburned American, stared with bold and threatening eyes at the intruders as they passed through the whispering Chêne (Oak Grove) to the house, to unfold their mission to the great chief, and to share his princely hospitality. Shortly after nightfall of the same day, on one of the little inner islands, Marcel Lefort stood leaning upon his long boat paddle, awaiting orders. His pirogue was drawn up among the reeds hard by. He lifted his head, but hardly had his keen eye caught the shadowy outlines of a boat on the bay before its occupants had landed. "The lad is too young," objected Dominique You, as the 2 men drew near. "His father was a gunner in Kellarec's army at 16, returned Lafitte. "You are sure of the route, Marcel?" he continued, touching the voyageur on the shoulder. "Yes, my captain, as the bird is of his flight through the air. This is not the first time," he added proudly, "that I have brought secret dispatches from New Orleans to Barataria." "True. Now listen. You will set out at once with this." He handed the lad a small packet wrapped in oil silk, which Marcel thrust into his bosom. "You will make all speed to the city," he continued. "There you will find Monsieur Pierre Lafitte, my brother, whether he be in prison, at the smithy, or at the Café Topin." "Yes, my captain." "And give the packet into his own hand." "Yes, my captain." "None but his, you understand. In case the packet should be lost or stolen by the way, you will all the same seek Monsieur, my brother, and say to him that the British have this day offered to me, Jean Lafitte, Lord of Barataria, the sum of $30,000, the rank of captain in the British Navy, and a free pardon for my men, if I will assist them in the invasion of Louisiana. I am sure that Monsieur, my brother, will not need to be told that Jean Lafitte spurns this insulting proposition, but you will say to him that the governor must be warned at once. The British officers will be detained here until you are well on your way. Yes, my captain. You quite understand, Marcel, and you quite understand also that if you risk your life, it is for Louisiana." "For Louisiana," echoed Marcel solemnly. He touched his cap in the darkness, stepped warily into the pirogue, pushed off, and dropped his paddle into the water. The needle-like boat threaded its way in and out among the islands, and leaped into the mouth of a sluggish, gulfward-stealing bayou. Here a few strokes of the paddle swept pirogue and paddler into a strange and lonely world. The tall cypress trees on each bank, draped with funeral moss, cast impenetrable shadows on the water. The death-like silence was broken only by the occasional ominous hoot of an owl or the wheezy snort of an alligator. The clammy air breathed poison, but the stars overhead were bright, and Marcel's heart throbbed exultant. "For Louisiana," he murmured. "He might have chosen Galmiche, or Joz, or Necoupe, but it is I, Marcel Lefort, whom the great chief has sent with the warning. For Louisiana, for Louisiana!" His muscular arms thrilled to the finger-tips with the rhythmic sweep of his paddle to the words. Turn after turn of the sinuous, ever-narrowing bayou slipped behind him as the night advanced. He kept a wary eye upon the black masses of foliage to right and left, knowing that a runaway negro, a mutineer from Barataria, or a murderous Choctaw might lurk there and wait for the passing boatman, or an American spy. He quickened his strokes at the thought, to wrest from him the precious dispatch. "Those vipers of Americans!" he breathed. "The Governor Claiborne, since the great chief trusts him, must have become a Creole at his heart. But the rest have a heart of a cockatrice, and these British, as Galmiche says, are surely Americans in disguise." The young Creole's ideas were not strange, his upbringing considered. He had stood in 1803, a boy of 8, beside his father on the Place d'Armes of New Orleans, and watched the French flag descend slowly from the tall staff, and the stars and stripes ascend proudly in its place. He had seen the impotent tears and heard the impotent groans of the French Creoles when the new American governor, standing on the balcony of the Cabildo, took possession in the name of the United States of the French province of Louisiana. Daily since then, almost hourly, he had heard his father and his father's friends denounce the Americans as double-dyed traitors who had bought Louisiana from France that they might hand it over to the still more detested Spaniards. "Vipers of Americans!" he repeated, humming under his breath a refrain much in vogue. "Américain coquin, vilain manquant, voleur de pain." American rogue, dressed in nankeen, bread-stealer. It would soon be morning. He glanced up at the open sky, for he was breasting the surface of a small lake. Good! The pirogue slipped into another bayou at the upper end of the lagoon. The shadows here seemed thicker than ever after the starlit lake. "Ugh!" ejaculated Marcel. An unseen log had lurched against the pirogue, upsetting it and throwing its occupant into the water. He sank, but rose in a flash and reached out, swimming, after pirogue and paddle. But the log lurched forward again, snapping viciously, and before he could draw back, a huge alligator had seized his left forearm between his great jaws. The conical teeth sank deep in the flesh. Marcel tugged under water at the knife in his belt. It seemed an eternity before he could draw it. A swift vision of the great chief's brooding eyes darted through his brain. "For Louisiana!" The words burst involuntarily from his lips as the keen blade buried itself under the knotty scales deep in the monster's throat. The mighty jaws relaxed and dropped the limp and bloody arm. Half an hour later the messenger stepped again into his recovered boat. A groan forced its way between his clenched teeth as he set his paddle to the dark waters of the bayou, but its rhythmic sweep did not slacken. In the gray dawn light of the second morning Lafitte's messenger came up from the Mississippi River at New Orleans, and walked swiftly across the Place d'Armes into Conde Street. The 19-year-old lad looked twice his age. His lips were parched, his eyes were bloodshot, a red spot glowed in each livid cheek. One arm, wrapped in a bloody sleeve of his hunting shirt, hung limply at his side. He paid no heed to the wondering questions of the few people he met, but sped like one in a dream to his goal. In the great smithy of the Lafitte brothers, which served as a blind for their smuggling operations, the forges were already aglow, the army of black slaves at work, and Pierre Lafitte, who, although outlawed like his brother, knew himself secure in this citadel, was giving orders. At sight of Marcel he leaped forward. "Why, Marcel!" he cried. "Why, my poor lad, what—" But Marcel had thrust the packet into his hand and dropped as one dead at his feet. "Those Americans, they are traitors, oh, of the blackest black!" The familiar phrase in his father's well-known voice fell upon Marcel's returning consciousness. He listened with closed eyes. "On that General Andrew Jackson, look you, Coulon, he has the liver of a Spaniard. He will betray Louisiana. That sees itself." "That sees itself," echoed old Coulon. Marcel opened his eyes. "Who is General Andrew Jackson?" he demanded, surprised at the stiffness of his own tongue. And those hands, pale and inert, lying on the coverlet before him, could they be his own? And why should he, Marcel, be in his bed in broad daylight? Suddenly he remembered that yesterday he had fetched and dispatched to Monsieur Pierre from the great chief. "Did Monsieur Pierre—" he began, eagerly trying to rise on his elbow. "Thank God!" ejaculated old Lefort, commonly called Pif Paf, springing to the bedside. "The boy is himself once more. But not so fast, my little Marcel, not so fast." Many weeks, it appeared, had passed since Marcel had been borne in the strong arms of Pierre Lafitte to Lefort's cottage near the smithy. Fever and delirium had set in before the worn figure was laid on the couch. But now tears were streaming down the weather-beaten face of the old gunner. "Now, by God's help, we shall get on our feet." "But who is General Andrew Jackson?" persisted Marcel querulously. "General Andrew Jackson," replied Coulon, seeing that the father's throat was choked with sobs. "General Andrew Jackson is an American. He arrives from day to day at New Orleans. He is in league with those British who are Americans in disguise. He comes to betray Louisiana to the Spaniard." "The monster!" said Marcel drowsily. His recovery thenceforth was rapid. Old Lefort's private forge was in his own courtyard. Here, among the rustling bananas and the flowering pomegranates, where he had played, a motherless infant, the slim, emaciated lad sat or walked about in the November sunshine. And while Marcel hung about, the smith, hammering out the delicate Lefort wrought iron work so prized in New Orleans today, anathematized indiscriminately General Jackson, the Spaniards, the British, and the Americans. Meanwhile, strange sounds filtered into the courtyard from without: the beat of drums, the shrill concord of fifes, the measured tread of marching feet. Marcel heard and wondered. He was not permitted to walk abroad, but what he saw from his window under the roof quickened his blood. "Is it that Governor Claiborne has heeded the great chief's warning?" he asked of his father. "The governor is an American," said Pif Paf. "All Americans are perfidious, but the traitor of traitors is General Andrew Jackson. Be quiet, my son. Do you wish to die of fever? When I do get out," Marcel was saying to himself one sunny day early in December, "I will slay the traitor with my own hands." A steady tread came echoing down the corridor, and the great chief stepped into the courtyard. "Monsieur Jean!" cried Pif Paf, running to meet him. Lafitte pressed the old man's hand in his, and turned to Marcel. "Aha, my little gamecock, there you are!" he said, catching the boy in his arms. "My faith, but you paddled well for Louisiana that time we know of. And the arm? Is it all there?" A winning tenderness softened the fierce eyes. "But I am pressed for time, my friends," he continued, stepping back. As he spoke he unbuckled his belt, to which hung a short sword with jeweled cross hilt. "Keep this, lad, in memory of Lafitte and the alligator." He laughed, handing sword and belt to Marcel, who stood open-mouthed, unable for sheer ecstasy to utter a word. "And look you, Marcel," his tones became grave, "I charge you henceforth to forget the road to Barataria. It leads to riches, yes, but it is a crooked and dishonest road. I would I had never myself set foot in such ways." He paused a moment, his eyes bent on the ground. Learn your father's honest trade, live by it, an honest man and a good citizen." "Yes, mon captain," stammered Marcel. "Swear!" said Lafitte imperiously. "I swear," breathed Marcel, his hand on the cross hilt of the sword. "By God's help!" "Amen!" said Lafitte reverently. He turned away. "But where are you going, Monsieur Jean?" cried Pif paf. "Do you not know that a reward of $500 is offered for your arrest?" "I know." Lafitte shrugged his shoulders disdainfully. "I go to offer my services to General Jackson." "General Jackson!" echoed Pif paf. His jaws dropped. He stood like one suddenly turned to stone while the chief's retreating footsteps rang down the alleyway. "General Jackson!" he repeated mechanically. "But he shall not!" With a roar of rage he leapt for the saber, his old saber which hung by the forge. "Myself, I will slay the traitor Jackson before Monsieur Jean dishonors himself. I, Blaise Lefort, will save him." He dashed out. Marcel followed, buckling on his cross-hilted sword as he ran. "Nevertheless, it is I who will destroy the traitor," he muttered. "I have already said it." The narrow streets of the old town presented a unique spectacle. The tall dormer window houses with their latticed balconies looked down upon hurrying crowds almost as motley as those of the Carnival. But the faces of these men and women were earnest, grimly determined. And soldiers everywhere! United States soldiers in trim uniforms, Coffee's Tennesseans in brown shirts and slouched hats, Planche's gaily clad Creole infantry, Daquin's free men of color, Indians in blankets and leggings, all carrying guns, all stepping briskly to drumbeat and fife call. Pennons, guidons, and banners tossed about in the orderly confusion. American and French flags waved together from balconies and windows. "But look!" exclaimed Marcel in pained astonishment. "Our Creoles are drilling with the Americans." "They are mad!" growled Pif paf. "This General Jackson has poisoned their hearts." In truth, the threatened attack on New Orleans by the British had united Creoles and Americans. A few only of the former held aloof, like old Lefort himself. These, honest in their convictions, were uncompromising. Marcel set his teeth, gripping his sword. At the entrance to General Jackson's headquarters in Royal Street they were questioned by a sentry, who looked from the swarthy old man to the pale lad, and let them pass. They hurried down the long dim corridor, which opened upon a sunny courtyard hung with blossoming rose vines. Huge water jars were ranged against the wall. A fountain played in the center, and round the pool beneath some soldiers in uniform were lounging and gossiping. Marcel glanced curiously at these as he followed his father up the winding stair. The arched hall above, with its Spanish windows, opened into an anteroom. Father and son paused instinctively here among the shadows. The large room beyond the folding doors, which were thrown open, was filled with the afternoon sunshine. A table strewn with maps and papers was placed near one of the long windows. Beyond it, in an armchair, was seated a man in an attitude of rigid attention. Several staff officers were gathered about him. The great chief stood directly in front of the seated figure. He had doubtless been speaking for some minutes. Now, holding out his sword, he concluded: "And I offer my services and those of my battalions in this hour of my country's peril to General Jackson." He spoke in English. Marcel, who was acquainted with the forbidden tongue, glanced sideways at his father. He saw that the old man had also understood. Both father and son, as if moved by the same spring, made a step forward. But both paused. General Jackson had risen from his seat. The light fell full upon his face as he reached out without a word and grasped Lafitte's hand. At sight of the tall, martial figure, erect and commanding in the simple uniform of the United States Army, the compelling face with its crown of bristling silvered hair, the eyes that shone with a curious, soft fire, the firm mouth and masterful chin, Marcel Lefort's soul seemed drawn from his bosom as by an invisible hand. A mist gathered before his eyes. His throat clicked. A mysterious longing suddenly swept over him from head to foot. Before he knew what he was about, he had traversed the antechamber and entered the larger room. his footfalls on the bare polished floor disturbing the dramatic silence. "My captain!" he cried, stopping short and lifting his eager, boyish face to the great chief. "My general!" He turned with outstretched sword to the greater chief beyond. He wished to say more, but the throbbing of his heart was too loud in his ears. Suddenly Marcel heard a footstep sound behind him. His father! He had quite forgotten his father. "He will slay me where I stand," he groaned inwardly. A hand whose touch thrilled him was slipped under his arm. He felt himself drawn to his father's side. "General Andrew Jackson!" The old gunner spoke with great dignity and feeling, although his English was queer. "We have come, my son and me, to offer our sword to those United States. Yes, my general, and those United States will make us the honor to accept." "By the Eternal!" cried General Jackson, surprised into his favorite oath. "With such a spirit in the air, I would storm all the powers of the world." In less than a month the memorable battle of New Orleans was fought. January 8, 1815, the Baratarians, under command of Jean Lafitte, rendered distinguished service in the short but bloody and decisive engagement. The two batteries directed by Beluche and Dominique You were especially commended in the general's official reports. Pif-Paf and his son served side by side in Dominique You's battery. When the battle was over, Marcel stood with his fellow gunners on the parapet of Rodriguez Canal and looked out across the field. Smoke hung under the cloudless morning sky. The British dead, in their scarlet uniforms, were lying row on row, one behind the other, like grain cut down by the mower's scythe. The boy's heart sickened, but a prolonged cheer came ringing along the parapet. General Jackson was walking slowly down the line, stopping in front of each command to salute the men and to praise their coolness and courage. As he came up, the Baratarians broke into wild shouts. The great commander shook hands with Lafitte and his brother, who stood a little apart. "Well done, Baratarians!" he said, stepping into the midst of the powder-grimed crew. His swift glance fell upon a lad whose luminous eyes were fixed upon him. "Well done, my little Creole!" he added, a rare smile flashing across his worn face. "My general," said Marcel, saluting proudly. "Me, I am an American." End of The Messenger, by M.E.M. Davis. Recording by Andrea Coffey.
Chapter 40 of the Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism, by William Patten. Humphrey Davy and the Safety Lamp, by George C. Towle. Few boys have ever led a happier, busier, or more varied existence than did Humphrey Davy. He was the son of a poor wood–carver, who lived in the pretty seaside town of Penzance in England, where Humphrey was born in 1778. Lowly, however, as was his birth, in his earliest years Humphrey gave many proofs that nature had endowed him with rare talents. Some of the stories told of his childish brightness are hard to believe. They relate, for instance, that before he was 2 years old he could talk almost as plainly and clearly as a grown person, that he could repeat many passages of Pilgrim's Progress from having heard them before he could read, and that at 5 years old he could read very rapidly, and remembered almost everything he read. His father, the wood–carver, had died while Humphrey was still very young, and had left his family poor. But by good fortune, a kind neighbour and friend, Mr. Tonkine, took care of the widow and her children, and obtained a place for Humphrey as an apprentice with an apothecary of the town. Humphrey proved, indeed, a rather troublesome inmate of the apothecary's house. He set up a chemical laboratory in his little room upstairs, and there devoted himself to all sorts of experiments. Every now and then an explosion would be heard, which made the members of the apothecary's household quake with terror. Humphrey began to dream ambitious dreams. Not for him, he thought, was the drudgery of an apothecary's store. He felt that he had in himself the making of a famous man, and he resolved that he would leave no science unexplored. He set to work with a will. His quick mind soon grasped the sciences not only of mathematics and chemistry, but of botany, anatomy, geology, and metaphysics. His means for the experiments he desired to make were very limited, but he did not allow any obstacle to prevent him from pursuing them. He was especially fond of wandering along the seashore, and observing and examining the many curious and mysterious objects which he found on the crags and in the sand. One day his eye was struck with the bladders of seaweed, which he found full of air. The question was, how did the air get into them? This puzzled him, and he could find no answer to it because he had no instruments to experiment with. But on another day soon after, as he strolled on the beach, what was his surprise and delight to find a case of surgical instruments which had been flung up from some wreck on the coast. Armed with this, he hastened home, and managed to turn each one of the instruments to some useful account. He constructed an air pump out of a surgeon's syringe, and made a great many experiments with it. Fortunately for Humphrey, he formed a friendship with a youth who could not only sympathize with him, but was of a great deal of use to him. This was Gregory Watt, the son of the great James Watt, the inventor of the steam engine. Gregory Watt had gone to Penzance for his health, and had there fallen in with the ambitious son of the woodcarver. This new friend was able to give Humphrey many new and valuable hints, and encouraged him with hopeful words to go on with his studies and experiments. Already Humphrey was getting to be known as a scientific genius beyond the quiet neighborhood of Penzance. He had proposed a theory on heat and light which had attracted the attention of learned men, and at 21 he had discovered the peculiar properties of nitrous oxide, what we now call laughing gas, though he nearly killed himself by inhaling too much of it. He had also made many experiments in galvanism, and had found silicious earth in the skin of reeds and grass. So famous, indeed, had he already become that at the age of 22, when most young men are only just leaving college, he was chosen lecturer on science at the great Royal Institution in London. There he amazed men by the eloquence and clearness with which he revealed the mysteries of science. He was so bright and attractive a young man, moreover, that the best London society gladly welcomed him to its drawing rooms, and praises of him were in every mouth. His lecture room was crowded whenever he spoke. But he was not a bit spoiled by all this flattery and homage. He worked all the harder, resolved to achieve yet greater triumphs in science than he had yet done. An opportunity soon arose to turn his knowledge and inventive powers to account in a very important way. For a long time the English public had every now and then been horrified by the terrible explosions which took place in the coal mines. These explosions resulted often in an appalling loss of human life. Their cause was the filling of the mine by a deadly gas called fire damp, which, when ignited by a lighted candle or lamp, exploded with fearful violence. One day an explosion of fire damp occurred which killed over 100 miners on the spot. This event called universal attention to the subject, and Humphry Davy was besought to try and find some means of preventing, or at least lessening, similar calamities. He promptly undertook the task, and set about it with all his wonted energy. The problem before him was how to provide light in the mines in such a way that the miners might see to work by it, and at the same time be safe from the danger of fire damp explosion. Many attempts had been made to achieve this, but they had all failed. Davy began his experiments. He soon made several valuable discoveries. One was that explosions of inflammable gases could not pass through long, narrow metallic tubes. Another was that when he held a piece of wire gauze over a lighted candle, the flame would not pass through it. As a result of his long and patient toil, Davy was able at last to construct his now famous safety lamp, which has undoubtedly saved the lives of thousands during the period which has elapsed since it was invented. He presented a model of his new lamp to the Royal Society, in whose rooms in London it is to be seen to this day. It is a simple affair, being merely a lamp screwed on to a wire gauze cylinder, and fitted to it by a tight ring. His idea was to admit the fire damp into the lamp gradually by narrow tubes, so that it would be consumed by combustion. The safety lamp was in truth the greatest triumph of Humphry Davy's useful life. "I value it," he said, "more than anything I ever did." Honors of all kinds were showered upon him. Many medals were awarded to him, and the grateful miners subscribed from their scant wages enough to present him with a magnificent service of silver worth $12,000. His discovery was hailed from every part of Europe. The Czar Alexander of Russia sent him a beautiful vase, and he was chosen a member of the Historic Institute of France, while his own government conferred upon him the coveted title of baronet. Sir Humphry Davy, as he was now called, died in the prime of life and in the fullness of honor and fame. Fond of travel, and continuing to the last his scientific studies, he went to the Continent, and took up his abode in Geneva, on the borders of one of the loveliest of Swiss lakes. There he had a laboratory, where he could work at will, and could also indulge his passion for fishing and hunting. But he was worn out before his time. He was attacked by palsy, and passed away in Geneva in 1829, in the 51st year of his age. There he was buried. A simple monument reveals where he lies in the foreign churchyard, while a tablet in Westminster Abbey keeps alive his memory in the hearts of his countrymen. End of chapter 40.
Chapter 41 of the Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism, by William Patten. Kit Carson's Duel, by Emerson Howe. "How much farther, Francois?" asked the leader of a little mountain cavalcade, which wound its way down a broad river valley in the heart of the Rocky Mountains. "See, it is now noon, and the encampment is not yet in sight. Shall we not stop and rest?" The speaker was a tall, thin man, whose face, browned by the sun of the plains and mountains, none the less bore a refinement almost approaching austerity. The man accosted was leaner and browner than himself, and wore the full costume of the Western engagé of the fur trade. "Monsieur Parker," he replied, "always you ask how far to the encampment. I do not know. In the mountain we do not ask how far. We push on the horse. That's all." "But the rendezvous, are you sure it is in this valley of the Green?" "It is established for the month of August in the valley of the Green. Those men of the mountain, he do not disappoint. This rendezvous of the year 1835, it may be the last one for the trapper, but me, François Verrier, say to you that you shall see the rendezvous, also the trapper and the trader and the Injun, hundreds of him. My faith, they shall see for the first time the missionnaire to the Injun. Monsieur Parker, you are not the good father? Eh bien, you shall make some little prayer for those sauvages." The thin face of Samuel Parker brightened. This land before his view, majestic, beautiful, was as fabled and unknown as the continent of lost Atlantis. It was a wild world, a new one, he first to answer that strange appeal from the wild Northwest, that appeal carried by the four Nez Perces Indians, who traveled in ignorance and hope across half a continent to ask that the book might be sent out to them by the white man, felt now exaltation swell within his soul. What a meeting must be this, which he had pushed forward so eagerly to discover! It was a gathering, as he had been well advised, not in the name of religion or of politics, of art or science, hardly even in the cause of commerce, although here the wild trappers and hunters, absent from one year's end to the other in the mountains, annually met at some appointed spot in the Rockies, those bold merchants who brought out to them stores of goods to trade for furs. The trappers' rendezvous. He had heard of it 1,000 tales distorted and unreal. Truly there was work ahead. He caught up the reins upon his horse's neck, forgot his weariness, and resumed his way. His followers, a score or more of horsemen and pack-train drivers, among whom rode a short, sturdy young man, the future martyr missionary, Marcus Whitman, moved on, browned, gaunt, dust-begrimed, yet cheerful. They had traveled for perhaps a mile or so down the valley when the guide, riding abreast of his employer, suddenly pulled up his horse and signed for his companion to pause. "Monsieur," said he, "you think I know little of this land. Behold, we have arrivé this hour." He pointed. There against the skyline, on a projecting range of the mountainside which sloped down to the edge of the valley, was the figure of a mountain man, motionless, and evidently on guard. "En avant!" cried Francois, setting heels to his horse. "Voilà! It is the guard of the encampment. Ride quick, mes camarades!" The train, pack horses and all, pushed forward at a gallop, which soon broke into a wild run, the proper gait in trapper custom for all who arrived at the mountain rendezvous. As they rounded the spur of rocks which had made the watchtower of the sentinel, the full scene burst upon their eyes. There was a wide, sweet space in the valley, made as if for the very purpose of the great rendezvous. A flat of green cottonwoods adjoined the river bank. Benches, or natural terraces of sweet grass, rose along the hillside a half-mile away. Hundreds of horses, picketed or hobbled, grazed here and there. Others, favorite steeds of their masters, stood tied at the doors of lodges, in front of which rose long, tufted spears, in the heraldry of that land, insignia of their owner's rank. Teepees, 120, skin tents of the savage tribes, and homes also of the whites, were grouped irregularly over a space of more than half a mile. At the doors of many of these, silent Indians sat and smoked. In the wide interspaces of the village were many men, some of them dressed in brown buckskins, others clad more gaudily. These passed to and fro, some on foot, others riding furiously. Animation was in all the air. Shouts, cries, a tumult formed of many factors filled the air. Babel of speech rose from Frenchmen, Spaniards, Canadians, English, Scotch, Irish, and American backwoodsmen, and Indians of half a dozen tribes. Horses, dogs, black-haired and blanketed women, and children of divers colors moved about continually. The gathering was heterogeneous, conglomerate, picturesque, savage. Samuel Parker, missionary to the Oregon tribes, and now come hither to the mountain market of 1835 as knight-errant of the gospel, pulled up his horse at the edge of the encampment and gazed in sheer amazement. His party, except Whitman, who reined in his horse at his friend's side, passed on and joined the shouting throng. Apparently they conveyed certain news as they rode, For now out of the circling ranks of wild horsemen there swept toward the strangers a group of yelling riders. Long ribbons and waving eagle feathers streamed from the manes and tails of their ponies. Some riders, even of the white men, wore the great war bonnets of the northern tribes, the long crests of feathers sweeping back upon the croups of the rough-coated steeds they rode. Weapons were in the hands of all. Loud speech and many oaths were on their lips. They might well have disturbed bolder hearts than that of a peaceful missionary. The leader of the approaching band was a man of gigantic stature, more than 6 inches above the 6 feet mark. He was dark of hair and eye. A wide mustache swept back across his face, and his heavy, untrimmed beard, matted and sunburned at the edges, gave him an expression savage and forbidding. Clad in the buckskin of a mountain trapper, none the less this personage affected a certain finery. A brilliant sash encircled his waist. His hat bore a wide plume. At his belt hung pistols, and in his hand was a long rifle. He pulled up his horse squatting, its nose high in air. "How, friend," he cried, "or be you friend, who come thus without word to Bill Shunan's camp?" "Sir," replied the missionary, "my name is Parker, Samuel Parker. I am from far New England, and am bound upon my way to Oregon. I have come aside from the Sublet cut-off trail to be present at this rendezvous. Yourself I do not know." "What? Not know Bill Shunan, the bully of the Rockies, and the owner of this camp? Hark ye, stranger, ye're treading on dangerous ground. I've whipped half a dozen men today, and driven every fighter of the rendezvous back into his lodge. They know Bill Shunan, and they show him respect, as you shall yourself." Samuel Parker made no reply, and found no way to move forward, even had he been sure that friends awaited him in the village. The giant went on. "Now, what's your business, man? Ye look like no trapper, no good mountain man. As for more Yankee traders, we've enough of them now, and more than enough. Look ye at their packs, laid out there, half of them not opened. The traders are robbing us mountain men at this market. 2 skins they ask for a pint of sugar, if one would please his squaw. As much goes for a knife, and 3 skins for coffee, as much as you could put in a pint cup. Powder they hold as high as gold dust, and a blanket is worth a pair of horses. It's robbery, and I'll have no more of it. If Jim Bridger and Bill Williams and their half-black Beckworth and Gervais and Frabe and their other offscourings of old Ashley will not rebel against such doings, then for one Bill Shunan is not afraid. My people were French back in old Canada. It is the French who found the Rockies and who ought to own them. These Americans, I whip them with switches, and so I'll whip you if ye come here as a trader and give us no better measure than these others. Now I say, who are ye?" The dark eye of the missionary lighted again with its hidden fire. "I am a missionary," said he, "a man of the church, a minister of the gospel, as I would have said to you. I have come to this encampment to hold divine services among you. Red man or white, we are brethren, and we are sinners in common." The close-shut mouth, the dull flush visible beneath the tan, the flash of the eye, all bespoke him a man not devoid of courage. Yet his speech brought only rage to the other. "Minister!" he cried, "by all the saints, no unfrocked priest shall speak words in this camp of mine. Not even a good father of the French has been present at a rendezvous of the bully boys of the mountains. And who are you to come intruding at the frolic of the trappers? I'll have no sniveling Protestant here, so get ye gone at once." "Sir," said the minister, "I have ridden far, and I am not of a mind to go back." He crowded his horse forward, the more so as he saw approaching another band of men from the encampment. He could only hope that they might be of a class not quite the same as this desperado. A moment later these riders joined the group of parleyers. "How now, what is this?" cried out the tall man who led these newcomers. "Who's the stranger? Does he carry news from the States?" "Back with ye, Bill Williams!" cried Shunan. "'Tis but a snivelling preacher from the East, and I have told him he shall bring no psalms here." The freshly arrived horsemen made small reply to Shunan's speech, but bent a curious gaze upon the stranger. The latter saw at a glance that these were no allies of the bully. Therefore he glanced toward them as if in appeal. Without a word, a half score of them urged their horses round him and separated him from Shunan's party. "What!" cried Shunan, "you dispute me? I tell ye he will never see the sun again if he pushes himself into this camp. What do ye mean, you puny Yankees? Do ye want me to put ye on your deathbeds, as I have a couple of ye before today? Back with ye, for I say this man shall not come into camp." Shunan broke in a quiet voice. "Who gives you right to issue orders here?" The speaker was a young man, still in his 20s, and so far from equaling in stature the giant whom he addressed, he was slight and small, not over 5 feet 6 inches in height, although of good shoulders and great depth of chest. He sat a dark brown horse, fully caparisoned in the Spanish fashion. His garb was of buckskin, but plain and devoid of ornamentation. A wide hat swept over his well-tanned face, and from beneath its brim there shone the steely glance of gray-blue eyes. Shunan, dumbfounded, whirled his horse toward the speaker. "Shunan," repeated this man, in turn urging his own horse forward, "you've made trouble enough in the encampment. You shall no longer act the bully here. The stranger comes in peace, and he shall be heard here if he likes. What," and the blue eyes flashed, "would you issue orders at a meeting of the free men of the mountains, the very place in all the world where every man who comes in friendship is made welcome? This is our country, this is our encampment. The law of what is right shall govern here, and I take it upon myself to say this to you." Silence fell upon all who heard these words. The last speaker raised his hand as Parker would have spoken. The friends of the young man now pressed closer about him. He did not give back, but urged his mount still forward until it breasted the cream-colored horse which Shunan rode. The bully, half sobered from his potations by this stern situation, did not himself give back. "Who are you?" he cried. "By what right do ye question Bill Shunan? Would ye be the next to be whipped with switches? There is but one end to this, boy. Are ye ready for it?" "Have I ever been found unready?" asked the young man quietly. "I say again, this land is free. The stranger shall have meat and robes at my lodge, and if he will speak, he shall have his say." In a rage, Shunan spurred forward, his hand uplifted, yet the brown horse and its rider receded not an inch. The issue was joined. There must now be combat. "Not here!" cried old Bill Williams suddenly. "Wait! Back to the camp with ye all, and there let it be decided proper." This speech met with sudden approval upon both sides. An instant later, the missionary's horse was swept forward in a rush which carried both parties, intermingled, deep into the center of the tented village. Well toward the middle of the encampment there was a large and irregular space left unoccupied, a sort of plaza devoted to common use, and employed as meeting ground in the trading operations of the market or the jollifications, which occupied far more of the time. As the riders came into this open space, Shunan and his party drew off to the right. His antagonist sought out his lodge upon the opposite side. He was followed here by several of his warmer friends, Williams, Bridger, Frabe, other men of the mountains, at one time known throughout the length and breadth of the West. "Sir," said the young man, turning toward Samuel Parker, "get you down, and come within my house. Perhaps by this time you are used to such. We bid you welcome. I shall return to you soon, after I have settled this matter which has come up between me and yonder ruffian." "I beseech you," cried the missionary, reaching out an imploring hand, "what is it you would do? Surely you do not mean you would not engage in combat with this man? You do not mean bloodshed? This on my account? No, no, let me go." The quiet man whom he thus accosted made no answer at first, but pushed back the hat from his brow and gazed upon the newcomer with a kindly eye. "There is but one way," said he. "Bill, see to it that our friend has good treatment here." The man addressed took Parker by the arm and thrust him gently within the lodge. The young man now summoned another friend. "Gervais," he said, "go to yonder bully, and say to him that unless his threats and boasts cease, I shall be forced to kill him. Our bullets should be for our enemies, but Shunan has made trouble enough, and he must go to his lodge or meet me man to man." "Are ye ready for him, boy?" asked Gervais. "How is the shoulder where you caught the Blackfoot bullet last fall? Can you handle the rifle?" "I'll not trust the shoulder," was the reply, "and will not risk the rifle." He drew a pistol from his belt and looked at the priming of the pan. "One shot," said he, "and it must do." "But he'll use his rifle." "Very well. Go to him and say that I shall come mounted like himself, and he may be armed as he likes. No man is my superior on horse or with any weapon. Moreover, you shall see that I do not seek so much to kill him as to end his boasting, and to restore the law in this camp." Gervais sprang upon his horse and was off, calling out to others who drew near the instructions which he had received. He approached Shunan, who was now urging his horse round and round the open space of the village, shouting defiance and uttering foul reproaches for his antagonist, whom he announced himself eager to meet. Gervais delivered his message. The bully continued to crowd his horse back and forth, pulling it up so sharply that it was thrown upon its haunches now and again in mid-career. He waved his long rifle over his head, and issued a general challenge to all within reach of his voice. At this moment there rode out from the farther side of the circle the champion of law and order. The horse which he bestrode came on strongly and lightly, its head up. The rider had stripped off all his accouterments and rode a buckskin pad saddle, Indian fashion. About his waist was a belt, which bore no weapons. His long rifle, at which weapon he had no master, did not rest upon the saddle front. His hat was gone, and a handkerchief bound back his long, light hair. He rode forward lightly, easily, in confidence. Shunan, yelling wildly, charged at once upon him. The young man sat erect, but when Shunan was still a score of yards away, the brown horse leaped aside, its rider lying along its neck as an Indian might have done, and swept round and to the rear of Shunan. The bully, fumbling with his piece, endeavored to follow. Then he saw the pistol barrel pointing under the neck of the brown horse, and cold terror smote his soul. The two swept past again at full gallop, Shunan still not quite master of his horse and weapon at the same time, for the long-barreled, muzzle-loading rifle was difficult to manage from the back of a plunging horse. They wheeled and passed yet again, but this time, as they turned, they headed directly toward each other at a steady pace. The spectators knew that in an instant the issue would be decided. Shunan jerked up his horse and threw his rifle sharply to his face. His antagonist made no attempt to swerve, but instead spurred forward sharply. The brown horse sprang breast to breast with the cream-colored mustang. The two men were within arm's length. At this minute there rang out two reports, almost at the same instant. The horses sprang apart. The slider man was still sitting erect. He swept his hand hastily across his temple, where he felt a stinging burn. Shunan, dazed, sat his horse for an instant, but his rifle dropped to the ground, and as his horse sprang forward, he himself fell, and so lay, one arm hanging limp and the other raised in the sign of surrender. The duel was over. The late friends of Shunan joined the riders who now crowded into the open space from the opposite sides of the arena. "Did he touch ye, boy?" cried old Bill Williams. "No, though he meant it well enough. See, there's a twist of hair gone from the side of my head." "He got your bullet through the hand and wrist," said Williams as they turned away. "His right arm's done for a while. You were a bit the first with your fire, my son." "I know it, and I knew I had need to be. I fired at his hand, and knew I must be a shade the first. I knew if I held true, his aim would be thrown out." As he spoke, he dismounted at the door of his own lodge. There Samuel Parker met him and cried, "Is it over? Is anyone hurt? Has there been murder done?" There, friend," said old Bill Williams gently. "You bring here still your Yankee way of speech. Besides, 'tis no murder unless some one is killed, and yonder bully Shunan will only have a sore hand for a month or so. 'Twas a lesson that was well needed for him. See now, the camp is quiet already. Men and women may venture out of doors in peace and comfort. 'Tis but the law of the mountains you have seen, man." "And as for the law of the gospel," interrupted Gervais, "they shall have that this night round the fire, if you wish to speak." The minister gazed from one to the other with emotions new to him. "And you, sir," he said, extending his hand to the young man who had thus stoutly championed him, "who are you? Whom shall I thank for this strange act, for this strange justice of the mountains, as you call it?" The bronzed men who stood or sat their horses near at hand gazed from one to another, smiling. At last old Bill Williams broke out into a laugh. "Man," cried he, "'tis easily seen you're fresh from the States. What, not know the best man in all the Rockies? There is but one could have done this deed so well. We have few courts here, but whenever we've needed a sheriff of our own, we've had one, and here he is. So you did not know Kit Carson?" End of Kit Carson's Duel by Emerson Howe.
Chapter 42 of the Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Casper. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism, by William Patten. The Story of Grace Darling, by Anonymous. On the evening of Wednesday, September 5th, the steamship Forfarshire left Hull for Dundee, carrying a cargo of iron, and having some 40 passengers on board. The ship was only 8 years old, the master, John Humble, was an experienced seaman, and the crew, including firemen and engineers, was complete. But even before the vessel left the dock, one passenger at least had felt uneasily that something was wrong. that there was an unusual commotion among officials and sailors. Still no alarm was given, and at dusk the vessel steamed prosperously down the Humber River. The next day, Thursday the 6th, the weather changed, the wind blowing north-northwest, and increasing toward midnight to a perfect gale. On the morning of Friday the 7th, a sloop from Montrose, making for South Shields, saw a small boat laboring hard in the trough of the sea. The Montrose vessel bore down on it, and in spite of the state of the weather managed to get the boat's crew on board. They were 9 men in all, the sole survivors, as they believed themselves to be, of the crew and passengers of the Forfarshire, which was then lying a total wreck on Longstone, one of the outermost of the Farne Islands. It was a wretched story they had to tell, of lives thrown away through carelessness and negligence, unredeemed as far as their story went by any heroism or unselfish courage. While still in the Humber, and not 20 miles from Hull, it was found that one of the boilers leaked, but the captain refused to put about. The pumps were set to work to fill the boiler, and the vessel kept on her way, though slowly, not passing between the Farne Islands and the mainland until Thursday evening. It was 8 o'clock when they entered Berwick Bay. The wind freshened, and was soon blowing hard from the north-northwest. The motion of the vessel increased the leakage, and it was now found that there were holes in all the 3 boilers. 2 men were set to work the pumps, 1 or 2 of the passengers also assisting, but as fast as the water was pumped into the boilers it poured out again. The bilge was so full of steam and boiling water that the firemen could not get to the fires. Still the steamer struggled on, laboring heavily, for the sea was running very high. At midnight they were off St. Abb's Head, when the engineers reported that the case was hopeless. The engines had entirely ceased to work. The ship rolled helplessly in the waves, and the rocky coast was at no great distance. They ran up the sails, fore and aft, to try and keep her off the rocks, and put her round so that she might run before the wind, and as the tide was setting southward she drifted fast with wind and tide. Torrents of rain were falling, and in spite of the wind there was a thick fog. Some of the passengers were below, others were on deck with crew and captain, knowing well their danger. About 3 the noise of breakers was distinctly heard a little way ahead, and at the same time a light was seen away to the left, glimmering faintly through the darkness. It came home to the anxious crew with sickening certainty that they were being driven on the Farne Islands. These islands form a group of desolate rocks lying off the Northumbrian coast. They are 20 in number, some only uncovered at low tide, and all offering a rugged iron wall to any ill-fated boat that may be driven upon them. Even in calm weather and by daylight, seamen are glad to give them a wide berth. The master of the Forfarshire, in this desperate strait, attempted to make for the channel which runs between the islands and the mainland. It was at best a forlorn chance. It was hopeless here. The vessel refused to answer her helm. On she drove in the darkness. Nearer and nearer came the sound of the breakers. The passengers and crew on board the boat became frantic. Women wailed and shrieked. The captain's wife clung to him weeping. The crew lost all instinct of discipline, and thought of nothing but saving their skins. Between 3 and 4 the shock came. A hideous grinding noise, a strain and shiver of the whole ship, and she struck violently against a great rock. In the awful moment which followed, 5 of the crew succeeded in lowering the larboard quarter boat and pushed off in her. The mate swung himself over the side and also reached her, and a passenger, rushing at this moment up from the cabin, and seeing the boat already 3 yards from the ship, cleared the space with a bound and landed safely in her, though nearly upsetting her by his weight. She righted, and the crew pulled off with the desperate energy of men rowing for their lives. The sight of agonized faces, the shrieks of the drowning, were lost in the darkness and in the howling winds, and the boat with the 7 men on board was swept along by the rapidly flowing tide. Such was the story the exhausted boat's crew told the next morning to their rescuers on board the Montrose sloop. And the rest of the ship's company? What of them? Had they all gone down by the island crag, with never a hand stretched out to help them? Hardly had the boat escaped from the stranded vessel, when a great wave struck her on the quarter, lifted her up bodily, and dashed her back on the rock. She struck midships on the sharp edge, and broke at once into 2 pieces. The after part was washed clean away, with about 20 passengers clinging to it, the captain and his wife being among them. A group of people, about 9 in number, were huddled together near the bow. They, with the whole forepart of the ship, were lifted right on to the rock. In the fore cabin was a poor woman, Mrs. Dawson, with a child on each arm. When the vessel was stranded on the rock, the waves rushed into the exposed cabin, but she managed to keep her position, cowering in a corner. First one, then the other child, died from cold and exhaustion, and falling from the fainting mother, were swept from her sight by the waves, but the poor soul herself survived all the horrors of the night. It was now 4 o'clock. The storm was raging with unabated violence, and it was still 2 hours to daybreak. About a mile from Longstone, the island on which the vessel struck, lies Brownsman, the outermost of the Farne Islands, on which stands the lighthouse. At this time the keeper of the lighthouse was a man of the name of William Darling. He was an elderly, almost an old man, and the only other inmates of the lighthouse were his wife and daughter Grace, a girl of 22. On this Friday night she was awake, and through the raging of the storm heard shrieks more persistent and despairing than those of the wildest sea birds. In great trouble she rose and awakened her father. The cries continued, but in the darkness they could do nothing. Even after day broke it was difficult to make out distant objects, for a mist was still hanging over the sea. At length, with a glass, they could discern the wreck on Longstone, and figures moving about on it. Between the 2 islands lay a mile of yeasty sea, and the tide was running hard between them. The only boat on the lighthouse was a clumsily built jolly boat, heavy enough to tax the strength of 2 strong men in ordinary weather, and here there was but an old man and a young girl to face a raging sea and a tide running dead against them. Darling hesitated to undertake anything so dangerous, but his daughter would hear of no delay. On the other side of that rough mile of sea men were perishing, and she could not stay where she was and see them die. So off they set in the heavy coble, the old man with one oar, the girl with the other, rowing with straining breath and beating hearts. Any moment they might be whelmed in the sea, or dashed against the rocks. Even if they got the crew off, it would be doubtful if they could row them to the lighthouse. The tide was about to turn, and would be against them on their homeward journey. Death seemed to face them on every side. When close to the rock, there was imminent danger of their being dashed to pieces against it. Steadying the boat an instant, Darling managed to jump on to the rock, while Grace rapidly rowed out a little and kept the boat from going on the rocks by rowing continually. It is difficult to imagine how 9 shipwrecked people, exhausted and wearied as they were got into the boat in such a sea, especially as the poor woman, Mrs. Dawson, was in almost a fainting condition. But finally they were all gotten on board. Fortunately 1 or 2 of the rescued crew were able to assist in the heavy task of rowing the boat back to Brownsman. The storm continued to rage for several days after, and the whole party had to remain in the lighthouse. Moreover, a boatload which had come to their rescue from North Shields was also storm-stayed. It is told of this admirable girl that she was the tenderest and gentlest of nurses and hostesses, as she was certainly one of the most singularly courageous of women. She could never be brought to look upon her exploit as in any way remarkable; and when by and by honors and distinctions were showered upon her, and people came from long distances to see her, she kept through it all the dignity of perfect simplicity and modesty. Close to Bamborough, on a windy hill, lie a little grey church and a quiet churchyard. At all seasons high winds from the North Sea blow over the graves, and fret and eat away the soft grey sandstone of which the plain headstones are made. So great is the wear and tear of these winds, that comparatively recent monuments look like those which have stood for centuries. On one of these stones lies a recumbent figure, with what looks not unlike a lance clasped in the hand and laid across the breast. Involuntarily one thinks of the stone crusaders who lie in their armor clasping their half drawn swords, awaiting the resurrection morning. It is the monument of Grace Darling, who here lies at rest with her oar still clasped in her strong right hand. End of The Story of Grace Darling, by Anonymous.
Chapter 43 of The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism, by William Patten. The Struggles of Charles Goodyear, by George C. Towle. Never did any man work harder, suffer more keenly, or remain more steadfast to one great purpose of life, than did Charles Goodyear. The story of his life, for the most part mournful, teems with touching interest. No inventor ever struggled against greater or more often returning obstacles, or against repeated failures more overwhelming. Goodyear is often compared, as a martyr and hero of invention, to Bernard Palissy the potter. He is sometimes called the Palissy of the 19th century. But his sufferings were more various, more bitter, and more long-enduring than ever were even those of Palissy, while the result of his long, unceasing labors was infinitely more precious to the world. For if Palissy restored the art of enameling so as to produce beautiful works of art, Goodyear perfected a substance which gives comfort and secures health to millions of human beings. Charles Goodyear was born at New Haven, Connecticut, in 1801. He was the eldest of the 6 children of a leading hardware merchant of that place, a man both of piety and of inventive talent. When Charles was a boy, his father began the manufacture of hardware articles, and at the same time carried on a farm. He often required his son's assistance, so that Charles's schooling was limited. He was very fond of books, however, from an early age, and instead of playing with his mates, devoted most of his leisure time to reading. It was even while he was a schoolboy that his attention was first turned to the material, the improvement of which for common uses became afterwards his life work. He happened to take up a thin scale of India rubber, says his biographer, peeled from a bottle, and it was suggested to his mind that it would be a very useful fabric if it could be made uniformly so thin and could be so prepared as to prevent its melting and sticking together in a solid mass. Often afterward he had a vivid presentiment that he was destined by Providence to achieve these results. The years of his youth and early manhood were spent in the hardware trade in Philadelphia and then in Connecticut, and at 24 he was married to a heroic young wife, who shared his trials and was ever to him a comforting and encouraging spirit. From boyhood he was always devout and pure in habits. On one occasion, soon after his marriage, he wrote to his wife while absent from her, "I have quit smoking, chewing, and drinking all in one day. You cannot form an idea of the extent of this last evil in this city, New York, among the young men. Charles Goodyear's misfortunes began early in his career. He failed in business, his health broke down, and through life thereafter he suffered from almost continual attacks of dyspepsia. He was, moreover, a small, frail man, with a weak constitution. He was imprisoned for debt after his failure, nor was this the only time that he found himself within the walls of a jail. That was almost a frequent experience with him in after life. It was under discouragements like these that Goodyear began his long series of experiments in India rubber. Already this peculiar substance, a gum that exudes from a certain kind of very tall tree, which is chiefly found in South America, had been manufactured into various articles, but it had not been made enduring, and the uses to which it could be put were very limited. There is no space here to follow Goodyear's experiments in detail. He entered upon them with the ardor of a fanatic and the faith of a devotee, but he very soon found that the difficulties in his way were great and many. He was bankrupt, in bad health, with a growing family dependent on him, and no means of support. Yet he persevered, through years of wretchedness, to the very end. It is a striking fact that his very first experiment was made in a prison cell. During the long period occupied by his repeated trials of invention, he passed through almost every calamity to which human flesh is heir. Again and again he was thrown into prison. Repeatedly he saw starvation staring him and his gentle wife and his poor little children in the face. He was reduced many times to the very last extreme of penury. His friends sneered at him, deserted him, called him mad. He was forced many times to beg the loan of a few dollars, with no prospect of repayment. One of his children died in the dead of winter, when there was no fuel in the cheerless house. A gentleman was once asked what sort of a looking man Goodyear was. "If you meet a man," was the reply, "who wears an India rubber coat, cap, stock, vest, and shoes, with an India rubber money purse without a cent in it, that is Charles Goodyear." Once, while in the extremity of want, when he was living at Greenwich near New York, he met his brother-in-law and said, "Give me $10, brother. I have pawned my last silver spoon to pay my fare to the city." "You must not go on so. You cannot live in this way," said the other. "I am going to do better," replied Goodyear cheerily. It was by accident, at last, that he hit upon the secret of how to make India rubber durable. He was talking one day to several visitors, and in his ardor making rapid gestures, when a piece of rubber which he was holding in his hand accidentally hit against a hot stove. To his amazement, instead of melting, the gum remained stiff and charred like leather. He again applied great heat to a piece of rubber, and then nailed it outside the door, where it was very cold. The next morning he found that it was perfectly flexible, and this was the discovery which led to that successful invention which he had struggled through so many years to perfect. The main value of the discovery lay in this, that while the gum would dissolve in a moderate heat, it both remained hard and continued to be flexible when submitted to an extreme heat. This came to be known as the vulcanization of India rubber. 2 years were still to elapse, however, before Goodyear could make practical use of his great discovery. He had tired everybody out by his previous frequent assertions that his invention had been perfected, when it had until now always proved a failure. Many a time he had gone to his friends, declaring that he had succeeded, so that when he really had made the discovery, nobody believed in it. He was still desperately poor and in wretched health, yet he moved to Woburn in Massachusetts, resolutely continuing his experiments there. He had no money, and so baked his India rubber in his wife's oven and saucepans, or hung it before the nose of her tea kettle. Sometimes he begged the use of the factory ovens in the neighborhood after the day's work was over, and sold his children's very school books in order to supply himself with the necessary gum. At this time he lived almost exclusively on money gifts from pitying friends, who shook their heads in their doubts of his sanity. Often his house had neither food nor fuel in it. His family were forced to go out into the woods to get wood to burn. They dug their potatoes before they were half grown, for the sake of having something to eat. Goodyear was terribly afraid that he should die before he could make the world perceive the great uses to which his discovery might be applied. What he was toiling for was neither fame nor fortune, but only to confer a vast benefit on his fellow men. At last, after infinite struggles, the absorbing purpose of his life was attained. India rubber was introduced under his patents, and soon proved to have all the value he had, in his wildest moments, claimed for it. Success thus crowned his noble efforts, which had continued unceasingly through 10 years of self-imposed privation. India rubber was now seen to be capable of being adapted to at least 500 uses. It could be made as pliable as kid, tougher than oxhide, as elastic as whalebone, or as rigid as flint. But, as too often happens, his great discovery enriched neither Goodyear nor his family. It soon gave employment to 60,000 artisans, and annually produced articles in this country alone worth $8 millions. Happily the later years of the noble, self-denying inventor were spent at least free from the grinding penury and privations of his years of uncertainty and toil. He died in his 60th year, 1860, happy in the thought of the magnificent boon he had given to mankind. End of The Struggles of Charles Goodyear, by George C. Towle. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Chapter 44 of the Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Casper. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism, by William Patten. Old Johnny Appleseed, by Elizabeth Harrison. Many years ago, on the sparsely settled prairies of America, there lived an old man who was known by the queer name of Johnny Appleseed. His wife had died long ago, and his children had grown up and scattered to the corners of the earth. He had not even a home that he could call his own, but wandered about from place to place, with only a few friends and little or no money. His face was wrinkled, his hair was thin and gray, and his shoulders stooped. His clothes were old and ragged, and his hat was old and shabby. Yet inside of him was a heart that was brave and true, and he felt that even he, old and poor as he was, could be of use in the world, because he loved his fellow men, and love always finds something to do. As he trudged along the lonely road from town to town, or made for himself a path through the unbroken forest, he often thought of the good God, and of how all men were children of the one Father. Sometimes he would burst out singing the words of a song which he had learned when he was a young man. Millions loving, I embrace you, all the world this kiss I send. Brothers, o'er yon starry tent dwells a God whose love is true. These words, by the way, are part of a great poem you may some day read, and they once so stirred the heart of a great musician that he set them to the finest music the world has ever heard. And now the great thought of a loving God and the great music of a loving man comforted the lonely traveler. The old man wandered about from village to village, which in those days were scattered far apart, with miles and miles of prairie land stretching between them, and sometimes woodland and rivers too separated one village from the next. At night he usually earned his crust of bread and lodgings by mending the tea kettle or wash boiler of some farmer's wife, or by soldering on the handle of her tin cup or the knob to her teapot, as he always carried in one of his coat pockets a small charcoal stove and a bit of solder. He always carried under his arm or over his shoulder a green baize bag, and when the mending was done he would oftentimes draw out of this green bag an old violin, and begin to play, and the farmer, as well as his wife and the children, would gather around him and listen to his strange music. Sometimes it was gay, and sometimes it was sad, but always sweet. Sometimes he sang words that he himself had written, and sometimes the songs which had been written by the great masters. But mending broken tinware and playing an old violin were not the only things he did to help the world along. As he wandered from place to place, he often noticed how rich the soil was, and he would say to himself, "Some day this will be a great country with thousands of people living on this land. And though I shall never see them, they may never read my verses or hear my name, still I can help them and add some things to their lives." So whenever a farmer's wife gave him an apple to eat, he carefully saved every seed that lay hidden in the heart of the apple, and next day, as he trudged along, he would stoop down every now and then and plant a few of the seeds, and then carefully cover them with the rich black soil of the prairie. Then he would look up reverently to the sky and say, "I can but plant the seed, dear Lord, and thy clouds may water them, but thou alone can give the increase. Thou only can cause this tiny seed to grow into a tree whose fruit shall feed my fellow men." Then the godlike love that would fill his heart at such a thought would cause his face to look young again, and his eyes to shine as an angel's must shine. And oftentimes he would sing in clear rich tones, "Millions loving, I embrace you, all the world this kiss I send. Brothers, o'er yon starry tent dwells a God whose love is true." And he knew that God dwelt in his heart as well as in the blue sky above. When the cold winters came, and the ground was frozen too hard for him to plant his apple seeds, he still saved them, and would often have a small bag full of them by the time that spring returned again. And this is how he came to be called Old Johnny Appleseed. Though nobody took very much notice of what he was doing, he still continued every day to plant apple seeds, and each evening to play on his violin. By and by his step grew slower, and his shoulders drooped lower, until at last his soul, which had always been strong and beautiful, passed out of his worn old body into the life beyond, and the cast-off body was buried by some villagers who felt kindly toward the old man, but who never dreamed that he had ever done any real service for them or their children. And soon his very name was forgotten. But the tiny apple seeds took root and began to grow, and each summer the young saplings grew taller, and each winter they grew stronger, until at last they were young trees, and then they were old enough to bear apples. As people moved from the east out to the wild western prairies, they naturally enough selected sites for building their homes near the fruitful apple trees, and in the springtime the young men gathered the blossoms for the young maidens to wear in their hair, and in the autumn the fathers gathered the ripe red and yellow apples to store away in their cellars for winter use, and the mothers made apple sauce and apple pies and apple dumplings of them, and all the year round the little children played under the shade of the apple trees. But none of them ever once thought of the old man who had planted for people he did not know, and who could never even thank him for his loving services. Each apple that ripened bore in its heart a number of new seeds, some of which were planted and grew into fine orchards, from which were gathered many barrels of apples. These were shipped farther west until the Rocky Mountains were reached. In the center of each apple shipped were more seeds, from which grew more apple trees, which bore the same kind of apples that the wrinkled old man in the shabby old clothes had planted long years before. So that many thousands of people have already been benefited by what the poor old man in the shabby old coat did, and thousands yet to come will enjoy the fruits of his labor. It is true he never wore the armor of a great knight, and never held the title of a great general. He never discovered a new world, nor helped his favorite to sit on the throne of a king; but perhaps, after all, though ragged and poor, he was a hero, because in his heart he really and truly sang as well as with his lips: "Millions loving, I embrace you, all the world this kiss I send. Brothers, o'er yon starry tent dwells a God whose love is true." For the greatest of all victories is to learn to love others even when they do not know it. This is to be godlike, and to be godlike is to be the greatest of heroes. End of Old Johnny Appleseed, by Elizabeth Harrison.
Chapter 45 of the Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism, by William Patten. The Little Postboy, by Bayard Taylor. Very few foreigners travel in Sweden in the winter, on account of the intense cold. As you go northward from Stockholm, the capital, the country becomes ruder and wilder, and the climate more severe. In the sheltered valleys along the Gulf of Bothnia, and the rivers which empty into it, there are farms and villages for a distance of 700 or 800 miles, after which fruit trees disappear, and nothing will grow in the short cold summers except potatoes and a little barley. Farther inland there are great forests and lakes, and ranges of mountains where bears, wolves, and herds of wild reindeer make their home. No people could live in such a country unless they were very industrious and thrifty. I made my journey in the winter because I was on my way to Lapland, where it is easier to travel when the swamps and rivers are frozen, and the reindeer sleds can fly along over the smooth snow. It was very cold indeed, the greater part of the time. The days were short and dark, and if I had not found the people so kind, so cheerful, and so honest, I should have felt inclined to turn back more than once. But I do not think there are better people in the world than those who live in Norrland, which is a Swedish province, commencing about 200 miles north of Stockholm. They are a hale, strong race, with yellow hair and bright blue eyes, and the handsomest teeth I ever saw. They live plainly, but very comfortably, in snug wooden houses, with double windows and doors to keep out the cold; and since they cannot do much outdoor work, they spin and weave and mend their farming implements in the large family room, thus enjoying the winter in spite of its severity. They are very happy and contented, and few of them would be willing to leave that cold country and make their homes in a warmer climate. Here there are neither railroads nor stages, but the government has established post stations at distances varying from 10 to 20 miles. At each station a number of horses, and sometimes vehicles, are kept, but generally the traveler has his own sled, and simply hires the horses from one station to another. These horses are either furnished by the keeper of the station or some of the neighboring farmers, and when they are wanted a man or boy goes along with the traveler to bring them back. It would be quite an independent and convenient way of traveling if the horses were always ready, but sometimes you must wait an hour or more before they can be furnished. I had my own little sled filled with hay and covered with reindeer skins to keep me warm. So long as the weather was not too cold, it was very pleasant to speed along through the dark forests, over the frozen rivers, or past farm after farm, in the sheltered valleys, up hill and down, until long after the stars came out, and then to get a warm supper in some dark red post cottage, while the cheerful people sang or told stories around the fire. The cold increased a little every day, to be sure, but I became gradually accustomed to it, and soon began to fancy that the Arctic climate was not so difficult to endure as I had supposed. At first the thermometer fell to 0, then it went down 10 degrees below, then 20, and finally 30. Being dressed in thick furs from head to foot, I did not suffer greatly. But I was very glad when the people assured me that such extreme cold never lasted more than 2 or 3 days. Boys of 12 or 14 very often went with me to bring back their fathers' horses, and so long as those lively, red-cheeked fellows could face the weather, it would not do for me to be afraid. One night there was a wonderful aurora in the sky. The streamers of red and blue light darted hither and thither, chasing each other up the zenith and down again in the northern horizon with a rapidity and a brilliance which I had never seen before. "There will be a storm soon," said my postboy. "One always comes after these lights." Next morning the sky was overcast, and the short day was as dark as our twilight, but it was not quite so cold, and I travelled onward as fast as possible. There was a long tract of wild and thinly settled country before me, and I wished to get through it before stopping for the night. Unfortunately, it happened that 2 lumber merchants were travelling the same way, and had taken the horses, so I was obliged to wait at the stations until other horses were brought from the neighbouring farms. This delayed me so much that at 7 o'clock in the evening I had still one more station of 3 Swedish miles before reaching the village where I intended to spend the night. Now a Swedish mile is nearly equal to 7 English, so that the station was at least 20 miles long. I decided to take supper while the horse was eating his feed. They had not expected any more travellers at the station, and were not prepared. The keeper had gone on with the 2 lumber merchants, but his wife, a friendly, rosy-faced woman, prepared me some excellent coffee, potatoes, and stewed reindeer meat, upon which I made an excellent meal. The house was on the border of a large, dark forest, and the roar of the icy northern wind in the trees seemed to increase while I waited in the warm room. I did not feel inclined to go forth into the wintry storm, but having set my mind on reaching the village that night, I was loath to turn back. "It is a bad night," said the woman, "and my husband will certainly stay at Umeå until morning. His name is Niels Peterson, and I think you will find him at the post office when you get there. Lars will take you, and they can come back together." "Who is Lars?" I asked. "My son," said she. "He is getting the horse ready. There is nobody else about the house to night." Just then the door opened, and in came Lars. He was about 12 years old, but his face was so rosy, his eyes so clear and round and blue, and his golden hair was blown back from his face in such silky curls that he appeared to be even younger. I was surprised that his mother should be willing to send him 20 miles through the dark woods on such a night. "Come here, Lars," I said. Then I took him by the hand, and asked, "Are you not afraid to go so far to night?" He looked at me with wondering eyes, and smiled, and his mother made haste to say, "You need have no fear, sir. Lars is young, but he'll take you safe enough. If the storm don't get worse, you'll be at Umeå by 11 o'clock." I was again on the point of remaining, but while I was deliberating with myself, the boy had put on his overcoat of sheepskin, tied the lappets of his fur cap under his chin, and a thick woolen scarf around his nose and mouth, so that only the round blue eyes were visible, and then his mother took down the mittens of hare's fur from the stove, where they had been hung to dry. He put them on, took up a short leather whip, and was ready. I wrapped myself in my furs, and we went out together. The driving snow cut me in the face like needles, but Lars did not mind it in the least. He jumped into the sled, which he had filled with fresh soft hay, tucked in the reindeer skins at the sides, and we cuddled together on the narrow seat, making everything close and warm before we set out. I could not see at all, when the door of the house was shut, and the horse started on the journey. The night was dark, the snow blew incessantly, and the dark fir trees roared all around us. Lars, however, knew the way, and somehow or other we kept the beaten track. He talked to the horse so constantly and so cheerfully that after a while my own spirits began to rise, and the way seemed neither so long nor so disagreeable. "Ho there, Axel," he would say, "keep to the road, not too far to the left. Well done. Here's a level, now trot a bit." So we went on, sometimes uphill, sometimes downhill, for a long time as it seemed. I began to grow chilly, and even Lars handed me the reins, while he swung and beat his arms to keep the blood in circulation. He no longer sang little songs and fragments of hymns as when we first set out, but he was not in the least alarmed, or even impatient. Whenever I asked, as I did about every 5 minutes, "Are we nearly there?" he always answered, "A little farther." Suddenly the wind seemed to increase. "Ah," said he, "now I know where we are. It's 1 mile more." But 1 mile, you must remember, meant 7. Lars checked the horse, and peered anxiously from side to side in the darkness. I looked also, but could see nothing. "What is the matter?" I finally asked. "We have got past the hills on the left," he said. "The country is open to the wind, and here the snow drifts worse than anywhere else on the road. If there have been no ploughs out to night, we'll have trouble." You must know that the farmers along the road are obliged to turn out with their horses and oxen, and plough down the drifts, whenever the road is blocked up by a storm. In less than a quarter of an hour we could see that the horse was sinking in the deep snow. He plunged bravely forward, but made scarcely any headway, and presently became so exhausted that he stood quite still. Lars and I arose from the seat and looked around. For my part, I saw nothing except some very indistinct shapes of trees. There was no sign of an opening through them. In a few minutes the horse started again, and with great labor carried us a few yards further. "Shall we get out and try to find the road?" said I. "It's no use," Lars answered. "In these drifts we would sink to the waist. Wait a little, and we shall get through this one." It was as he said. Another pull brought us through the deep part of the drift, and we reached a place where the snow was quite shallow, but it was not the hard, smooth surface of the road. We could feel that the ground was uneven and covered with roots and bushes. Bidding Axel stand still, Lars jumped out of the sled and began wading around among the trees. Then I got out on the other side, but had not proceeded 10 steps before I began to sink so deeply into the loose snow that I was glad to extricate myself and return. It was a desperate situation, and I wondered how we should ever get out of it. I shouted to Lars in order to guide him, and it was not long before he also came back to the sled. "If I knew where the road is," said he, "I could get into it again, but I don't know, and I think we must stay here all night." "We shall freeze to death in an hour!" I cried. I was already chilled to the bone. The wind had made me very drowsy, and I knew that if I slept I should soon be frozen. "Oh, no!" exclaimed Lars cheerfully. "I am a Norrlander, and Norrlanders never freeze. I went with the men to the bear hunt last winter up on the mountains, and we were several nights in the snow. Besides, I know what my father did with a gentleman from Stockholm on this very road, and we'll do it to night." "What is it?" "Let me take care of Axel first," said Lars. "We can spare him some hay and 1 reindeer skin." It was a slow and difficult task to unharness the horse, but we accomplished it at last. Lars then led him under the drooping branches of a fir tree, tied him to one of them, gave him an armful of hay, and fastened the reindeer skin upon his back. Axel began to eat, as if perfectly satisfied with the arrangement. The Norrland horses are so accustomed to cold that they seem comfortable in a temperature where one of ours would freeze. When this was done, Lars spread the remaining hay evenly over the bottom of the sled and covered it with skins, which he tucked in very firmly on the side toward the wind. Then, lifting them up on the other side, he said, "Now take off your fur coat, quick, lay it over the hay, and then creep under it." I obeyed as rapidly as possible. For an instant I shuddered in the icy air, but the next moment I lay stretched in the bottom of the sled, sheltered from the storm. I held up the ends of the reindeer skins while Lars took off his coat and crept in beside me. Then he drew the skins down and pressed the hay against them. When the wind seemed to be entirely excluded, Lars said we must pull off our boots, untie our scarves, and so loosen our clothes that they would not feel tight upon any part of the body. When this was done, and we lay close together, warming each other, I found that the chill gradually passed out of my blood. My hands and feet were no longer numb. A delightful feeling of comfort crept over me, and I lay as snugly as in the best bed. I was surprised to find that, although my head was covered, it did not feel stifled. Enough air came in under the skins to prevent us from feeling oppressed. There was barely room for the two of us to lie, with no chance of turning over or rolling about. In 5 minutes, I think, we were asleep, and I dreamed of gathering peaches on a warm August day at home. In fact, I did not wake up thoroughly during the night. Neither did Lars, though it seemed to me that we both talked in our sleep. But I must have talked English and he Swedish. There could have been no connection between our remarks. I remember that his warm, soft hair pressed against my chin, and that his feet reached no farther than my knees. Just as I was beginning to feel a little cramped and stiff from lying so still, I was suddenly aroused by the cold wind on my face. Lars had risen up on his elbow, and was peeping out from under the skins. "I think it must be near 6 o'clock," he said. "The sky is clear, and I can see the big star. We can start in another hour." I felt so much refreshed that I was for setting out immediately, but Lars remarked very sensibly that it was not yet possible to find the road. While we were talking, Axel neighed. "There they are!" cried Lars, and immediately began to put on his boots, his scarf, and heavy coat. I did the same, and by the time we were ready we heard shouts and the crack of whips. We harnessed Axel to the sled, and proceeded slowly in the direction of the sound, which came, as we presently saw, from a company of farmers out thus early to plough the road. They had 6 pairs of horses, geared to a wooden frame, something like the bow of a ship, pointed in front and spreading out to a breadth of 10 or 12 feet. This machine not only cut through the drifts, but packed the snow, leaving a good solid road behind it. After it had passed, we sped along merrily in the cold morning twilight, and in a little more than an hour reached the post house at Umeå, where we found Lars' father prepared to return home. He waited, nevertheless, until Lars had eaten a good warm breakfast, when I said good-bye to both and went on towards Lapland. Some weeks afterwards, on my return to Stockholm, I stopped at the same little station. This time the weather was mild and bright, and the father would have gone with me to the next post house, but I preferred to take my little bedfellow and sledfellow. He was so quiet and cheerful and fearless, that although I had been nearly all over the world, and he had never been away from home, although I was a man and he a young boy, I felt that I had learned a lesson from him, and might probably learn many more if I should know him better. We had a merry trip of 2 or 3 hours, and then I took leave of Lars for ever. End of The Little Postboy, by Bayard Taylor.
Chapter 46 of the Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrea Coffey. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism, by William Patten. How June Found Massa Linkum by Elizabeth Stuart Phelps. June laid down her knives upon the scrubbing board, and stole softly out into the yard. Madame Jolet was taking a nap upstairs, and, for a few minutes at least, the coast seemed to be quite clear. Who was June, and who was Madame Jolet? June was a little girl who had lived in Richmond ever since she could remember, who had never been outside of the city's boundaries, and who had a vague idea that the North lay just above the Chickahominy River and the Gulf of Mexico about a mile below the James. She could not tell A from Z, nor the figure 1 from 40. And whenever Madame Jolet made those funny little curves and dots and blots with a pen and ink, in drawing up her bills to send to the lodgers upstairs, June considered that she was moved thereto by witches. Her authority for this theory lay in a charming old woman across the way, who had one tooth and wore a yellow cap, and used to tell her ghost stories sometimes in the evening. Somebody asked June once how old she was. "'Spect I's 100. Dunno," she said gravely. Exactly how old she was nobody knew. She was not tall enough to be more than 7, but her face was like the face of a little old woman. It was a queer little face, with thick lips and a low forehead, and great mournful eyes. There was something strange about those eyes. Whenever they looked at one, they seemed to cry right out, as if they had a voice. But no one in Richmond cared about that. Nobody cared about June at all. When she was unhappy, no one asked her what was the matter. When she was hungry, or cold, or frightened, Madame Jolet laughed at her, and when she was sick, she beat her. If she broke a teacup, or spilled a mug of coffee, she had her ears boxed, or was shut up in a terrible, dark cellar, where the rats were as large as kittens. If she tried to sing a little, in her sorrowful, smothered way, over her work, Madame Jolet shook her for making so much noise. When she stopped, she scolded her for being sulky. Nothing that she could ever do happened to be right. Everything was sure to be wrong. She had not half enough to eat, nor half enough to wear. What was worse than that, she had nobody to kiss her, nobody to love her and pet her, nobody in all the wide world to care whether she lived or died, except a half-starved kitten that lived in the woodshed. For June was black and a slave, and this Frenchwoman, Madame Jolet, was her mistress. Exactly what was the use of living under such circumstances June could never clearly see. She cherished a secret notion that, if she could find a little grave all dug out somewhere in a clover field, she would creep in and hide there. Madame Jolet could not find her then. People who lived in graves were not supposed to be hungry, and, if it were ever so cold, they never shivered. That they could not be beaten was a natural consequence, because there was so much earth between that you wouldn't feel the stick. The only objection would be to leaving Hungry. Hungry was the kitten. June had named it so because it was black. She had an idea that everything black was hungry. That there had been a war, June gathered from old Creline, who told her the ghost stories. What it was all about, she did not know. Madame Jolet said some terrible giants, called Yankees, were coming down to eat up all the little black girls in Richmond. Creline said that the Yankees were the Messiah's people, and were coming to set the negroes free. Who the Messiah was, June did not know, but she had heard vague stories from Creline of old-time African princes who lived in great free forests and sailed on sparkling rivers in boats of painted bark, and she thought he must be one of them. Now, this morning, Creline had whispered mysteriously to June, as she went up the street to sell some eggs for Madame Jolet, that Massa Linkum was coming that very day. June knew nothing about Massa Linkum, and nothing about those grand, immortal words of his which had made every slave in Richmond free. It had never entered Madame Jolet's plan that she should know. No one can tell, reasoned Madame, what notions the little nigger will get if she finds out. She may even ask for wages, or take a notion to learn to read, or run away, or something. June saw no one. She kept her prudently in the house. Tell her? No, no. Impossible. But June had heard the beautiful news this morning, like all the rest, and June was glad, though she had not the slightest idea why. So while her mistress was safely asleep upstairs, she had stolen out to watch for the wonderful sight, the mysterious sight that everyone was waiting to see. She was standing there on tiptoe on the fence, in her little ragged dress, with the black kitten in her arms, when a great crowd turned a corner, and tossed up a cloud of dust, and swept up the street. There were armed soldiers with glittering uniforms, and there were flags flying, and merry voices shouting, and huzzas of blessing distinct upon the air. There were long lines of dusky faces upturned and wet with happy tears. There were angry faces, too, scowling from the windows and lurking in dark corners. It swept on and swept up, and June stood still and held her breath to look, and saw, in the midst of it all, a tall man dressed in black. He had a thin, white face, sad-eyed, and kindly and quiet, and he was bowing and smiling to the people on either side. "God bless you, Massa Linkum, God bless you," shouted the happy voices, and then there was a chorus of wild hurrahs, and June laughed outright for glee, and lifted up her little thin voice and cried, "Bless you, Massa Linkum," with the rest, and knew no more than the kitty what she did it for. The great man turned and saw June standing alone in the sunlight, the fresh wind blowing her ragged dress, her little black shoulders just reaching to the top of the fence, her wide open, mournful eyes, and the kitten squeezed in her arms, and he looked right at her, oh, so kindly, and gave her a smile all to herself, one of his rare smiles, with a bit of a quiver in it, and bowed and was gone. "Take me along with you, Massa Linkum," called poor June faintly, but no one heard her, and the crowd swept on, and June's voice broke into a cry, and the hot tears came, and she laid her face down on Hungry to hide them. You see, in all her life no one had ever looked so at June before. "June, June, come here!" called a sharp voice from inside the house, but June was sobbing so hard she did not hear. "Venici! Vite, vite! June, voila! The little nigger will be the death of me. She tears my heart. June, vite, I say!" "I just didn't mean to no ways, missus. I want to see Massa Linkum, and he looked at me, and I done forget everything. Oh, missus, don't beat me this year time, and I'll never—" But Madame Jolet interrupted her with a box on the ear, and dragged her upstairs. There was a terrible look on Madame's face. Just what happened upstairs I have not the heart to tell you. That night June was crouched, sobbing and bruised, behind the kitchen stove, when Creline came in on an errand for her mistress. Madame Jolet was obliged to leave the room for a few minutes, and the two were alone together. June crawled out from behind the stove. "I see him. I see Massa Linkum, Creline. The Lord bless him forever and ever. Amen," exclaimed Creline fervently, throwing up her old thin hands. June crept a little nearer, and looked all around the room to see if the doors were shut. "Creline, what's he come down here for? Am he the Messiah?" "Bless your soul, child, don't you know better'n that there?" "Don't know nuffin," said June sullenly. "Never knows nuffin. 'Spect I never's gonna. Can't go out in the road to find out. She beat me. Can't ask nuffin. She just give me a push down the cellar. Oh, Creline, there's such rats down there now, there is." "You poor critter," said Creline, with great contempt for her ignorance. "Why, Massa Linkum, everybody knows about he. He's done gone and made we free. Whole heap on we." "Free!" echoed June with puzzled eyes. "Laws, yes, child. 'Pears like you's dreadful stupid. You don't belong." Creline lowered her voice to a mysterious whisper, and looked carefully at the closed door. "You don't belong to Mrs. Jolly no more'n she belonged to you, and that's the truth now, 'cause Massa Linkum says so. God bless him." Just then Madame Jolet came back. "What's that you're talking about?" she said sharply. "June was just saying what a heap she think of you, missus," said Creline with a grave face. June lay awake a long time that night, thinking about Massa Linkum and the wonderful news Creline had brought, and wondering when Madame Jolet would tell her that she was free. But many days passed, and Madame said nothing about it. Creline's son had left his master and gone north. Creline herself had asked and obtained scanty wages for her work. A little black boy across the street had been sentenced to receive 25 lashes for some trifling fault, and they had just begun to whip him in the yard when a Union officer stepped in and stopped them. A little girl, not a quarter of a mile away, whose name June had often heard, had just found her father, who had been sold away from her years ago, and had come into Richmond with the Yankee soldiers. But nothing happened to June. Everything went on as in the old days before Massa Linkum came. She washed dishes, and scrubbed knives, and carried baskets of wood so heavy that she tottered under their weight, and was scolded if she dropped so much as a shaving on the floor. She swept the rooms with a broom 3 times as tall as she was, and had her ears boxed because she could not get the dust up with such tiny hands. She worked, and scrubbed, and ran on errands from morning till night, till her feet ached so she cried out with pain. She was whipped, and scolded, and threatened, and frightened, and shaken, just as she had been ever since she could remember. She was kept shut up like a prisoner in the house, with Madame Jolet's cold, gray eyes forever on her, and her sharp voice forever in her ear, and still not a word was said about Massa Linkum and the beautiful freedom he had given to all such as little June, and not a word did June dare say. But June thought. Madame Jolet could not help that. If Madame had known just what June was thinking, she would have tried hard to help it. Well, so the days passed, and the weeks, and still Madame said not a word. And still she whipped and scolded and shook, and June worked and cried, and nothing happened. But June had not done all of her thinking for nothing. One night Creline was going by the house, when June called to her softly through the fence. "Creline!" "What's the matter?" said Creline, who was in a great hurry. "I was going to find Massa Linkum. Don't you tell nobody." "Laws a massy, what a young un dat there child is," said Creline, thinking that June had just walked up from a dream, and forthwith forgetting all about her. Madame Jolet always locked June in a room, which was nothing but a closet with a window in it, and a heap of rags for a bed. On this particular night she turned the key as usual, and then went to her own room in the other end of the house, where she was soon soundly asleep. About 11 o'clock, when all the house was still, the window of June's closet softly opened. There was a roof doorway just underneath it, with an old grapevine trellis running up one side of it. A little dark figure stepped out timidly on the narrow, steep roof, clinging with its hands to keep its balance, and then down on the trellis, which it began to crawl slowly down. The old wood creaked and groaned and trembled, and the little figure trembled and stood still, if it should give way and fall crashing to the ground. She stood a minute looking down, then she took a low, careful step, then another, and another, hand under her hand upon the bars. The trellis creaked and shook and cracked, but it held on, and June held on, and dropped softly down, gasping and terrified at what she had done, all in a little heap on the grass below. She lay there a moment, perfectly still. She could not catch her breath at first. She trembled so that she could not move. Then she crept along on tiptoe to the woodshed. She ran a great risk in opening the woodshed door, for the hinges were rusty, and it creaked with a terrible noise. But Hungry was in there. She could not go without Hungry. She went in, and called in a faint whisper. The kitten knew her, dark as it was, and ran out from the woodpile with a joyful mew, to rub itself against her dress. "We's going to find Massa Linkum, you and me, we both together," said June. "Prrr, prrr," said Hungry, as if she were quite content, and June took her up in her arms and laughed softly. How happy they would be, she and Hungry, and how Massa Linkum would smile and wonder when he saw them coming in, and how Madame Jolet would hunt and scold. She went out of the woodshed and out of the yard, hushing the soft laugh on her lips, and holding her breath as she passed under her mistress's window. She had heard Creline say that Massa Linkum had gone back to the north, so she walked up the street a little way, and then she turned aside into the vacant squares and unpaved roads, and so out into the fields where no one could see her. It was very still and very dark. The great trees stood up like giants against the sky, and the wind howled hoarsely through them. It made June think of the bloodhounds that she had seen rushing with horrible yells into the swamps, where hunted slaves were hiding. "I reckon 'tain't only a little ways, Hungry," she said with a shiver. "We'll get there 'fore long. Don't be afraid." "Prrr, prrr," said Hungry, nestling her head in warmly under June's arm. "'Spect you love me, Hungry. 'Spect you does." And then June laughed softly once more. What would Massa Linkum say to the kitty? Had he ever seen such a kitty in all his life? So she folded her arms tightly over Hungry's soft fur, and trudged away into the woods. She began to sing a little as she walked, in that sorrowful, smothered way that made Madame Joilet angry. Ah, that was all over now. There would be no more scolding and beating, no more tired days, no more terrible nights spent in the dark and lonely cellar, no more going to bed without her supper, and crying herself to sleep. Massa Lincoln would never treat her so. She never once doubted, in that foolish little trusting heart of hers, that he would be so glad to see her, and hungry too. Why should she? Was there anyone in all the world who had looked so at poor June? So on and away, deep into the woods and swamps, she trudged cheerily, and she sang low to Hungry, and Hungry purred to her. The night passed on, and the stars grew pale. The woods deepened and thickened. The swamps were cold and wet. The brambles scratched her hands and feet. "It's just over here a little ways, Hungry," trying to laugh. "We'll find him pretty soon. I was terrible tired and sleepy, Hungry." She sat down there on a heap of leaves to rest, and laid her head down upon her arm, and Hungry mewed a little, and curled up in her neck. The next she knew, the sun was shining. She jumped up frightened and puzzled, and then she remembered where she was, and began to think of breakfast, but there was no berries but the poisonous dogwood, and nothing else to be seen but leaves and grass and bushes. Hungry snapped up a few grasshoppers, and looked longingly at an unattainable squirrel, who was flying from tree top to tree top. Then they went slowly on. About noon they came to a bit of a brook. June scooped up the water in her hands, and Hungry lapped it with her pink tongue. But there was no dinner to be found, and no sign of Massa Linkum. The sun was like a great ball of fire above the tree tops, and the child grew faint and weak. "I didn't 'spect it was so far," groaned poor June. "But don't you be feared now, Hungry. 'Pears like we'll find him very soon." The sun went down, and the twilight came. No supper, and no sign of Massa Linkum yet. Nothing but the great forest, and the swamps, and the darkening shadows, and the long, hungry night. June lay down once more on the damp ground where the poisonous snakes hid in the bushes, and hugged Hungry with her weak little arms, and tried to speak out bravely. "We'll find him, Hungry, sure tomorrow. He'll just open the door and let us right in, he will, and he'll have breakfast all ready and waiting. 'Pears like he'll have a dish of milk up in the corner for you now. Think of that, Hungry." And then the poor little voice that tried to be so brave broke down into a great sob. "If I only just had one little mouthful now, Hungry, only one." So another night passed, and another morning came. A faint noise woke June from her uneasy sleep, when the sun was hardly up. It was Hungry, purring loudly at her ear. A plump young robin lay quivering between her paws. She was tossing it to and fro with curves and springs of delight. She laid the poor creature down by June's face, looking proudly from June to it, saying as plainly as words could say, "Here's a fine breakfast. I got it on purpose for you. Why don't you eat, for pity's sake? There are plenty more where this came from." But June turned away her eyes and moaned, and Hungry, in great perplexity, made away with the robin herself. Presently June crawled feebly to her feet, and pushed on through the brambles. The kitten, purring in her arms, looked so happy and contented with her breakfast that the child cried out at the sight of it in sudden pain. "Oh, I thought we'd get there 'fore now, and I thought he'd just be so glad to see us." And then presently, "He just looked so kind of smiling right out of his eyes, Hungry." A bitter wind blew from the east that day, and before noon the rain was falling, dreary and chilly and sharp. It soaked June's feet and ragged dress, and pelted in her face. The wind blew against her, and whirled about her, and tossed her to and fro. She was such a little thing, and so weak now and faint. Just as the early twilight fell from the leaden sky, and the shadows began to skulk behind the bushes, and the birds gathered to their nests with sleepy twitter, she tripped over a little stone, fell weakly to the ground, and lay still. She had not the strength to get to her feet again. But somehow June felt neither troubled nor afraid. She lay there with her face upturned to the pelting rain, watching it patter from leaf to leaf, listening to the chirp of the birds in the nest, listening to the crying of the wind. She liked the sound. She had a dim notion that it was like an old camp-meeting hymn that she had heard Creline sing sometimes. She never understood the words, but the music came back like a dream. She wondered if Massa Lincoln ever heard it. She thought he looked like it. She should like to lie there all night and listen to it, and then in the morning they would go on and find him. In the morning it would come very soon. The twilight deepened, and the night came on. The rain fell faster, and the sharp wind cried aloud. "It's very cold," said June sleepily, and turned her face over to hide it on the kitten's warm, soft fur. "Good night, Hungry. We get there tomorrow. We's almost there, Hungry." Hungry curled up close to her cold, wet cheek. Hungry did not care how black it was, with a happy, answering mew. But June said nothing more. The rain fell faster, and the sharp wind cried aloud. The kitten woke from a nap and purred for her to stir and speak, but June said nothing more. Still the rain fell, and the wind cried, and the long night and the storm and the darkness passed, and the morning came. Hungry stirred under June's arm, and licked her face, and mewed piteously at her ear, but June's arm lay still, and June said no word. Somewhere, in a land where there was never slave and never mistress, where there were no more hungry days and frightened nights, little June was laughing softly, and had found someone to love her at last. And so she did not find Massa Linkum after all? Ah, who would have guessed it? To that place where June had gone, where there are no masters and no slaves, he had gone before her. And don't I suppose his was the first face she saw as she passed through the storm and the night to that waiting, beautiful place? And don't I suppose he smiled as he had smiled before, and led her gently to that other face, of which poor little June had known nothing in all her life? Of course I do. End of How June Found Massa Linkum, by Elizabeth Stuart Phelps. Recording by Andrea Coffey.
Chapter 47 of The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism, by William Patten. The Story of a Forest Fire, by Raymond S. Spears. For more than 6 weeks no rain had fallen along the southwest side of the Adirondacks. The ground was parched. In every direction from Seabury Settlement fires had been burning through the forest. But as yet the valley of the West Canada had escaped. But one night a careless man threw a burning match into a brush heap. When morning came, the west wind, blowing up the valley, was ash-laden and warm with the fire that was coming eastward toward the settlement in a line a mile wide. Soon after daybreak Lem Lawson met the fire on his way to Noblesboro, and warned the settlement of its danger. One man hastened to Noblesboro for the fire warden. 2 went up the West Canada to the lumber camps. The rest of the male population, including boys, hastened down the main road to an old log trail. It was hoped the fire might be stopped at the open the road afforded. With hoes and shovels the men dug a trench through the loam to the sand, scattering the dirt over the leaves toward the fire. When the first flames came along, they redoubled their efforts amid the flying sparks and suffocating smoke, but without avail. The sparks and great pieces of flaming birch curls carried the flames over the road into the woods beyond the men, fairly surrounding them with fire. The men could only go before it, pausing now and then to throw dirt on a spark. Those who lived in the settlement glanced from side to side, wondering if the fire would cross the brook, where they now determined to make another and the last possible stand. The settlement was built along the brink of a steep side hill. The bed of the stream was only a few feet wide, chiefly sandbar and dry boulders at this time, and beyond it, toward the fire, was a flat, or bottom, 60 rods wide, averaging not 2 feet above the bed of the brook. Should the fire cross the brook, it would climb the hill and burn the buildings. Then it would sweep across the narrow fields of grass, or go round the ends of the settlement clearing into the big woods. One of the firefighters was Will Borson, son of the man who had thrown the match, and as he fought with his hoe along the road, he heard the men on each side of him cursing his father by name for his carelessness. More than once these men turned on Will, and told him he ought to put that fire out, since his father was to blame for it. Will did his best. Sparks burned holes in his shirt, a flare of sheet fire from a brush heap singed his eyelashes and the hair over his forehead. When old Ike Frazier cried out, "It's no use here any more, boys," Will was the last one to duck his head and run for the road up the creek to the settlement. Half a dozen men were detailed to go to the houses and help the women carry the furniture and other household goods out in the fields to the watering troughs. The rest hastened to the brook and scattered along it, and threw water on the brush at the edge, hoping the flames would be deadened when they came. Among them worked Will Borson, thinking with all his might, and looking up and down the creek as if the dry, gray boulders, with a scant thread of water oozing down among them, would give him some inspiration. The width of the stream was only a few feet on an average, and 20 feet at the widest pools, over which the flame and sparks would quickly jump. The fire reached the flat at the foot of the ridge, and came toward the brook in jumps. The men worked faster than ever with their 10-quart pails. Old Ike Frazier glanced up the stream, and saw Will leaning on his hoe handle, doing nothing. "Hey there!" yelled the man. "Get to work!" "You tell the men they want to be looking out," Will called back. "Something'll happen pretty quick." With that he dropped his hoe and went climbing up the side hill toward his home at the top. Mrs. Borson was just piling the last of her bedding on the wagon when she saw Will coming toward her. He unhitched the horse from the wagon, and had the harness scattered on the ground before his mother could control herself enough to cry, "Those things'll be burned here. What are you taking the horse for? We Then she sank to the ground and cried, while Will's younger brothers and sisters joined in. Will did not stop to say anything, but leaped to the back of the horse, and away he went up the road, to the amazement of those who were taking their goods from the houses. But he was soon in the woods above the settlement and out of sight of everyone. He was headed for the dam. He had thought to open the little sluice at the bottom of it, which would add to the volume of the water in the stream, raise it a foot perhaps. He reached the dam, and prying at the gate, opened the way. A stream of water 2 feet square shot from the bottom of the dam and went sloshing down among the rocks. "That water'll help a lot," he thought. Then he heard the roar of the fire down the brook, and saw a huge, dull, brick-colored flash as a big hemlock went up in flame. The amount of water gushing from the gate of the dam suddenly seemed small and useless. It would not fill the brook bed. In a little shanty 100 yards away were the quarrying tools used in getting out the stone for the Carden house. To this Will ran with all his speed. With an old axe that was behind the shanty, he broke down the door. Inside he picked up a full 12-pound box of dynamite, and bored a hole the size of his finger into one side. Then with the fuse and cap in one hand, and the box under his arm, he hurried back to the dam. He climbed down the ladder to the bottom of the dam, and fixing the fuse to the cap, ran it into the hole he had bored till it was well among the sawdust and sticks of dynamite. He cut the fuse to 2 minutes' length, and carried the box back among the big key logs that held the dam. He was soon ready. He jammed the box under water among beams where it would stick. A match started the fuse going, and then Will climbed the ladder and ran for safety. In a few moments the explosion came. Will heard the beams in the gorge tumbling down as the dam gave way, and the water behind was freed. Away it went, washing and pounding down the narrow ravine toward the low bottom. The firefighters heard the explosion and paused, wondering, to listen. The next instant the roar of the water came to their ears, and the tremble caused by logs and boulders rolling with the flood was felt. Then every man understood what was done, for they had been log drivers all their lives, and knew the signs of a loose sluice gate or of a broken jam. They climbed the steep bank toward the buildings, to be above the flood line, yelling warnings that were half cheers. In a few moments the water was below the mouth of the gorge, and then it rushed over the low west bank of the brook, and spread out on the wide flat where the fire was raging. For a minute clouds of steam and loud hissing marked the progress of the wave. Then the brush heaps from edge to edge of the valley bottom were covered, and the fire was drowned. The fires left in the trees above the high water mark, and the flames back on the ridge still thrust and flared, but were unable to cross the wide, wet flood belt. The settlement and the big woods beyond were saved. Saul Cardin reached the settlement on the following day and heard the story of the fire. In response to an offer from Will, he replied, "No, my boy, you needn't pay for the dam by working or anything else. I'm in debt to you for saving my timber above the settlement instead." Then he added, in a quiet way characteristic of him, "It seems a pity if wit like yours doesn't get its full growth." End of The Story of a Forest Fire by Raymond S. Spears. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida. End of The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism by William Patten.